Alright, man. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 1. The Justice League learned about what Goku did. So let's get into it. Meanwhile, at the Watchtower's main conference room, the holographic playback from Cyborg's lens flickers to an end, leaving the Justice League in a stunned silence. The footage shows Goku, eyes burning with fury, unleashing a devastating energy blast that engulfs Slade and the collapsing lab in a blinding explosion. The sheer destructive force leaves no doubt that Slade was deceased, completely obliterated by Goku's wrath. Superman couldn't believe his brother had executed Slade like that, and wondered where he got that behavior from in his travels, because their parents didn't raise them like that. Wonder Woman crossed her arms, with her usual stoicism wavering. Grief and rage can drive even the noblest warriors to extremes, she said. Batman's glare was icy. I warned you all about his instability. Raj Al Ghul, for God's sakes, trained him, and now we see the results of that. Aquaman leaned into the table, shaking his head. The boy lost someone he cared about. We've all been pushed to our limits. Cyborg, standing beside Robin, spoke up. Goku's not a killer. Slade manipulated him, tortured his friends. This wasn't just some cold-blooded act. Robin's fist clenched as he began to speak as well. He's hurting, and now he's gone. But what he did was wrong. Cyborg exhaled heavily. We need to find him before his anger leads him down a darker path, potentially. Batman's voice was final, or before he decides someone else is too dangerous to be left alive. The Flash leaned against a console, rewatching the footage on a smaller screen. His usual playful demeanor was absent, replaced by a quiet contemplation. Flash doesn't answer immediately. He pausing the playback just before the blast. Look, I fought beside Goku. We all have. Yeah, he's reckless. And yeah, he loves a good fight, but he's not a cold-blooded killer. Right? Batman scoffed. Well, that footage would say otherwise. Flash shook his head. You didn't see him after Terra died. He was broken. Slade took everything from him. Mind controlled him, tortured his friends, and he killed someone he cared about on top of that, who sacrificed her life to save his. You really telling me that it's not impossible for any of us to have snapped like that? Robin hesitated. It's not about snapping. It's about control. If we can't keep it together in situations like that, then we are liabilities. Flash stood up with his voice firm. Or maybe he's just a guy who's lost too much, kid. Ever think about that? Aquaman stands at the holographic display with his arms crossed. His expression was unreadable as the footage of Goku's final attack replayed. When Batman condemns Goku's actions, Arthur's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. Slade got what he deserved. The League turns to him, surprised by his bluntness. If he had killed one of my people, Aquaman continues, his tone low and dangerous, I would have dragged him into the depths and let the hungry beasts of the ocean have their fill. Batman's eyes narrowed. That's not justice. No, Arthur counters. It's not your form of justice. But in Atlantis, my people would feel differently. He stepped forward, his presence commanding. Slade tortured children, brainwashed Goku, murdered Terra right in front of him. You expect restraint after that? You think any of us would have done differently? I know I wouldn't have. Wonder Woman considered this. Yes, Themyscira's laws demand punishment for such crimes as well. Exactly, Aquaman says. Goku didn't kill a man. He vanquished a monster. And if any of you claim you wouldn't have done the same, you're lying to yourselves. Superman frowned and said, but we're supposed to be better. Better doesn't mean letting pure evil walk away, Arthur snapped. Slade shows his fate the moment he raised a blade to a kid. Goku just made sure he never got the chance to do it again. The room falls silent. Even Batman didn't immediately respond with a rebuttal. Aquaman turned away, his final words leaving no room for debate in his eyes. If that makes Goku a killer in your eyes, then so be it. But he's still a hero in my eyes. Robin stepped forward, his fist clenched at his sides. His voice was steady, but the weight of his words carried the pain of someone who had seen too much too soon. Look, I get it, he began, locking eyes with Aquaman. Slade was a monster. He manipulated Goku, tortured us, and killed Terra in cold blood. If anyone deserved to die, it was him. He took a breath, forcing his anger down. But that's the problem. Deserving doesn't make it right. Slade was already beaten. He was on the ground unarmed, and Goku executed him. Point blank. Batman's gaze sharpened in silent agreement, but Robin didn't need his mentor's approval to know where he stood on things. Like Superman said, we're supposed to be better than the people we fight against, Robin continued. That's the whole point. Yeah, emotions were high. Terror was our friend too. But if we start deciding who lives or dies in the heat of the moment, we're no different from the villains. He looked around the room, challenging them. What happens next time, when it's not Slade? When it's someone who might deserve a second chance, but we're too angry to care, and they lose their life? Flash opened his mouth to argue, but Robin cut him off. I'm not saying Goku's a calculated, trained killer, but what he did was wrong. And if we don't hold him accountable, if we just call it justice and move on, then we're saying it's okay. And it's not. And the room fell silent again. Batman's voice was cold, measured, cutting through the tension like a knife. He stepped forward, his cape casting a long shadow as the holographic footage of Goku's execution replayed once again. Of Slade. This, he said, gesturing to the frozen image of Goku's enraged face mid-blast, is exactly why I had Robin monitoring him from the start. The League turned to him, their expressions a mix of apprehension and defiance, but Batman didn't waver. Look, Goku is powerful. He's also unpredictable. And now, we have proof that when pushed, he doesn't just cross the line, he blasts right through it. His eyes flicked to Robin. The Titans had Slade subdued. They were bringing him in, but Goku in his rage decided justice meant execution without trial. That's not heroism, that's vengeance. Superman frowned. Bruce, he just lost someone he cared about. And that's the problem, Batman interrupted. Emotions make us human, yes, but they can't dictate our actions when lives are at stake. Goku's power level makes him a walking catastrophe if he loses control of himself. What if next time it's not Slade? What if it's some misguided villain who could have been redeemed, like Robin said? Or worse, what if his anger begins to turn on innocence? Wonder Woman folded her arms. You speak as if he is a weapon of mass destruction and not a person. Well, Diana, that's because he is a person. More powerful than most weapons, Batman countered. He's a force capable of destruction, and that's why I had Robin watching him this whole time. Not out of distrust, but necessity. The Titans knew the right call. Apprehend Slade, let the system handle him. But Goku's impulsiveness, his lack of restraint, overrode that. And now we have to ask ourselves, can we afford to let someone with that kind of power operate without oversight? Aquaman scoffed. So what's your solution, huh? Lock him up? Batman's gaze darkened. My solution is accountability. The moment Batman's words left his lips, the room erupted. Wonder Woman was the first to react, her eyes flashing with fury as she slammed her palms onto the conference table, the sound cracking like thunder as splinters fell out of off the table itself. You used a young hero to spy on another young hero. Her voice was low. Dangerous. Robin was his teammate, his friend, and you turned him into your informant. Superman's jaw tightened. His usual warmth was replaced by disapproval. Bruce, tell me you didn't. Batman didn't flinch. Yeah, I did what was necessary. Aquaman let out a sharp, disgusted laugh. Ha! Necessary? You planted a spy in a team of teenagers and called it justice. He shook his head. No wonder Goku left. How could he trust any of you after this? Cyborg systems flickered with agitation. Man, that's messed up. Robin was reporting back on Goku's every move behind our backs. Robin was standing stiffly beside Batman, looking down at the floor, his face hidden behind his mask. But his clenched fist betrayed his shame. Flash, usually the first to lighten the mood, was uncharacteristically silent at that. When he finally spoke, his voice was hollow. You know what the worst part is? I bet Goku knew. The whole time. And he still called Robin his friend. Wonder Woman stepped forward, her tone cutting. You speak of accountability, Batman. Yet you manipulated your own protege into betraying his team members' trust. If Goku is a loose cannon, then what does that make you? Huh? An all-seeing eye? Batman looked her in the eye and spoke. Thorough. It makes me thorough. The League exchanged glances, the weight of the revelation settling over them. Trust had been shattered, not just between Goku and Robin, but between all of them. and Batman didn't seem to care. The tension in the watchtower was already suffocating, but when Beast Boy stepped forward, his usual playful demeanor was completely gone, replaced by something hollow, broken. His eyes were red-rimmed, his fists trembling at his sides. The room fell silent as he spoke, his voice raw with grief. I don't want to be a hero anymore. The words hit like a shockwave. Cyborg reached out instinctively. No. Beast Boy shrugged off his hand, his voice cracking. You don't get it. Terra's dead, Goku's gone, and all you guys care about is whether he crossed some imaginary line. He gestured widely at the hologram of Slade's execution. That bastard killed her. Right in front of us. He tortured us, brainwashed Goku, and you're sitting here arguing about justice. Wonder Woman softened. Garfield, grief can cloud. Don't. He cut her off, tears spilling over. Don't act like you understand. You weren't there. You didn't see her die in his arms. His breath hitched. And now Batman's treating Goku like some type of villain? Or a villain in training? After everything? After he was the one who made Robin spy on him? He rolled on Batman, his voice rising. You want to talk about trust? About accountability? Maybe look in the damn mirror. Superman stepped forward, gentle but firm. Gar, we're all hurting, but walking away won't... It's not walking away, Beast Boy snapped. It's waking up. I joined the Titans to help people, to be better. But all this, he gestured around the room, the secrets, the lies, the hypocrisy, I'm done with it. He turned on his heel, shoving past a stunned Flash. Robin lunged after him. Gar, wait. Beast Boy shifted into a rat to avoid the grasp and ran out, not looking back. The doors hissed shut behind him, leaving the League in silence. Cyborg sank into a chair, rubbing his face. Well, we just lost another one, and no one had an answer to that. Starfire had been silent throughout the League's debate, her usual warmth absent as she absorbed the weight of Batman's revelation. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, but carried an edge of deep hurt. Goku was my friend, she said, her glowing green eyes fixed on Robin. He was our friend, and you watched him, reported on him, as if he were some type of threat. Robin flinched, but Starfire wasn't finished. She turned to Batman, her tone hardening. He saved my home planet. He fought beside us, laughed with us, trusted us, and all this time, you just saw him as something to be controlled, something to be monitored. Wonder Woman placed a hand on Starfire's shoulder, but the Tamaranian princess gently shrugged it off. On Tamaran, trust between comrades is everything. To betray it intentionally is unforgivable. Her voice wavered slightly before stealing again. Robin, you were his teammate, his brother, and you never told any of us what you were doing. Robin opened his mouth to defend himself, but Starfire cut him off. No, you don't get to explain. You had months to speak, to warn him, to warn us. She shook her head, disappointment radiating from her. Goku deserved better. And so did we as a team. With that, she turned and walked toward the door, her steps deliberate. Cyborg called after her, but she didn't look back. I need time, she said quietly. Away from this deception. The door slid shut behind her, leaving the League in a heavier silence than before. Another Titan lost. Another bond severed. Raven stepped forward, her hood drawn low, but her voice was cutting through the tension like an arrow. The room fell silent as she spoke. Her tone was measured but firm. I know what it's like to lose control. Her words carried the weight of personal experience. The League turned to her, some with curiosity, others with skepticism. Batman's gaze was unreadable, but Raven didn't waver. Anger, grief, fear, they can make you do things you'd never consider otherwise, she continued, her fist clenching slightly at her sides. I felt it. I've been it. When my emotions overwhelm me, I become something else entirely, something very dangerous. Her glowing eyes flickered in the frozen image of Goku's enraged face, just like he did. She took a slow breath, steadying herself, but one moment of weakness doesn't erase everything else. Goku has saved lives. He fought beside us, bled for us, protected us. He was reckless, yes, impulsive, absolutely, but he was never cruel, never malicious. Her voice hardened. Slade murdered Terra right in front of him. He kidnapped our friends, brainwashed Goku into breaking criminals out of prison, and you're acting like executing him was some type of unforgivable sin. Wonder Woman's expression softened slightly, but Batman remained unmoved. Raven met his gaze head on. You want to talk about accountability? That's fine. But don't act like Goku's the only one who's ever crossed the line. How many of us have come close? How many of us have wanted to? Her eyes flicked to Superman, then back to Batman. The difference is he didn't have the luxury of restraint in that very moment. The room was silent. Raven exhaled, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Judge him if you want, but don't pretend this one act defines him. Because if it does, then none of us are heroes. We're just hypocrites, because we've all been close to that edge. With that, she turned and stepped back, leaving the League to sit with an uncomfortable truth that was within her words. The debate had raged on, voices clashing in the Watchtower, conference rooms like thunder, but Superman had remained silent. His jaw was set, his fists clenched at his sides as he absorbed every accusation, every defense, every painful truth that laid bare. The footage of Goku's final furious attack played over and over in his mind, not as a condemnation, but as a cry of grief. Then, without a word, he turned on his heel and strode toward the exit. Batman's voice cut through the tension. Clark, where are you going? Superman didn't even stop. To find my brother, Bruce. The simplicity of his answer hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Batman's eyes narrowed. You heard what happened. You saw what he did. At that, Superman finally paused, his back still turned. What I saw was a teenage boy who lost someone he loved, he said quietly. I saw someone who pushed past his breaking point. He glanced over his shoulder, his gaze steady. And I saw a league so quick to judge him that they forgot who he really is. Wonder Woman stepped forward. Clark, we're not abandoning him, but this conversation can't be ignored. No, Superman agreed. But it shouldn't be weaponized against him either. His voice hardened. Robin spied on him, Slade manipulated him in so many ways, and Terra died right in front of him, in his arms. And now when he needs us most, we're sitting here debating whether he's some hero or villain. He shook his head. I'm done talking behind my little brother's back. Batman's tone was icy. Your little brother executed a man. Before anyone could respond, he stepped into the Watchtower's launch bay and took off into the void of space, a streak of blue and red against the stars. Goku was out there somewhere, hurting alone, and Clark wouldn't let his brother grieve by himself. The tension in the Watchtower was thick enough to suffocate as Batman's piercing gaze swept over the remaining League members and Titans. The debate had fractured them. Superman was gone, Beast Boy and Starfire walked out, and the rest stood divided, but Batman wasn't done. Enough, he said, voice like gravel. The room fell silent. Sentiment won't change the facts. Goku made his choice clear at the end of Cyborg's recording. In the footage, he tapped the console, replaying Goku's final words. I never wanted to be a hero, or a leader of the Titans. Batman let the words hang, cold and damning. He renounced his role. He executed Slade in cold blood for a desire for vengeance. And if he continues down this path, targeting those he deems deserving, he's no better than the killers we lock away. Wonder Woman's eyes flashed. You condemn him so easily. I'm not condemning him, Batman countered. I'm holding him accountable. The League has rules for a reason. If he operates outside them, if he becomes judge, jury, and executioner, then he's not a hero. He's a rogue, and rogues answer for their actions. Aquaman scoffed. You'd really try to hunt him down? Batman didn't blink. If he crosses that line again, yes. His glare was final. This isn't about punishment, it's about prevention. Goku has power we can't ignore. If he can't control it, someone has to. With that, he turned and strode toward the door, his cape billowing behind him. The meeting was over. The message was clear. Goku was no longer one of them. And if he stepped out of line again, Batman would be waiting. Goku stepped onto the porch of the Kent farm, the evening air cool against his skin. Inside, the warmth of Martha's cooking and Jonathan's quiet understanding had been a balm. But the weight of Terra's deaths and Slade's execution and the shattered trust of his team still pressed down on him like a physical burden. He didn't even want to talk about it. Couldn't. Not yet. But the quiet of the Kansas fields at least gave him a space to breathe. And then he felt it. A familiar presence hovering just above the farm. Goku looked up and there he was, Superman, floating in the twilight sky like a specter of the past, His cape rippled in the breeze, his expression unreadable from this distance. But Goku didn't need to see his face to know why he was here. The League had seen what he'd done by now. They'd judged him, and now Clark had come to deliver the verdict that he really didn't care about. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Superman descended, boots touching the grass with barely a sound. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of the world. We need to talk. Goku clenched his fists, bracing for the disappointment, the condemnation, but when he met Clark's eyes, he didn't see any of that. He only saw sympathy. And that's the first episode, man. That's the aftermath of Goku deleting Slade. I don't know what you guys think, man. I'm going to come out with the next one sometime soon. Be sure you like, share, and subscribe. Peace. Alright, man. We back already with Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 2. Superman and Goku go to Metropolis for the unexpected interview. So let's go ahead and get straight to it. The Kansas night was silent. The only sound of rustling of cornfields in the wind. Goku stood on the porch of the Kent farm with his arms crossed, staring at the horizon. He didn't turn immediately when Superman landed behind him, cape fluttering softly. Clark's voice was gentle. You okay? Goku exhaled sharply. No. Superman stepped closer. I saw what happened, and the League did too. Goku's jaw tightened at that statement. Let me guess. They think I'm a murderer now or something, right? Clark shook his head. They're divided. Some understand, others don't. He hesitated. But I'm not here for them. I'm here for you. Goku finally turned, his eyes shadowed. You gonna tell me I was wrong? That I should have let Slade live? Clark met his gaze. Yeah, I won't lie. Killing him definitely wasn't the answer I'd have chosen. But again, I wasn't there. I didn't watch Terra die in my arms, he sighed. But what I do know is that you're not a cold-hearted killer. You're my brother, and I'm not abandoning you. Goku's fist clenched. Clark, I don't regret ending Slade. He deserved worse, honestly. Then his voice cracked. But I do regret not being fast enough to save Terra. If I'd have been stronger, if I hadn't have let my guard down in the first place, she'd still be here, alive with us. Clark placed a hand on his shoulder. Guilt won't bring her back. Goku's eyes burned with a fire Superman had never seen before. Raw, unyielding, forged in grief and fury. His voice was low, but every word carried the weight of an oath. I'm gonna train, Goku said, fists clenched so tight his knuckles whitened. Harder than I ever have. Harder than anyone ever has. I'm gonna get so strong that no one I care about dies ever again. Clark studied him. This wasn't the reckless, battle-hungry Goku he knew, the one who fought for the thrill of it. This was something deeper, something almost desperate. Goku, Clark stated, but his brother cut him off. I failed, Clark. The words were like gravel in his throat. I had Slade defeated inside that underground lab, and I walked away thinking the fight was over, and Terra paid for it. I let my guard down, and now she's gone. He looked down at his hands, as if they had betrayed him. I won't let that happen again. Not to anyone. Superman saw it then, the same resolve that had driven him to master his own powers, to push himself beyond his old limits. But when Clark's discipline was tempered by hope, Goku's was edged with something darker, the fear of loss, which was different than his lighthearted love for self-improvement that he usually had. Training won't bring her back, Clark said softly. I know, Goku admitted, but next time, actually, there won't be a next time, because I'll be ready for anything. Clark hesitated, then nodded. If this was how his brother needed to grieve, he wouldn't stop him. But he'd make damn sure he didn't lose himself in the process. The tension between Goku and Superman slowly eased as they sat on the porch of the Kent farm, the night air carrying the scent of freshly cut grass. Goku leaned back against the wooden railing with his arms crossed, while Clark rested on the steps, his cape draped over his shoulders. You remember when we were kids? Goku said, a small smirk tugging at his lips. And you tried to teach me how to read, but I kept getting distracted by the cows. Clark chuckled, shaking his head. Yeah, you kept saying that the cows looked like they wanted to fight. Ma nearly had a heart attack when she saw you trying to wrestle one. Goku laughed, the sound rough but genuine. Hey, that heifer had a mean right hoof. Clark grinned, but before he could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, and his eyes widened. Oh, no. Goku raised an eyebrow. What? I completely forgot. I was supposed to have dinner with Lois tonight, he groaned, rubbing his temples. She wanted to interview Superman, and I promised to show up as Clark to discuss a time Superman would be available. Goku blinked. Wait, so you're telling me you're double booking yourself? Clark sighed, something like that. He hesitated, then tapped the screen to call her back. After a few rings, Lois's voice came through, sharp but amused. Kent, you're late. Lois, I'm sorry, Clark said, shouting shooting Goku an unexasperated look as his brother muffled a laugh. Something came up, but I can still make it. And would it be okay if I brought a +1? There was a pause. You're bringing someone to an interview discussion? Not just anyone, Clark said, glancing at Goku. Me and this guy go way back. Another beat of silence, then Lois' tone shifted, intrigued. All right, Smallville. Clark hung up and Goku grinned. I guess I'm going out tonight. Lois Lane tapped her foot impatiently outside La Ciel, Metropolis's most exclusive restaurant. Arms crossed as she checked her watch for the third time. Typical Clark, she thought. Though she couldn't suppress a smirk. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to text him, she spotted him hurrying down the sidewalk with his suit wrinkled, tie slightly askew, and that infuriatingly charming, apologetic smile on his face. And then there was Goku? Lois blinked. The younger man trailing behind Clark was dressed in what could only be described as martial arts attire. Bright orange pants, a fitted blue undershirt, and those wristbands that looked like they'd seen too many battles. His boots were scuffed, and his spiky hair defied gravity, as if it had a personal vendetta against any and all hats. Clark, Lois said flatly, you cannot be serious. Clark rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, Lois, this is Goku. Goku grinned, completely oblivious to the dress code violation. Hey, Lois, good to see you again. Lois opened her mouth in slight disbelief, but before she could speak, the restaurant's owner, with a stern-faced man in a tailored suit, stepped outside with his eyes narrowing as he looked at Goku's attire, and then recognition spread across his face. You, the owner said, pointing at Goku. Goku blinked. Me? You stopped those armed men from robbing us a few months ago, the owner exclaimed, suddenly beaming. He clasped Goku's hand. Monsieur, you are always welcome here, suit or no suit. Lois's jaw dropped at that. Clark coughed into his fist, hiding a smile. Shall we? As they were led to their table, Lois shot Clark a look. Are you kidding me, Smallville? Goku, meanwhile, was already eyeing the menu, asking, hey, do they have steak? The two settled into their plush booth at La Ciel, the soft glow of candlelight flickering across the table. Lois leaned forward, swirling her wine glass with a smirk. All right, Smallville, spill. How do you two know each other? Clark opened his mouth, already crafting a careful half-truth. Childhood friends, maybe, or distant cousins, but before he could speak, Goku grinned and blurted out, oh, we're brothers. Lois' glass froze halfway to her lips. Excuse me? Clark groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. So much for subtlety. Goku, oblivious to the tension, kept going. Well, adopted brothers. Ma and Pa Kent took me in after they had Clark. I was in this weird spaceship thing, looking similar to humans, actually. He took a massive bite of bread, chewing thoughtfully. Except I had a tail. Lois' sharp eyes darted between them. A tail? Clark sighed. Goku. But Goku was already rolling out his tail and flexing the appendage. Clark rubbed his temples. This is not how I planned this conversation. Lois set her glass down with a clink, her reporter instincts kicking in. Hold on. You're telling me Clark has a superpowered brother that crash landed on the Earth and no one knows about this? Lois's eyes narrowed as she leaned forward, her gaze flickering between Clark and Goku. The pieces were clicking together in her razor-sharp mind. Clark's uncanny access to Superman, his convenient disappearances during crises, and now this mysterious superhuman brother? Now it all makes sense, she said slowly, tapping her fingers against the table. Clark, you've been holding out on me. No wonder you can get Superman interviews at the drop of a hat. Your brother's friends with him. Clark froze mid-sip of water, his throat tightening. For a heart-stopping second, he thought she had figured it out, that she was about to expose him right there in the middle of La Ciel. But then her words registered and he nearly choked in relief. Yeah, he stammered, forcing a laugh as he adjusted his glasses. Goku and Superman go way back. Smallville stuff, you know how it is. Goku, blissfully unaware of the near disaster, nodded enthusiastically. Oh, yeah, Superman's the best. He's one of the only people I know that are still stronger than me. Lois smirked, leaning back. Swell, Smallville. You could have just told me instead of making me chase leads like I was some rookie. Clark exhaled, his shoulders relaxing. Sorry, Lois. Professional secrecy and all that. She rolled her eyes but let it slide. For now. Meanwhile, Clark made a mental note to have a long talk with Goku about oversharing information. Goku opened his mouth, ready to correct Lois. Actually, Clark is when Superman's elbow jabbed into his ribs with surprising force. Goku coughed, shooting his brother a sideways glance. Clark's eyes flickered toward him, a silent plea buried beneath his usual mid-mannered expression. For a split second, Goku hesitated. He wasn't great at lying, but he was good at reading people, especially family and friends. And right now, Clark was practically screaming, "Don't blow my cover." So without saying a word, Goku grinned, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, Superman and I go way back. Trained together a few times, actually. He's crazy strong. He leaned in conspiratorially. Between you and me, I think he lets me win sometimes. Lois raised an eyebrow, but her smirk returned. So that's why you're always dodging my questions about your sources, Smallville. You've got a superhero brother on speed dial. Clark chuckled nervously, adjusting his glasses. Guilty as charged. Goku, now fully committed to the act, nodded along. Oh, yeah, totally. Clark's like Superman's favorite reporter. Gets all the scoops. He shoveled another bite of steak into his mouth, muffling his next words. Plus, he's way more nicer than some journalists. Lois kicked him under the table, but she was laughing. Watch it, monkey boy. Clark exhaled, relieved. Crisis averted, for now. But as he caught Goku's mischievous grin, he knew he'd owe him for this. Probably in training sessions. Lots of them. And Goku, he was just happy he was eating. As the trio stepped out of La Ciel into the crisp metropolis night, Lois turned to Goku with a smirk. So, monkey boy, how about that interview? Right here, right now. Goku blinked. Huh? Me? He scratched his head. I don't know. I'm not really the interview type. Lois crossed her arms. Oh, come on. You're telling me the guy who fought alongside Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Teen Titans doesn't have a story worth telling? Goku hesitated, glancing at Clark, who gave a small shrug, basically telling him that it was his call. Then he remembered something. Wait, you helped Diana get clothes that one time, didn't you? Lois raised an eyebrow. Yeah, when you brought her to me for clothing advice for an interview? What about it? Goku grinned. Well, I owe you one then. She told me you were the one who picked out her first professional outfit. She was really happy about it. He rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, I didn't get why clothes were such a big deal, but she said you made her feel like you're the reason she got the museum job. So that's pretty cool. Lois' expression softened slightly. She told you that, huh? Goku nodded. Yeah. So I guess if you help my friend, I can help you with this interview thing, he shrugged. Just don't expect me to sound all fancy like Clark. Lois smirked, pulling out her phone to record. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. Clark sighed, but he was smiling. At least this time, he thought, Goku's honesty might actually work in his favor. Lois pressed record on her phone and clipped a small microphone to Goku's shirt. Her reporter instinct sharpening, the city lights of Metropolis flickered around them as she launched into her first question. So, Goku, how does it feel being a hero? Goku blinked, scratching his head. I don't really think of myself as one, honestly. Lois raised an eyebrow. You've saved lives, fought alongside the Justice League, led the Teen Titans, and you don't consider yourself a hero? Goku shrugged. Nah, I'm just a guy with powers who helps when he sees people in trouble. Ma and Pa Kent raised me that way. If you can do something, you should, he glanced at Clark, who was watching with quiet amusement. My brother is into that whole save the world thing. I just kind of punch problems until they go away. Lois smirked. Modest, aren't we? She shifted gears. Speaking of an upbringing, you mentioned the Kents raised you. What was that like? Goku's expression softened as he remembered. Best thing that ever happened to me. I was wild when I got here. Like really wild, they say. But Ma and Pa, they never gave up on me. They taught me how to control my strength, how to be part of a family. He chuckled. Well, mostly. I still broke a lot of stuff. Lois grinned. And now, you're out there fighting demons and monsters. So, who inspires you? Goku didn't hesitate. He side-eyed Clark with a mischievous glint in his eye. Superman, of course. Clark nearly choked on his own spit. Goku's grin widened. I mean, come on. Guy's the whole package. Strong, humble, never gives up. Plus, he's got that whole hope thing down pat. He nudged Clark with his elbow. Right, Smallville? He said, copying Lois's nickname for Clark. Clark adjusted his glasses, fighting a blush. He's definitely aspirational. Lois looked between them, suspicion flickering, but Goku's earnestness disarmed her. Well, she said, shutting off the recording, Metropolis is going to eat this up. The night air was cool against Goku's skin as he hovered beside Superman, the city lights of Metropolis stretching beneath them like a sea of stars. For the first time, the weight of his chest felt a little tighter after the events with Slade and Terra. Thanks for dragging me out tonight, Goku said, glancing at his brother. I think I needed that. Superman's grip on his shoulder tightened slightly, a silent reassurance. You've been carrying too much alone as of late, he said, his voice steady but warm. And you don't have to. Goku exhaled, watching his breath mist in the high altitude. I know, it's just hard. Every time I slow down, I see it. Terra, Slade, all of it. He flexed his fingers as if testing his own strength. Training helps. Fighting helps. But tonight, he smirked. Lois is intense, but in a fun way. Superman chuckled. That's one way to put it. His expression softened. You handled yourself well, and for what it's worth, I think she liked you. Goku grinned. Even when I almost blew your secret 5 times? Especially then, Superman deadpanned, though his eyes were fond. They lapsed into comfortable silence, the hum of the city distant below. After a moment, Superman spoke again, quieter this time. You're not alone in this, Goku. Whatever comes next, we can face it together. That's what family does. Goku didn't answer right away, but when he finally nodded, there was resolve in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Not just a hunger to grow stronger, but the certainty that he didn't have to do it by himself. Superman didn't need to hear those words, though, because he already knew. Superman then watched as Goku streaked across the night sky, his silhouette shrinking against the backdrop of Metropolis' glittering skyline. The wind carried the faintest echo of his brother's laughter, carefree, unburdened, just for a moment, before he vanished into the horizon. Clark smiled to himself, the corner of his eyes crinkling with quiet pride. The thought settled in his chest like a promise. Goku had always been resilient, bouncing back from setbacks with that stubborn, infectious optimism. But tonight, Clark had seen something deeper, not just the fighter, but the man that was beneath, grappling with loss and purpose, and yet there he was, still standing and still moving forward. For all his impulsiveness, Goku had a way of finding his light, even in the darkest days. Clark turned toward the distant glow of the daily planet, his cape fluttering behind him, the city hum below, alive with its endless rhythms of hope and struggle. And somewhere out there, his brother was doing the same, learning, growing, fighting to be better than he was yesterday. And when the time came, they'd face whatever obstacle that lay ahead, side by side. But until then, Clark took off into the night, the stars blurring past. Goku would be just fine. Poison Ivy's fingers curled around the pulsating bulbous seeds, their alien texture throbbing against her palm like a second heartbeat. The dim green glow of the Cyberman pods cast eerie shadows across her sharp features as she stepped out of the abandoned space station, her heels clicking against the rusted metal walkway. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of the derelict structure, but she barely noticed. Her mind was already racing with possibilities. Alien flora, she mused, her voice a velvet purr laced with dark amusement. Not of this world, yet so full of potential. She lifted one of the seeds to the moonlight, examining its grotesque veined surface. The report she'd stolen from LexCorp's black site had been vague, something about a bioengineered plant warriors from another planet, discarded after failed experimentation. But when Luther saw failure, Ivy saw opportunity. Earth's plants are beautiful and obedient, but limited in ability, she whispered, trailing a vine from her wrist along the pod's surface. It twitched in response as if recognizing her touch. But you're something hungrier. A slow, wicked smile spread across her lips. Let's see what happens when I give you a little push. And with a flick of her wrist, she buried the first seed in the soil of a nearby dying grove. The ground trembled faintly as tendrils of emerald energy snaked from her fingertips, merging with the alien biology. The soil bubbled. A spike shoot erupted, unfurling into a grotesque, grinning Cyberman sapling, its beady eyes locking onto her with feral devotion. Ivy threw her head back and laughed. Oh, yes. This changes everything. So, yeah, man, I hope you guys liked it. So, I'm bringing in the Cyberman for the next episode, along with, Queen Poison Ivy. So, be sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that. Till next time, peace. Yeah, back with another one. Goku and DC, Season 3, Episode 2. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to let y'all in the comment section go to the thumbnails that didn't make the cut and see which one y'all like most. All right, I got 3 for you right here. All right, so this is thumbnail number 1, thumbnail number 2, and thumbnail number 3. Let me know in the comment section which one y'all like more, 1, 2, or 3. But anyway, Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 2, When Poison and Acid Mix. So let's get to it. The night sky stretched endlessly above Metropolis, its glittering city lights fading into the distance as Goku soared through the clouds. His mind was heavy with guilt, Terra's death, and even Slade's final moments, the way the Titans had looked at him when he walked away. He clenched his fist, the wind whipping against his face. I need to get stronger, he muttered to himself. Strong enough so no one else gets hurt because of me and my failures. His destination, the League of Assassins. If there was one place where he could push himself beyond its limits, it was there. Raja al Ghul's training had shaped him before, and now, with no distractions, he could focus solely on his personal growth. But just as he veered towards the mountainside, a sharp beat broke his concentration. Goku frowned, slow in midair as he pulled out his communicator. The screen flashed with an incoming call. One who he hadn't expected. Lex Luthor. Goku hesitated. The last time he'd seen Lex, the man had tried to recruit him for some shady anti-superhuman team. Then he tried to kill his brother with a kryptonite suit. And after everything that had happened with the Justice League, trusting Lex felt too risky. Why is he calling me now? The communicator buzzed insistently. Lex's smooth voice crackled through. Goku, I know we've had our differences, but there's a situation. One that requires your unique abilities. Goku's grip tightened. A trap. Lex wasn't exactly known for playing fair with people. But then again, if people were in danger, Lex continued with his tone urgent. I wouldn't reach out unless it was critical. Meet me at LexCorp Tower. Alone. The line went dead. Goku hovered. Torn. Helping Lex felt wrong, but ignoring a potential crisis felt worse. With a sharp exhale, he changed course, rocketing toward the heart of Metropolis. If this was a trick, he thought, with his eyes narrowing, Lex would regret it for sure. The Batwing cut through the night sky, its engines humming as Gotham's jagged skyline loomed ahead. Inside, Batman's fingers danced across the controls, his expression unreadable behind the cowl. Cyborg sat beside him, arms crossed, still simmering from the Justice League's earlier confrontation about Goku. Still think you did the right thing, sending Robin to spy on him, Cyborg muttered, his voice laden with disapproval. Batman didn't even flinch at the words. Goku executed a man in an act of revenge, and that was after Robin had admitted to him privately that he had been spying on him. So yeah, I think it was worth it. Before Cyborg could retort, the Batwing's alert system blared. A priority distress signal from Gotham's east side. Batman's eyes flicked to the screen. Science Division 13, unauthorized breach, classified bioweapon storage. The security feed flashed, revealing a familiar figure, Poison Ivy. her red hair cascading over her shoulders as she strode through the shattered remains of a reinforced vault. Cyborg leaned forward. Ivy? What's she after in a place like that? Batman's jaw tightened. Division 13 houses LexCorp's confiscated alien specimens. If she's here, it's not for plants. It's not for earthly plants. He rerouted the Batwing's trajectory. We're making a detour. Cyborg arched a brow. I thought you were in a hurry to analyze Slade's fight data. Lex's experiments in the wrong hands are a bigger problem, Batman growled. The Batwing descended towards the lab's rooftop, where tendrils of ivy were already shaking through the vents. Stay sharp. Ivy's not after something specific. Or Ivy's here after something specific, and most likely dangerous. Cyborg powered up his arm cannon. Well, I guess we'll find out the hard way then. The hatch hitched open, and the two heroes dropped into the darkness that was below. Goku landed on the balcony of LexCorp Tower with a quiet thud, his boots barely making a sound against the polished marble. The glass door slid open, automatically revealing the sleek, modern interior of Lex's office. The billionaire stood near his desk with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out the cityscape as if he had been expecting Goku's arrival at that exact moment. Lex turned, his lips curling into a practiced smile. Goku, it's been too long. Goku didn't return the pleasantries. His arm remained crossed, his expression unreadable but tense. Cut the act, Lex. Why'd you call me here? Lex smile didn't even waver, but his eyes did sharpen. Straight to the point. Always admired that about you. He motioned to the holographic screen that flickered to life beside him, displaying security footage of a dimly lit laboratory. One of my abandoned research facilities in Gotham was broken into last night. The intruder was Poison Ivy. Goku's brow furrowed. Poison Ivy? He'd heard about her. And what'd she want with your old lab? Lex tapped the command into the console, and the footage zoomed in on Ivy standing before a reinforced vault, her vines prying it open with eerie precision. That facility was used to store confiscated alien specimens, remnants of past encounters with extraterrestrial threats. Most of it was harmless, but there was one particular item that was quite volatile. Goku's eyes narrowed. What kind of item? Lex's expression darkened. A seed, not of this world. Recovered from the wreckage of an unidentified vessel some years ago. And Ivy took it? Lex nodded grimly. She did. And given her abilities to manipulate plant life, there's no telling what she plans to do with it. If she activates that seed, it could spawn something far worse than any of your usual cretins. Or any of her usual creations. Goku clenched his fist. You expect me to believe you're just now worried about this? After all the shady stuff you've pulled in the past. Lex sighed, feigning regret. I'll admit, my past actions haven't always been noble. But this isn't about me. If that seed germinates, innocent people will surely die, and you're the only one strong enough to stop it before it's too late. Or at least the only one that I trust to give the information to. Goku studied Lex's face, searching for deception. The man was a master manipulator, but the urgency that was in his voice felt quite genuine. If there was even a chance Ivy was about to unleash something dangerous, he couldn't ignore it. Fine, Goku said at last. Where is she? Lex's smile returned, and he was satisfied. I'll transmit the last known coordinates to your communicator. But before you go, let me inform you of the specimen's known abilities according to my crew of scientists. Lex steepled his fingers, his expression grave. The seed Ivy stole isn't just some alien plant. It's the embryo of a bioengineered weapon. My deep space research team discovered these organisms a year ago on a derelict vessel drifting near the outer rim of our solar system. They called them the Cybermen. Goku frowned. Cybermen? Lex nodded, pulling up a holographic file. A grotesque, green-skinned humanoid plant creature materialized, bulbous head, white-clawed hands, and glowing red eyes. They're synthetic life forms, designed for one purpose. Destruction, it seems. Individually, they possess strength comparable to a metahuman, capable of tearing through steel like paper. Their claws, mouth, and head can secrete corrosive acid that can melt through nearly any material. And if cornered, the hologram shifted, showing a Cyberman engulfed in a violent explosion, leveling the entire facility. Goku's eyes widened. They blow themselves up? Precisely, Lex said grimly. A single Cyberman self-detonation can knock down a skyscraper if in the right spot. Now imagine an army of them, obedient to a single will. Goku's fist clenched, and Ivy can control plants. Lex's lips thinned. Worse, she doesn't just control them. She communionizes with them. Her powers could override any fail-safes, turning these creatures into loyal soldiers of death. My scientists abandoned the project because the Cybermen were too volatile, too unpredictable. They resisted programming, but Ivy, she wouldn't need to program them. She just whispered to them, and they would be her loyal servants. Goku's stomach twisted. If Ivy unleashed these things on a city, Lex leaned in. You see the problem. If even one seed germinates, she could birth a force that makes Slade's machinations look like child's play. Goku's jaw set. Where is she? Lex tapped a button and coordinates flashed on Goku's communicator. Gotham Botanical Gardens. But hurry. Once those seeds take root, there's no undoing it. But there is a weakness to this organism. They are susceptible to salt water. Without another word, Goku shot through the window, wanting to tell the other League members to alert them. Lex watched him go, and then he smirked. Good luck, my old friend. Batman and Cyborg descended into the building through a shattered skylight, their boots landing lightly on the cracked tile floor. The lab was eerily quiet. The only sounds, the distant drip of water and the faint rustle of creeping vines snaking through the vents. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl as he scanned the room. Stay sharp, he murmured. Ivy was here, but I think she's gone. And whatever she took, she left in a hurry. Cyborg activated his scanner, his mechanical eye whirring as it swept the area. There's residual heat signatures, recent activity, and some kind of organic residue near the vault. He stepped forward, his arm cannon primed. But as he approached the center of the room, something moved in the shadows. A low guttural hiss echoed through the darkness. Batman's hands instinctively went to his belt, but before he could react, a small hunched figure lunged from the shadows. A grotesque, green-skinned creature with a bulbous head and glowing red eyes, with clawed hands, moved unnaturally fast, its limbs twitching like a marionette on strings. Cyborg barely had time to raise his arm before the creature spat a thick yellowish liquid directly at his chest. The acid struck his metallic plating with a sizzling hiss, eating through the reinforced alloy like it was paper. Sparks erupted as circuits fried, and Cyborg staggered back with a grunt of pain. Cyborg! Batman barked, throwing a battering at the creature's head. The projectile struck true, but the Cyberman barely flinched. Instead, it turned its glowing eyes towards Batman and let out a shrill, clicking noise. Cyborg gritted his teeth as his systems flickered. That thing's acid. It's melting my wiring. I can't... His voice cut off as his left arm went limp. The servos failing. The Cyberman lunged again, claws extended, and Batman barely dodged, rolling to the side as the creature's talons gouged deep furrows into the concrete where he'd stood. He needed a new strategy. This thing was fast, resistant to conventional attacks, and its acid could disable even Cyborg's reinforced body. As the Cyberman coiled for another strike, Batman's mind raced, but then the creature stopped. The creature stopped its aggression for some reason. Batman turned his case swirling as he moved to assess Cyborg's conditions. The half machine hero was on one knee, his damaged systems flickering. The acid still eating away at his armor plating. Before Batman could finish administering his emergency counter agent from his belt, a rustling of vines drew his attention. Poison Ivy stepped from the shadows, her emerald eyes gleaming with a predatory amusement. Oh, Batman, she purred, her voice dripping with honeyed venom. Always rushing in where you don't belong. Batman's hand shot up to his belt, but Ivy was faster. A whip of thorn vines lashed out, snaring his wrists and yanking him forward. He barely had time to react before she closed the distance, her lips pressing against his in a forced kiss. His body stiffened, her pheromones flooded his systems, a dizzying wave of chemical submission crashing over his willpower. His pupils became dilated, his resistance crumbling under her hypnotic control. Ivy pulled back, smirking as Batman stood motionless, his expression slack. That's better, she murmured, stroking his cheek. Now, my Dark Knight, you're going to help me welcome the rest of your little Justice League. Behind her, the Cyberman hissed in agreement, his claws twitching eagerly. Ivy gestured, and more of the creatures emerged from the lab's wreckage, some fully grown, others still sprouting, from the pulsating seed pods that she had laid behind. She turned to her Cyberman. Prepare the nest that is within the city. The creatures scuffled into the night, their mission clear: ambush, overwhelm, and detonate. Ivy's finger trailed down Batman's chest. And you, my pet, you'll make sure they never see it coming. Cyborg was still struggling against his system's failures. He watched in horror as Ivy led Batman away as a puppet in her deadly game. Goku blasted through the night sky in a streak of white energy. His senses stretched to their limits as he searched for the closest energy signature. His mind raced. Lex's warning about the Cyberman, Ivy's theft, and the potential catastrophe if those seeds sprouted. He couldn't afford to waste even a second. Then he felt it, a familiar, powerful aura, strong, steady, and unmistakable. It was Wonder Woman. She stood atop a Gotham rooftop with her lasso coiled at her hip, scanning the streets below as if expecting trouble. Goku descended in a flash, landing hard enough to crack the concrete that was beneath him. Diana turned, her expression shifting from focus to surprise, and then to concern. "Goku," she said, stepping forward, "what are you doing here?" "I heard what happened with Slade. I wanted to reach out sooner, but..." Goku held up a hand, cutting her off. His usual easygoing demeanor was gone, replaced by a sharp urgency. "Diana, we don't have time. Poison Ivy's making a move. She stole something dangerous, really dangerous. I need to warn the League before it's too late." Wonder Woman's brow furrowed. "What did she take?" "Some kind of alien weapon, a living one." Goku's fist clenched. "Lex called them Cybermen. They're strong. They spit acid, and they explode when they're cornered. If Ivy gets them under her control..." Diana's eyes widened in realization. "That's why Batman called me here." Goku froze. "Batman? What do you mean?" "He contacted me an hour ago," she explained. "Said he had intel on a potential metahuman threat in Gotham. He wanted me to meet him at these coordinates alone." Goku's stomach dropped. Something wasn't right. Batman wouldn't just call Diana without alerting the rest of the League. Not unless... His senses flared. A flicker of unnatural energy nearby. Tiny, skittering wrong. His head snapped toward the shadows. "Diana, this is a trap." Before she could respond, a guttural hiss echoed from the darkness. And then the Cyberman attacked. Superman touched down in the abandoned Gotham warehouse district, his cape fluttering behind him as he scanned the area. Batman's message had been urgent. "Meet me at these coordinates. No comms, League security compromised." It was unusual, but if Bruce suspected a breach, he wouldn't take chances. The streets were eerily silent. No birds, no distant sirens, just the hum of flickering streetlights. Clark frowned. Something was off. Then he had heard it, a skittering noise, like claws scratching concrete. His super hearing zeroed in on the sound, and his eyes narrowed as he turned toward shadows. A pair of glowing red eyes blinked at him from the darkness, then another and another. Within seconds, the alleyways moved, dozens of hunched green-skinned creatures creeping forward, like their bulbous heads twitching, saliva dripping with jagged teeth. Superman's fist clenched. Batman hadn't sent that message. This was a trap. The first Cyberman lunged, claws slashing. Superman dodged, his fist connecting with his skull, only for the creature to explode on impact, the blast sending him skidding backward. More swarmed in, hissing, spitting acid. He took to the air, but they leaped after him, unnaturally fast. One lashed onto his legs, its corrosive saliva trying to eat into his boot. He ripped it off and hurled it into the distance just before it detonated midair. Cyborg groaned as his systems flickered. The Cyberman's acid still corroding his circuitry. His vision blurred, but he forced himself to stay conscious. Batman was compromised, and the League was walking into a trap. With a strange grunt, he activated his failing comm unit, his voice crackling through the Justice League's encrypted channel. "All Leaguers, emergency alert." His voice was ragged but urgent. "Batman's been compromised. Poison Ivy's pheromones. She's using them to lure you into ambushes. The creatures have acid spit and are relatively fast. Do not engage alone. The coordinates are..." A burst of static cut him off as the systems destabilized further. Cyborg's human side fought against the encroaching darkness, his fingers twitching as he rerouted the power to his vocal modulator. Gotham Botanical Gardens is Ivy's main base. She's breeding them throughout the city, though. His body convulsed as the acid reached a critical junction in his neural interface. With one final surge of effort, he broadcasted the last of his data security footage of Ivy's kiss, the Cyberman's hatching, and Batman's hollow-eyed compliance. Then with a spark In a hiss, his system shut down entirely, plunging him into unconsciousness. With a message had been sent. Across the city, League members' communicators blared with Cyborg's warning. Aquaman stood amidst the wreckage of Gotham's docks, his trident dripping with thick greenish fluid as the last of the Cybermen collapsed at his feet. The creature let out a gurgling hiss before its bulbous head lolled to the side, completely lifeless. Arthur wiped the back of his hand across his cheek, his fingers coming away smeared with blood. His own. The damn thing had gotten a lucky swipe in before he'd impaled it. He exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around the trident shaft. These things were faster than they looked, and their claws were sharper than they had any right to be. Worse, they fought with the mindless ferocity, like rabid animals with no sense of self-preservation. He'd seen one rip its own arm off when it was pinned down by his trident, just to lunge at him again for some type of self-detonation. Then his communicator cracked to life, Cyborg's strained voice cutting through the static. All Leaguers, emergency alert, Batman's been compromised. The whole spiel spoke. Arthur let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head as the transmission dissolved into static. A little late for that, Victor, he muttered, nudging the dead Cyberman with his boot. He'd already taken down 6 of them on his own. Still, the warning confirmed his suspicions. This wasn't just an isolated attack. It was definitely coordinated. Ivy had turned Batman into some type of puppet, and if she was using him to bait the League, then the others were walking into a slaughterhouse blind. He tapped his earpiece, his voice a low growl. "This is Aquaman," Cyborg's message checked out. "These things are nasty, and they're everywhere. If Ivy's got Batman under her thumb, we need to regroup somewhere now." No response, just dead air. Arthur's jaw clenched. Either comms were being jammed or the others were already in too deep to answer. Either way, he wasn't waiting around. With a flick of his trident, he turned toward the city's heart. He wanted to know how to put an end to this green nightmare. The rooftop trembled as the first Cyberman lunged from the shadows, his claw glinting under the moonlight. Goku's instincts flared. Lex's warning about their acid spit was fresh within his mind. "Diana, shield up now," he barked, diving to the side. Wonder Woman reacted instantly, raising her shield. A golden barrier erupted just as the creature spewed a steam of corrosive yellow liquid. The acid splashed against her magical defense, sizzling violently, but failing to penetrate it. "Their spit melts through metal," Goku warned, rolling at his feet. Lex said even Cyborg's armor couldn't take it. Diana's eyes hardened. "Then we don't let them hit us directly." Another Cyberman scuttled along the rooftop's edge, his bulbous head twitching, and then it leaped in the air while Goku's fist poured punching, clean through his chest before it could react. The creature shrieked, then detonated in a burst of greenish fire. The shockwave sent Goku skidding back to the ground, his gi singed. "Oh, right," he muttered, shaking off the pain. "They also can explode." One woman deflected another acid spray, then spun her lasso, whipping out to ensnare 2 Cybermen mid-leap. She yanked them into each other, just as Goku unleashed a thin, focused keyblade, slicing both in half before they could self-destruct. "They're fast, but they're pretty predictable," Diana noted, kicking a third into a wall. "Yeah, but there's a lot of them," Goku said, sensing more closing in. The skittering of claws echoed from every direction. Dozens of red eyes blinked into life within the darkness. Diana tightened her grip on the lasso. "Then we just don't hold anything back," Goku grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Finally, somebody gets it." Golden light flared as Diana summoned her godly armor's magical aura. Goku's aura ignited, blue energy swirling around him. The Cyberman hissed at them in unison. The rooftop trembled under the weight of the encroaching Cyberman. Cyberman. Their guttural hisses filling the air as they closed in from all sides. Goku and Wonder Woman stood back, their auras flaring. One a brilliant gold, the other a crackling blue, casting long shadows over the battlefield. Diana's lasso snapped out like a whip, ensnaring 3 Cybermen at once with a powerful yank. She sent them crashing into a fourth, just as Goku unleashed a rapid volley of ki blasts. Each shot precise enough to pierce the creature's skulls before they could detonate. The explosions rocked the rooftop, sending debris flying, but the 2 warriors moved in perfect sync, shielding each other from the fallout. One Cyberman lunged at Diana from her blind spot, claws dripping with acid. Goku sensed it before she did, his reflexes honed from years of combat. So he pivoted mid-strike, intercepted the creature with a spinning kick that sent it carrying into a water tower. The tower crumpled under the impact, dousing a group of Cybermen in water, and Diana didn't hesitate, the opportunity hurling her shield like a discus, decapitating two before they could recover. But more kept coming. Too many. We can't keep this up forever, Goku said with gritted teeth as the creatures scrambled on both sides. He called over the chaos. If these things are all over the city, then the League needs to know. Diana nodded, deflected an acid spray with her bracers. Cyborg's warning mentioned Ivy's base at the Botanical Gardens. If we rally the others, we can cut this off at the source. Goku blasted a path through the swarm with a wide energy wave, clearing an opening. Then let's move. In unison, they shot into the sky, Diana's tiara gleaming under the moonlight, Goku's energy trailing behind him like a comet. Below, the Cyberman screeched in frustration. Some tried to leap after them, only to fall short and explode mid-air, shaking the buildings below. As they soared over Gotham's skyline, Goku reached for his communicator, only to find it fried from the earlier acid splashes. Diana's fared no better. We'll have to find them the old-fashioned way, she said, scanning the streets to signs of battle. Goku clenched his fist. Then we split up. You find Flash and Aquaman. I'll track down Robin and Raven. I'm sure my brother can handle himself for what I'm sensing. We meet at the gardens with whoever's left standing. Diana hesitated for only a second. Splitting up was risky, but time wasn't exactly on their side. Stay alive, Goku. He flashed her a determined grin. Yeah, you too. With that, they streaked off in opposite directions, the fate of the League and the city hanging in the balance. Superman soared above the ruined warehouse district, his cape tattered from relentless Cyberman assault. Below him, the creatures swarmed like locusts, their hisses and screeches filling the air as they leaped from crumbling buildings, claws slashing at the air in a frenzy to reach him. He'd already destroyed dozens, but for everyone he vaporized with his heat vision or crushed with his fists, two more seemed to take their place. Enough! He needed to end this fast. Dodging another lunge, Superman inhaled deeply, his chest expanding as he tapped into the frigid depths of his Kryptonian biology. The Cyberman lunged, their bulbous eyes glowing with mindless aggression just as he exhaled. A torrent of super-coated air erupted from his lips. A blizzard in concentrated form. The temperature plummeted instantly. The Cybermen's twitching limbs locked mid-leap, their green flesh crystallizing into jagged ice. The wave of frost expanded outward, freezing the creatures solid where they stood, their hisses cut short as their bodies turned to statues. Icicles formed on their claws. Superman's frost breath had brought him a moment of respite. Or so he thought. The Cybermen stood frozen in grotesque poses, their twisted limbs locked in ice, their bulbous heads encased in frost. But as he hovered above them, catching his breath, a sickening crap echoed through the ruins. One by one, the creatures began to twitch, their acidic saliva still bubbling from their frozen jaws, starting to eat through the ice from the inside. Tiny fissures spiderwebbed across their frozen bodies as the Cybermen forced their claws free, their red eyes glowing with renewed malice. Superman's eyes widened. Damn, they adapted. Before he could react, the first Cyberman shattered its icy prison entirely, screeching as it launched itself at him. Then another, and another. He dodged the first few, his fists lashing out to pulverize their skulls midair. But for everyone he destroyed, two more took its place. They swarmed him like wasps, their claws raking at his skin, their acid spittle sizzling against his cape. He spun, heat vision searing through a cluster of them, but their numbers were overwhelming. Then came the worst. The Cyberman began to cling to him. Dozens of them lashed onto his arms, his legs, his back, their claws digging in like hooks. He roared, trying to shake them off, but their grip was unnatural, their bodies writhing with single-minded purpose. And then they all began to glow at the same time. A sickly green light pulsed beneath their skin as their bodies swelled, their self-destruct mechanisms activating all at once. Superman had just enough time to brace himself before the world erupted in fire. The explosion was cataclysmic, a chain reaction of detonations that turned the air into a blistering shockwave. The warehouse district vanished in a hellish inferno, the ground upheaving as buildings crumbled like sandcastles, Chunks of concrete and steel rained down as the entire block collapsed inward, burying the man of steel under tons of rubble. Smoke billowed into the night sky. Silence, and then a faint, labored groan from beneath the wreckage. Goku touched down in the ruined park, his boots crunching against shattered pavement as Wonder Woman landed on the other side of him. The air was thick with tension. Raven, Aquaman, the Flash, and Robin stood amidst the wreckage. Their expressions were grim. The distant screeches of Cybermen echoed through Gotham streets, a constant reminder that time was of the essence. Robin was the first to speak, his voice tight with urgency. Cyborg's down. Batman's compromised and Superman's MIA. We need to make moves now. Goku nodded, his mind racing. All right, here's the plan. Robin, you need to get to the Batcave and grab an antidote for Ivy's poison. Flash, you're the fastest here, so you take him. The Flash gave a quick salute. All right, I'm on it. Robin hesitated, glancing at Goku. And what about you? I'll meet you at Ivy's lair while the rest of you will go to the Cyberman hive, where I sense where Superman is located. That's where it'll be. Goku said, turning to Aquaman. Lex told me these things can't reproduce if they're exposed to salt water. Can you flood the nest? Aquaman smirked, hefting his trident. Easily. The Gotham Sea is close enough. I can call the tides in. Wonder Woman stepped forward. Then Raven and I will hold off any stragglers while Arthur purges the hive. Raven's eyes glowed faintly beneath her hood. If they're plant-based, my magic might disrupt them even further. Goku clenched his fist, feeling the weight of the battle ahead. Good. I'm going to Ivy's hideout. If Batman's still under her control, we'll need a distraction while they retrieve the cure. Robin gave a sharp nod. Good call. If Ivy's using Batman as bait, she won't keep him alive once she's done with him. With that, the Flash grabbed Robin and vanished in a streak of lightning. Aquaman turned toward the harbor, raising his trident as the waters began to churn in response, and Wonder Woman and Raven began to travel to the hive's location that Goku had gave them. Goku took a deep breath, still maintaining his leadership from when he was a Titan, and then he blasted off into the sky. The fight wasn't over yet, and if Ivy thought she could have already won, she was about to learn just how wrong she really was. Goku landed in the heart of the Gotham Botanical Gardens, his boots sinking slightly into the overgrown foliage. The air was thick with scent of blooming flowers that were unnaturally sweet, almost intoxicating. Vines slithered across the ground like serpents, and the trees seemed to lean in as if they were watching him. From the shadows, a sultry verse poet purred. So the monkey has come to play in the jungle. I suppose that's his natural habitat. Poison Ivy stepped into the moonlight, her pale white skin glistening. Her crimson lips curled into a smirk, her green eyes gleamed with amusement as she studied Goku, her fingers trailing along a vine like as if it was a lover's caress. Goku scratched his head, unfazed by her taunt. Hey, do you get bad allergies or something? All this pollen would probably make anybody sneeze. Ivy blinked. A single incredulous sweat drop rolled down her temple. You... What? She hissed, her smirk faltering. I mean, it's really thick in here, Goku continued, waving a hand in front of his face, as if he was John Cena. Kinda hard to breathe. You ever think about, I don't know, opening a window? Ivy's eye began to twitch. Here she was, a goddess of the green, a feared eco-terrorist. And this buffoon was here talking about allergies. You insolent little... She snarled, raising her hands. The garden rippled in response, vines lashing out like whips. Let's see how funny you are when my children rip you apart. Goku grinned, rolling his shoulders. Finally. I was starting to think you just wanted a date or something. And I'll be honest, you seem kind of crazy. Goku smirked as Ivy's vines lashed toward him, their thorny lengths coiling around his arms and legs like living shackles. With a flex of his muscles, he snapped them apart effortlessly. The shredded greenery splattering against the ground. Come on, lady, he teased, dusting off his gi. You're going to have to do better than that. Ivy's emerald eyes narrowed. Oh, I will. She raised her hands and the air shimmered with a golden haze, thick perfumed pollen swirling around Goku. Let's see how long you last without being able to breathe. But Goku was already moving, remembering Lex's warning about her pheromones and her powers. He crossed his arms and unleashed a pulse of blue ki, forming a shimmering energy shield around himself. The pollen sizzled against it, unable to penetrate. Nice try, he said. But I fought off worse smells than your flower power perfume. Ivy's composure crackled. You, Goku charged, fist pulled back for a knockout blow until a sharp whir cut through the air. A sonic battery struck his shield, the high frequency vibrations disrupting his ki barrier because it got rid of his concentration long enough for a shadow to drop between them. It was Batman. His eyes were glazed, his movements were stiff, still under Ivy's control. He lunged at Goku, smoke pellets exploding at his feet to mask his approach. Aw, come on, Bats, Goku groaned, dodging an electrified batarang. You really gonna make me fight you and the plant lady? Ivy smirked. Oh, this is just the start. The garden itself seemed to pulse as some Cyberman emerged from the foliage, hissing in unison. Goku cracked his knuckles. Alright, guess I'm doing this the hard way. Just as Goku braced himself to take on both Poison Ivy and the mind-controlled Batman, a streak of lightning split through the air. The Flash skidded to a halt beside him, Robin right behind him, the young hero already flipping a small vial of pink-colored antidote between his fingers. Miss us? Flash quipped, grinning. Robin's sharp eyes locked onto Batman. We've got the cure. You handle Ivy. We'll deal with him. Goku smirked. About time you guys showed up. Batman lunged, his movements precise, even under Ivy's control. Robin dodged, rolling under a sweeping kick, and then he tried to trip the Dark Knight, but he already leaped and hurled a batarang at Robin's face, but the Flash got him out of harm's way with his super speed just in time. Wonder Woman, Raven, and Aquaman arrived at the edge of the Cyberman hive, a grotesque pulsating mass of vines and alien biomass that had overtaken Gotham's abandoned subway tunnels. The air reeked of rot and acidic sap, the walls slick with glowing green pods, still birthing new Cyberman. Then, with a thunderous boom, rubble exploded outward as Superman emerged from the wreckage, his suit quite torn and singed, blood tricked from his lip, his eyes burned with determination. Diana rushed forward. Superman, you're alive. Superman wiped his mouth, nodding. Yeah, but those explosions are no joke. Those things pack a punch when they go off all together like that. He glanced at the hive, his jaw tightening. We need to stop this at the source. Aquaman stepped forward, trident in hand. Goku's plan hinges on salt water. These things can't reproduce if they're drenched in it. I'll summon the tides, but it'll take time. The harbor's a half a mile out. Raven's eyes glowed beneath her hood. Then we buy you that time. She raised her hands, dark energy swirling. I'll go inside and collapse the tunnels to bottleneck them from any other exits. Wonder Woman unsheathed her sword, and I'll help you get inside. Superman cracked his knuckles. I'll clear the path to the core. Aquaman planted his trident into the ground, chanting in Atlantean. As the distant roar of the sea answered his call, the water was on its way. Superman's eyes locked onto the towering crimson Cyberman once they were in. Its muscles bulged unnaturally. Its claws were longer and sharper than the others. The creature let out a guttural roll, shaking the tunnel wall as it charged. Clark didn't hesitate. He met the beast head-on, their fists colliding with a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. The red Cyberman was strong. Stronger than the rest of his kin, for sure. Strong enough to even make Superman's arm tremble from the impact, even though, of course, he was holding back. A vicious backhand sent Superman skidding across the tunnel floor, his cape tangling around him. He barely had time to roll before the creature was on him again, claws slashing. One grazed his shoulder, even making drawing a thin line of blood. Okay, no holding back. Superman retaliated with a devastating uppercut, launching the monster into the ceiling before it could recover. He rocketed upward, driving his knee into its gut. The Cyberman gagged, acid dripping from its maw, but Superman twisted mid-air, avoiding the spray entirely. The creature recovered faster than expected, tackling him through multiple subway walls. Rubble rained down as they tumbled into the open chamber. Superman broke free with a thunderous punch, then unleashed his heat vision in a sustained beam. The Cyberman screeched as his flesh sizzled, but instead of collapsing completely, it just rolled out of the way. Superman's jaw tightened. This thing was learning. Then a distant rumble. The walls trembled as Aquaman summoned a tidal wave, and it began surging through the tunnels. The red Cyberman hissed, sensing the threat, but Superman smirked at this. Game over. He grabbed the creature and slammed it into a path of oncoming saltwater flood. The Cyberman's final scream was cut short as the ocean swallowed it whole. As Superman battled the Red Cyberman deeper in the tunnels, Wonder Woman carved a path through the remaining creatures. Her sword flashing in the dim light, Cybermen lunged at her from all sides, their claws dripping with acid. But Diana moved like a tempest, each strike precise, each moment calculated. She severed limbs, clawed torsos, and deflected their corrosive spit with her magical shield. Beside her, Raven hovered above the ground, her dark magic swirling as she erected a massive black barrier around the hive's core. The pulsating mass of veins and alien biomass thrashed against her energy, but she held firm, her eyes glowing with concentration. Go, Raven urged, her voice stained. I'll contain them by collapsing all the exits. If any escape, this city could still be in danger. Diana hesitated for only a second before nodding. Hold them here. I'll make sure Arthur isn't overwhelmed outside. With that, she turned and sprinted back through the tunnels, following the distant roar of rushing water. Aquaman stood at the entrance of the subway, his trident raised as he channeled the might of the Gotham Bay. The tide surged forward, a wall of salt water crashing through the tunnels, dissolving Cyberman pods and drowning the creatures before they could hatch. But the remaining Cybermen weren't going down without a fight. A pack of them had broken off from the main swarm, skittering toward Aquaman with their claws raised. Diana leaped into their path, shield raised. You will not touch him, she yelled as she cleaved through one of the acid spawns. Meanwhile, the battle raged atop a tower, the city lights flickering below as Goku fought against Poison Ivy and her remaining Cybermen. The rooftop was a war zone. Cracked concrete, smoldering craters, and the hissing of alien plant creatures filled the air. Ivy stood at the center of the chaos, her vines lashing out like whips, forcing Goku to dodge while Cybermen attacked from all sides. One lunged, claw slashing, and Goku barely twisted away before another spat acid at his feet, forcing him to leap back. You're outnumbered, monkey boy, Ivy taunted, smirking as the Cybermen circled him. Even you can't fight all of us at once. Goku wiped sweat from his brow, grinning despite the odds. Yeah? Watch me. He exploded into motion, his fist slamming into a Cyberman's skull before it could detonate, then pivoting to blast another with a key wave. But Ivy wasn't idle. She sent a thick vine, snaking around his ankle, yanking him off balance. A Cyberman took the opening, slashing his arm and drawing some blood. Goku gritted his teeth, channeling his energy into a shockwave that shattered the vine and sent the creatures flying back. But more kept coming. This is getting annoying, he muttered, eyeing Ivy. It's time to end this. Below the rooftop, another battle was a blur of motion. Batman, his movements sharp and mechanical under Ivy's control, lashed out with ruthless efficiency. Robin ducked under a sweeping kick, barely avoiding the electrified batarang that followed him. He's faster like this, Robin gritted, rolling to the side as Batman's gauntlets grazed his shoulder. Flash zipped in a crimson streak, feigning left before darting right. Batman's head snapped toward him, but the speedster was already gone, leaving behind a vibrating afterimage. Batman lunged, plunging a batarang into the Phantom, only for it to dissipate into a static vapor. Now! Flash shouted. Robin didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, the antidote vial glinting in his hand. Batman twisted, but Flash had already circled behind him, delivering a precise vibration to the pressure point at the base of his skull, just enough to stun him for that millisecond. Robin jammed the needle into Batman's exposed neck and depressed the plunger. Batman's eyes widened. He staggered back, clutching his throat as the pink serum fought off Ivy's toxins. His pupils dilated, the green haze fading as his snarl slackened into confusion. Robin? He rasped, voice his own again. Robin exhaled, relieved. Welcome back, Batman. As the last of the Cybermen lunged toward Aquaman, their claws dripping with corrosive acid, Wonder Woman lunged into their path, her golden shield raised high. The acid splashed against the divine metal, sizzling but failing to penetrate. Diana gritted her teeth, bracing against the impact, then retaliated with a sweeping slash of her sword, cleaving through two of the creatures in one fluid motion. Behind her, Arthur planted his trident into the cracked subway floor, his voice booming as he chanted in Atlantean. The ground trembled in response, not from the hive's pulsations, but from the distant roar of the Gotham Bay that was answering his call. The walls shuddered as the first surge of salt water exploded through the tunnels, a frothing tidal wave rushing toward them. Diana didn't let up. She spun her shield, deflecting another acid spray, then drove her blade through a Cyberman's chest before it could detonate. "Arthur, hurry," she urged, kicking another creature into the path of the oncoming flood. The water hit like a hammer. The Cybermen shrieked as the salt water drenched them, their bulbous bodies writhing as the alien plant matter dissolved on contact. The hive's core, grotesque, pulsing, massive vines and pods, convulsed as the salt water seeped into the roots. The seed sacs withered mid-birth. Aquaman stood firm, his trident glowing as he channeled the ocean's might, ensuring every tunnel was flooded. Diana shielded him until the last Cyberman collapsed into sludge, the hive's death throes echoing through the drowned ruins. Panting, she lowered her shield. "It's done." Arthur nodded grimly. "Yeah. Hopefully Goku takes out the queen of all this chaos." The rooftop trembled as the last of Ivy's Cybermen screeched in unison, their bulbous bodies swelling with sickly green light. Goku's instincts screamed, "Damn, they're gonna blow." With no time to dodge, he crossed his arms and unleashed the surge of ki, pouring massive amounts of his energy in, forming a shimmering blue energy dome around himself just as the creatures detonated. The explosion rocked the building, a chain reaction of concussive force that shattered windows blocks away. The shockwave ripped through the rooftop, sending chunks of concrete and steel flying. Goku gritted his teeth as his shield strained under the pressure, cracks spider-webbing across its surface, but it held, just barely. When the smoke cleared, Goku stood amidst the wreckage, his gi singed, his arms trembling from the effort, and he was out of breath, but he was alive. Poison Ivy, however, wasn't so lucky. The blast had hurled her off the rooftop's edge, and for a split second, time seemed to slow, as she flelled in mid-air with her emerald eyes wide with terror. There were no vines to catch her, no control, just the cold realization that she was falling, and no one was there to save her. Well, except for her opponent that was seeing everything happen. Poison Ivy screamed tore through the night as she plummeted toward the pavement, her arms flailing helplessly. The wind whipped past her face, the ground rushing up to meet her. There were no vines to catch her, no backup plan. For the first time in years, she was truly powerless. "This is it," she thought, squeezing her eyes shut. "After everything, I'm going to die like this." And then, impact. But not the bone-shattering, skull-crushing kind. Instead, strong arms wrapped around her, cradling her mid-fall, before landing with a gentle thud on the street below. Ivy's eyes flew open, and she found herself staring up at Goku's grinning face. "Whoa there, lady," he said, setting her down carefully. "You gotta be more careful. Next time, you'll be the one feeding the plants underground when they bury you." Ivy blinked, stunned. The joke barely even registered. He saved her? After everything? Around them, police sirens wailed as officers swarmed in, guns trained on her. Goku stepped back, hands raised in a mock surrender as cops rushed forward to cuff her. Ivy didn't resist. She just stared at Goku with her lips parted in disbelief. You could have let me die," she whispered. Goku shrugged, already walking away. "Nah, that's not how I was raised." And just like that, he was gone, leaving Ivy to face justice, her mind still reeling. The last thing she saw was his silhouette vanishing into the night, leaving her with a question that would haunt her long after her cell door slammed shut. But why? The building was quiet now, the chaos of battle replaced by the distant wail of sirens and the hum of emergency responders below. Batman stepped forward, his cape billowing slightly in the night wind as he regarded Goku with an unreadable expression. The young Saiyan stood with his arms crossed, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by something that was more guarded. "You saved Gotham," Batman acknowledged, his voice low and measured. "And you spared Ivy when you didn't have to. That counts for something." Goku shrugged his gaze, drifting toward the city skyline. "I didn't do it for credit. People were in trouble, and that's all that mattered." A beat of silence passed between them, heavy and with unspoken tension. Then Batman's voice hardened. but I haven't forgotten what you did to Slade. Vengeance isn't justice. Goku's jaw tightened. He turned to face Batman fully, his dark eyes unwavering. And I haven't forgotten that either. And I'm not sorry. Batman's frown deepened. That's the problem. You don't even see the line you crossed. Maybe not, Goku admitted. But that's fine with me. Because I'm done playing superhero. It was never my calling anyway. And I'll leave you with these words. You don't trust me? Fine. But remember this. I'm not your enemy. Before Batman could even respond, Goku's aura flared to life, blue energy crackling around him with one last look. He shot into the sky, leaving the Dark Knight standing alone in the shadows. Batman watched him go, the weight of Goku's words settling in. And that'll be the end of this episode, man. I hope you guys enjoyed it, man. It's probably a long one. How long was it? See how long it was. Oh, yeah, while I'm saying that, be sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, it was about 50 minutes. Like, comment, subscribe, man. I'm 40 subscribers away from 1,000, man. Let's run that up. But anyway, man, peace. Yo, what's up? We back. Goku and DC, Season 3, Episode 4. Alright, and just like last time, I'm going to show you guys some thumbnails that didn't make the cut. Alright, I like this one, but it kind of looked kind of sus. So put a 1 if you like this one the most. Put a 2 if you like this one the most. And put a 3 if you like this one the most in the comment section. But anyway, let's get to it. Goku and DC, Season 3, Episode 4. Let's go. 2 months have passed since the Cyberman invasion and Poison Ivy's defeat. Gotham had recovered, the Justice League had returned to their usual operations, and the world was moving on. But Goku really hadn't. High in the mountains, deep within the League of Assassins stronghold, the sound of fists on an object echoed through the training halls. Goku stood in the center of a ruined courtyard, his knuckles bloodied, his muscles trembling from exhaustion. Sweat poured down his face as he unleashed another flurry of punches against a nearly indestructible dummy that was gifted to him by Lex for stopping the Cyberman. Each strike cracking the reinforced material. Nissa Al Ghul watched from the shadows, her arms crossed beside her. Talia sighed. He's been at this for hours, Nissa muttered. He hasn't eaten, and he's barely slept. Talia's expression was unreadable, but concern flickered in her eyes. Ever since he returned to them, he's been pushing himself beyond reason. Goku's training wasn't just rigorous, it was borderline self-destructive. He drowned himself as a form of conditioning, meditated on the top of a cold mountain unclothed for hours. He had even began experimenting with his great ape transformation, trying to gain his strength without the increase of size. Nissa stepped forward. Goku, you need to rest. But he didn't stop. Talia frowned. You're already stronger than most people in the world. Goku finally paused, panting, his fists clenched. Well, I wasn't strong enough to save my friend. So, the memory of Terra's death still haunted him. He had failed a friend before, and he didn't want to allow himself to do that again. Nissa exchanged a glance with Talia, but the sisters knew that they couldn't reason with him in this state. Then, a streak of fire tore across the night sky, cutting through the clouds before crashing into the dense forests of the earth. The impact sent tremors through the earth, trees splintering as a small crater formed in the wilderness. Smoke billowed from the wreckage, and from within, a tall, armored figure emerged. Radix, Goku's long-lost Saiyan older brother, back on the earth once again. His scouter flickered to life, scanning the area. Still no sign of Kakarot, he muttered. Radix hadn't come back to the earth for a family reunion. He had come because of the coming threat. Damn it, Radix growled, crushing a rock under his boot. He needed to find Goku now. If they were coming to the earth, then his brother was the only one he knew that might stand a chance against them. But first he had to navigate this primitive planet. So he put on his scouter, and with a burst of speed he took to the skies in search of Goku. Radix hovered high above the Earth's surface, his scouter beeping incessantly as it registered power level after power level. His scowl deepened with each passing second. What the hell is wrong with this planet? He muttered, adjusting the device on his ear. In his line of work, scouters were very reliable. Most life forms were weak, and the strong ones stood out like beacons. But the Earth was a mess, apparently. His scouter would ping a power level 1200 to the east, then another power level 900 to the west, then another and another. Some fluctuated wildly, others pulsed with unnatural energy. Raditz clenched his fists in frustration. Kakarot could be any one of these. He had expected his brother to be the strongest thing here, easy to track, but no. Earth was crawling with warriors, metahumans, and who knew what else, all registering combat-steady power levels, apparently. Fine, he growled. I'll start with the strongest and work my way down. His scouter looked on a dense cluster of high readings. Metropolis. The city practically glowing on his display, packed with energy signatures that dwarfed most of the people he had fought in his life. If Kakarot's hiding anywhere, it's there. With a burst of speed, Raditz rocketed toward the city, his tail flicking impatiently. He didn't have time to waste, because if they were coming, Earth and his brother, they would have to prepare. Superman gently lowered the family's car onto the road, the relieved parents clutching their children as they thanked him profusely. He gave them a reassuring smile before turning his attention upward, where a tall, armored figure hovered in the air, with his arms crossed, his long black hair whipping in the wind. The man's piercing gaze locked onto him. A stranger device over one eye beeping intermittently. So, the stranger sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. You're Kakarot's Kryptonian brother. Interesting. Superman tensed. Kakarot? The name sounded familiar. Goku had mentioned it once, offhandedly, when talking about his past dealings with his brother. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the man's features. The wild hair, the tail curling behind him. There was no mistaking it. You must be Goku's biological brother, Raditz, Clark said, keeping his tone neutral. Raditz scoffed, glancing at his scouter. I thought he was lying when he said that he found a Kryptonian that was physically strong. But according to this, you're quite impressive. The device chirped, displaying a number that made Raditz's smirk falter for just a second. Superman remained calm, floating up to meet him at eye level. What brings you to Metropolis? Raditz's smirk returned sharper this time. I don't like repeating myself. I'll explain everything when we find Kakarot. Clark frowned. Goku isn't here. He's been training elsewhere for a couple months. Raditz's tail flicked impatiently. Then take me to him. Now. Superman crossed his arms, his voice firm. Not until you tell me why you're tracking him and looking for him. Raditz's scouter beeped again and his expression darkened. You don't give me orders, Kryptonian. I came here out of courtesy, because Kakarot is family. But if you'd rather I skip the pleasantries and level this city until he shows himself, I'm happy to oblige that way also. Superman's eyes hardened. You won't be harming anyone. Raditz chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Oh? And how do you plan to stop me? The air between them grew heavy with tension. Two brothers of two different worlds, each sizing the other up. The tension between Superman and Raditz crackled in the air, neither willing to back down, until a sudden blare of noise cut through their standoff. A massive news screen on a nearby skyscraper flickered to life, broadcasting urgent alerts. Breaking news. A massive red sea creature has emerged from the harbor in South Metropolis. Buildings are collapsing and people are running away scared for their lives. Meanwhile, in North Metropolis, there are armed gunmen that have taken hostages during a bank robbery. Police are urging civilians to avoid that area. Superman's head snapped toward the screen, his jaw tightening. He turned to Raditz, his voice firm. Whatever you have to say will have to wait. There are people in danger. Raditz's scouter beaked as it locked onto the two crisis points. His smirk twisted into a scowl. You expect me to sit around while you go and play hero? Superman didn't answer. With a burst of speed, he shot toward South Metropolis. The sea monster was the greater threat. Raditz snarled, watching him go. Pathetic. His tail lashed in irritation. He didn't have time for this. But if waiting meant wasting minutes while Kakarot's adopted brother ran around saving ants, then maybe he could speed things up. His scouter pinged the bank robbery that was closer, and most definitely weaker. A wicked grin spread across his face. Fine. If the Kryptonian wants to handle the big game, I'll be the pest control. And with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, Raditz rocketed toward North Metropolis, his armor gleaming under the city lights. If Superman wouldn't take him to Goku until the city was secured, then he was going to speed this process up. Raditz landed with a heavy thud on the cracked pavement outside the bank, his boots sending a ripple through the gathered police barricades. Officers whipped around, weapons half raised, unsure if this armored stranger was friend or foe. The lead robber, a burly man in a black ski mask, pressed his pistol against the hostage's temple. His voice muffled but tense through the fabric. You the negotiator? The robber barked, his finger twitching on the trigger. Radix tilted his head, his scouter beeping lazily at the insignificant power levels around him. A slow, cruel smirk spread across his face. Negotiator? No. The robber's grip tightened. Then you're one of those damn superheroes. Radix threw his head back and laughed, the sound sharp and mocking. Super? Yes. Hero? His tail flicked dismissively. Hardly. One of the younger gunmen, nerves frayed, suddenly jerked his weapon up and fired. The bullet streaked toward Radix's forehead, only for the Saiyan to snatch it mid-air between two fingers, like plucking a fly from the air. The bank lobby fell deadly silent. Radix examined the bullet, rolling it between his fingers. Cute. Then flick. His wrist snapped forward. The bullet whizzed back faster than it had been fired, punching clean through the shooter's kneecap. The man screamed, collapsing as blood sprayed the polished floor. Chaos erupted. The remaining robbers opened fire in a panicked barrage. Radix didn't even bother dodging. Bullets pinged harmlessly off his armor, his scouter tracking each pathetic projectile, or each shooter with board precision. With a sigh, he moved. One robber's own shotgun blast was caught, twisted and cracked against his ribs. Another found his pistol wrenched upward. The bullet he fired now embedded in his partner's shoulder. Radix weaved through them like a specter, redirecting every shot, every swing, every desperate attack back at them with surgical precision. Bones shattered, kneecaps exploded, and a final whimpering gunman tried to flee, but Radix kicked a fallen sawed-off across the floor like a ball, and the gun went off, nailing the man's foot to the door frame. It was a gruesome mess that Radix was enjoying. Silence. Then Radix dusted off his gauntlets, stepping over the moaning heap of broken criminals that needed medical attention before they bled to death. Now, he mused aloud, get your weak asses out of here. The hostages stared, too terrified to speak, but they followed his command and ran away. Outside, the police radios crackled, and the officers were stunned with disbelief. Radix soared through the sky, his scouter beeping incessantly as it locked onto another powerful energy signature. This one pulsing from a desert region far to the east. The arid winds of Kahndaq whipped against his armor as he descended, his boots kicking up a cloud of sand upon landing. His counter display flickered, adjusting to the harsh environment, but the signal was unmistakable. Someone here was strong, and Radix had took off because he was tired of waiting on Superman. If this isn't Kakarot, I'm going to be pissed, Radix mused, cracking his knuckles. The ruins of an ancient temple loomed ahead, half buried in the dunes, the energy signature emanated from within, a steady, ominous thrum that set his tail twitching with anticipation. Goku sat cross-legged in the dimly lit chamber of the League of Assassins' stronghold. His breathing was slow and measured. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the stone walls as he focused inward, his mind drifting through the currents of ki that flowed across the planet. Meditation had become a crucial part of his training, and he had learned meditation from Kami and also from Raven. But his meditation was crucial for his training, not just for honing his energy control, but for maintaining his focus after the guilt and rage that had partially consumed him since his friend Terra's death. Then something pulsed in the distance, and his brow twitched, a familiar energy signature, one he hadn't felt in quite some time. It flared like a beacon. Radix. His biological brother was back on the earth for some reason, and his presence alone was enough to send a ripple of unease through Goku's senses. But that wasn't all. Radix wasn't just lingering, he was moving fast toward another power level. Goku recognized this power level also all too well. It was Piccolo's. Goku's eyes snapped open, his meditation shattered. The two had never met, and if Radix was seeking Piccolo out now, it wasn't for a friendly chat. He sprang to his feet, his muscles coiled with urgency. Nissa and Talia, who had been observing from the doorway, tensed as he strode past them. Goku, Nissa called. No time, he said, already channeling his ki. My brother's here, and if I don't get to him first, things are going to get messy. With a burst of energy, he rocketed into the sky, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. The desert of Kahndaq was far, but he'd make it in time. That he was sure. Radix's boots sank slightly into the hot sand as he landed, his scouter beeping steadily as it locked onto the green-skinned warrior that was before him. The desert wind whipped between them, carrying grains of sand that hissed against Radix's armor. His tail flicked impatiently, his black eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "You're not Kakarot," Radix stated flatly, unimpressed. Piccolo's cloak billowed behind him, his arms crossed, his expression one of cold disdain. "And you're another loud-mouthed man with a monkey tail here to waste my damn time." Radix's smirk returned, sharp and mocking. "Oh, you've met others like me." "Just one, but you're probably all the same," Piccolo growled, arrogant, brash, and annoying. Radix chuckled, rolling his shoulders. "Well, my scouter says you're strong. Not as strong as that Kryptonian I just left behind. But still, impressive for a green worm like yourself." Piccolo's eyes flashed. "Is that supposed to intimidate me?" Radix's grin widened. "No, I'm just stating facts." He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the barren wasteland. "But if you've got a problem with it, you can prove me wrong. Or try to." Piccolo's stance shifted, his feet sliding apart, his arms lowering into a battle-ready position. "Gladly." The desert trembled as their energies flared. Before Radix and Piccolo could clash, however, a streak of blue energy cut through the desert sky, kicking up a sandstorm as Goku landed between them. His boots sank into the dunes. His expression was uncharacteristically serious as he locked eyes with his biological brother. "Radix," Goku said, his voice firm. "What are you doing here?" Radix's smirk faded, replaced by a grimace. "Finally! Kakarot, I've been looking all over this damn planet for you." He jerked a thumb at Piccolo. "And instead I find this green freak with an attitude problem." Piccolo bristled but held his tongue, watching the exchange with narrowed eyes. Goku ignored the jab. "You didn't come back just to pick fights. Why are you really here?" Radix's tail twitched, his usual arrogance giving way to something darker. "Because we don't have time for games. Someone's coming to the Earth, someone worse than anything you've probably faced." Goku's fist clenched. "Who?" Piccolo's fingers twitched at his sides, his energy simmering beneath his skin. This sappy Saiyan reunion was wasting his time. He had no stake in Radix's ominous warnings or Goku's lingering guilt. If these two monkeys wanted to chatter, they could do it elsewhere, preferably after he blasted them both into the horizon off his country of Kahndaq. He raised a hand, purple energy crackling around his fingertips. "Enough," his voice was a low growl. "If you're done yapping, I'll be sending you both packing." But before he could fire, a streak of red and blue cut through the sky. Superman landed beside them, his cape settling behind him as he fixed Radix with a wary stare. "Whatever you have to say, it's not just Goku's concern. If Earth's in danger, the Justice League needs to know." Radix scoffed. "The Justice League? What a stupid name." His scouter beeped dismissively. "There'll probably be corpses before they even see the threat coming." Superman's jaw tightened. "Then why don't you enlighten us about this threat?" Goku stepped between them, his voice firm. "Radix, if this is real, we might need help. The League has resources, tech, intel, fighters. We're definitely stronger together." Piccolo's energy flickered out. His curiosity piqued. Despite himself, Radix's arrogance was insufferable, but the unease in his stance wasn't faked. Something was rattling him. Radix glanced at the sky, as if expecting death to descend at any moment. "Fine," he spat, "but don't say I didn't warn you. When they turn this planet to ash with you on it," the wind howled across the dunes, carrying the weight of his words. The Watchtower's main meeting room hummed with tension as the Justice League assembled. Batman stood at the head of the table with his arms crossed, his piercing gaze locked onto Radix. Wonder Woman, Aquaman, the Flash, and Cyborg flanked him, their expressions a mix of skepticism and concern. Robin lingered near the entrance, observing silently, while Superman and Goku stood beside Radix, the latter's tail flicking impatiently. Piccolo leaned against the far wall, arms folded, his scowl deepening by the second. He had wanted to come, but Goku's insistence and his own nagging curiosity had dragged him here, to the Watchtower. Batman was the first to break the silence. "You called this meeting," he said, his voice low and measured. "So talk. Who exactly is coming to Earth?" Radix smirked, though there was no humor in it. "Finally, someone who cuts to the chase." He straightened his armor, clinking as he stepped forward. "His name is Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans. And if he's on his way here, and this planet is already as good as dead as far as I'm concerned. A ripple of unease passed through the room. Wonder Woman's eyes narrowed. You speak as if this Vegeta is unstoppable. Radix barked a laugh. Because he is. You think I'm strong. He's on another level entirely. And he won't be coming alone. He'll be bringing his big attack dog Nappa. 2 Saiyan warriors, both way stronger than me. Cyborg's mechanical eye whirred as he analyzed Radix's vitals. He's not lying. His heart rate spiked just by saying that name. Superman frowned. Why would they come here exactly? Radix's smirk faded. Because Earth has something they want. He turned to Goku. You. Goku blinked. Me? The room fell silent as Radix's words settled over the League. Even Piccolo, who had been leaning against the wall with disinterest, now listened intently at that. Radix crossed his arms, his tail flicking in agitation. You all think you know the universe. You don't. Before this Justice League, there was Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. A monster so powerful entire civilizations crumbled at his whim. His scouter beeped as he adjusted it, as if the mere mention of Frieza made him uneasy. Goku nodded slowly. I remember fragments. Bardock, our father. Superman's computer told me some of the information. Radix smirked, though there was no humor in it. Oh, he told you, did he? Then you know the Saiyans weren't just warriors. We were slaves. Frieza used us as his attack dogs, conquering planets, wiping out civilizations. Also, he could sell them to the highest bidder. And the Kryptonians? He glanced at Superman. They were his scientists, his engineers. They built the space pods, the scouters, and the tech that kept his empire running. Batman's eyes narrowed. A forced alliance. Exactly. Radix spat. For generations our people served him. But not everyone was content to kneel. His expression darkened. Prince Vegeta, General Zod, and even our father Bardock. They were planning a rebellion. Superman stiffened. Zod? I'm going to have to ask my computer about him. Radix chuckled bitterly. Oh, you don't know. Your people weren't all noble scholars, Kryptonian. Saul saw what Frieza was doing and wanted to burn it all down. He and Vegeta joined forces, recruiting the strongest Saiyans, including Bardock, to overthrow Frieza. Wonder Woman leaned forward. So what happened? Radix's smirk faded. They were all betrayed. King Vegeta and the Kryptonian Council found out. They knew Frieza would annihilate both races if the rebellion failed. So before the plan could even begin, they sealed Vegeta, Nappa, and Zod in the Phantom Zone. Goku's fist clenched. And our father? Radix scoffed. Bardock only avoided that same fate because of Jor-El. Superman spoke up. That's the name of my father. He shot Superman a pointed look. Well, your father pulled strings, called in favors, but Frieza still suspected something. So Bardock did the only thing he could. He sent you, Kakarot, to the Earth in secret as a backup plan, just in case he was imprisoned in the Phantom Zone. Piccolo's eyes narrowed, and now this Vegeta is free. A few weeks ago, I got a message from an old channel. The Saiyans used it to communicate with the Kryptonians, and I heard the voice of Vegeta himself. And that's when I knew they had broken out of the Phantom Zone somehow. And naturally, they know Bardock was planning on sending Kakarot to Earth, so that's where they would be heading. That was where they would be heading. Probably to recruit Kakarot or kill him if he resisted, because they would view him as a traitor. Batman narrowed his eyes. Then we're going to prepare for this invasion. And that'll be the end of this episode, man. I'm setting up things for the Saiyan Saga. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you do, like, share, subscribe, all that. Until the next time, peace out. You already know what it is. We back. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 5. And like usual, I'm going to show you guys 3 thumbnails that didn't make the cut. Alright, so y'all put a 3 if you like this one the most. A 2 if y'all like this one the most. And a 1 if y'all like this one the most in the comment section. But anyway, let's get to it. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 5. Let's go. The Watchtower's meeting chamber was silent. The weight of Radix's words pressed down on the gathered heroes. Batman's piercing gaze never wavered as he stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. You said Vegeta and this Nappa are coming. How long do we have? Radix leaned back against a wall with his arms crossed, his tail flicked impatiently. His smirk was gone by now, replaced by a grim seriousness that unnerved even the most seasoned warriors. A year, maybe less. said Radix. A ripple of unease spread through the room. Wonder Woman stepped up. A year? That should be enough time. Radix scoffed. I don't think a decade would make a difference for you lot. Cyborg spoke up then. So we've got a year to prepare for an invasion by two Saiyans that are stronger than you. Radix smirked. But there was no humor in it. If you're lucky, it could be sooner. Goku clenched his fist, his jaw set. I'm going to train, harder than I ever have. Batman's voice was steel-like as a response. We'll need more than just training. We need a strategy. Radix chuckled darkly. Good luck. You'll need it. Wonder Woman stepped forward, her piercing gaze locked onto Radix, her voice firm, edged with disbelief. Wait, you're leaving? Radix smirked, crossing his arms. That's right, princess. I came to warn my brother. That's it. Diana's eyes narrowed. If what you say is true, if these Saiyans are as powerful as you claim, then Earth needs every warrior it can muster, and you would abandon your own flesh and blood to face them alone? Radix let out a harsh laugh, shaking his head as if she were a naive child. You still don't get it. Training? Preparing? You think any of that matters against Vegeta? Against Nappa? His smirk faded, replaced by something darker. Listen, I've seen Vegeta destroy worlds when we were still kids. You'll be lucky if they'll let you die out quickly. Wonder Woman's fist clenched at her sides, then all the more reason to stand and fight. Or are you so cowardly? Radix's tail lashed behind him, his black eyes flashing with irritation. You can call it what you want, but I didn't survive this long by throwing my life away in hopeless battles. He turned to Goku, ignoring the others. Kakarot, if you've got any sense, you'll leave with me. There are other worlds out there, ones even Frieza hasn't scoured yet. Goku met his brother's gaze, unshaken. I'm not leaving, Radix. Radix scoffed. Then you're as stupid as the rest of these guys. Wonder Woman stepped between them with her voice cutting like steel. Then go. But know this. When these Saiyans arrive, we will not cower. We will not flee. And if you ever set foot on this world again, you will answer for your cowardice. Radix merely grinned, unbothered. Fine by me. At least I'll be alive and well when they reduce this planet to ash. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, with his armor clinking with each step. The room was left in tense silence, the weight of his words lingering like a storm on the horizon. Goku rocketed after Radix, catching up to him high above the clouds, where the air was thin and the world below seemed distant. His brother didn't slow down, but Goku matched his speed, flying alongside him with a determined glare. You left something out back there, Goku said, cutting straight to the point. I could feel it in your energy. You're hiding something in that story. Radix's smirk faltered for just a second before he scoffed. Always were too perceptive for your own good, Kakarot. Goku didn't back down. Just tell me the truth. Why are you really the only one who survived our world's demise, and you knew all this information? Radix's tail flicked in agitation. For a long moment he said nothing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Then with a bitter chuckle he finally spoke. You want the full story? Fine. I wasn't just sent off world before the death of our planet. I ran. His voice was sharp, laced with self-loathing. I was supposed to be with Nappa and Vegeta when the rebellion began, but when the time came I hesitated, because I knew we couldn't win. Not against Frieza and not against his army. So I abandoned them. I stole a pod, and I fled like a coward. Goku's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Raditz clenched his fist. By the time I looked back, planet Vegeta was already gone. Our red sun had exploded, destroying Krypton and the planet Vegeta in the process. And the only reason Vegeta and Nappa survived was because they were already in the Phantom Zone, courtesy of King Vegeta's betrayal. He sneered, but me, I was just lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. Goku frowned. Then how does Vegeta know about me? Raditz's expression darkened even further. Because before the rebellion, I had knowledge of our father's backup plan for you, and I told Vegeta and Nappa this intel, that Bardock was going to send his youngest son to this planet known as Earth as a failsafe. Goku's fist tightened. So you let them here? Raditz made his gaze unflinching. I did. And now you've got a choice, little brother. Stay and die with these idiots, or come with me and live. Radix braced himself for anger or disgust, for something that would confirm what he had already knew, that his little brother saw him as nothing more than a coward as he was, especially for a Saiyan. But instead, Goku just smiled. I get it, Goku said, his voice steady. This isn't your fight. You don't know these people. You don't owe them anything, and this isn't your world. Radix blinked, his tail flicking in surprise. That's it? No grand speech about honor, no begging me to stay and fight. Goku shrugged. Nah, you made your choice. I won't judge you for it. For the first time in years, Radix felt something unfamiliar. A flicker of doubt. He'd expected defiance, maybe even pity, but this calm acceptance, it seemed worse. You always were too soft, Kakarot, Radix muttered, though the bite in his words lacked its usual venom. Goku just grinned. Maybe. But before you go, I want to show you something. Radix narrowed his eyes. What? But instead of answering, Goku blasted off into a direction and just expected his older brother to follow him. The icy halls of the Fortress of Solitude echoed with the hum of ancient Kryptonian technology as Superman led Radix and Goku toward a massive crystalline console. Radix was irritated, his arms crossed as he glared at the glowing holograms that were flickering to life. What's the point of this, Kryptonian? Radix sneered. You think showing me old records will change anything? Superman's expression remained solemn as he input a series of commands. Not just records. Proof. The holographic display shifted, revealing a star map, planet Vegeta, and Krypton highlighted in red. Goku stepped closer, his brow furrowed. Clark, what is this? Superman's voice was grave. I'm showing him the truth about how our worlds really fail. The screen played a fragmented transmission, a distorted voice, unmistakable. Frieza's cold and mocking. King Vegeta and the Kryptonian Council have outlived their usefulness. It's crush time. Leave no survivors. Radix's smirk vanished. His scouter beeped erratically as he watched the footage. Frieza looking down at planet Vegeta, the iconic image of the tyrant raising a single finger, unleashing a planet-shattering blast. Then another clip, Krypton's core destabilizing unnaturally. Jor-El's frantic warnings as the planet tore itself apart from within. No, Radix muttered, fist clenched. They told us it was a natural disaster. A red sun collapse. Superman nodded. A lie. Frieza orchestrated both destructions. He feared the alliance between our peoples, feared that Saiyan strength combined with Kryptonian science could overthrow him. Or maybe he knew something about us that we didn't. I'm not really sure. Radix's teeth ground together. Deep down, he'd always suspected. The official story had been too clean, too convenient. But hearing it confirmed, seeing the proof ignited something primal in him. That damn frost lizard, he growled. Goku placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. Now you know why I have to stay. This isn't just about the Earth. It's about finishing what our father started. Radix didn't shrug him off. For the first time, his defiance wavered. It doesn't change the fact that Vegeta's coming and your guys are toast, he muttered. But the fire was in his eyes had shifted. No longer was just for survival. Something darker, more sinister. A plan for vengeance against Frieza some way, somehow. Goku followed Radix through the dense forest toward the sleek metallic pod hidden amongst the trees. The ship hummed faintly, its engines warming up as Radix prepared to leave Earth behind. The air between them was heavy with unspoken words. Years of separation, a shared past that they barely remembered, and now a future where they might never see each other again. Just as Radix placed a hand on his pod's hatch, he hesitated. His usual smirk was gone, replaced by an uncharacteristic tension. There's something else, Radix muttered, not meeting Goku's eyes. Goku tilted his head. Huh? Radix exhaled sharply, tail flicking in agitation. If you somehow survive Vegeta's invasion, which you won't, the next time you see me, you'll be an uncle. Goku blinked, and then blinked again. Wait, what? Radix scowled, his face darkening with a rare blush. You heard me, Kakarot. Blackfire's expecting. For a moment, Goku just stared, then slowly a wide, knowing grin spread across his face. Oh, so that's why you were so eager to leave. Radix's eye twitched. Shut up. Goku chuckled, shaking his head. Man, here I thought you were just scared of Vegeta. I am scared of Vegeta. Anyone with a brain would be, Radix snapped. then deflated slightly. But, yeah, that's part of it. His voice dropped, uncharacteristically vulnerable. I've already lost one family, and I'm not trying to lose another. Goku smirked, softened. He clapped Radix on the shoulder. Hey, man, congratulations, Radix. Really? Radix grunted, shoving his hand away, but there was no real heat in it. Save the sentiment. You've got a year to get strong enough not to die. Don't waste it. With that, he yanked the pod hatch open and climbed inside. The engines roared to life, the force of the takeoff sending leaves swirling in every direction. As the ship streaked into the sky, Goku watched until it vanished among the clouds, his grin fading into determination. The scene changed. The scorching winds of Kahndaq whipped against Piccolo's cloak as he touched down in the throne room of Black Adam's palace. The ruler of the nation sat upon his obsidian throne, arms crossed, with his golden eyes gleaming with quiet amusement, as his adopted son approached. You've returned sooner than expected, Black Adam remarked, his voice a low rumble. I assume your encounter with Goku was enlightening, then. Piccolo's scowl deepened. Radix is a loudmouth fool, but his warning isn't empty. There are 2 more Saiyans, stronger than him, that are coming to the Earth within the time period of a year. Black Adam leaned forward, unimpressed. And you believe this is a threat to me? Piccolo's antenna flicked in irritation. They probably won't care about borders or rulers. They may try to level everything in their path. A slow, confident smirk spread across Black Adam's face. He rose from his throne, the ancient magic of the gods crackling around him like static. Then it seems you have a year to ensure you are more than a match for them. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. You sound awfully certain. Black Adam descended the steps, his presence commanding. Because I am. The power of Shazam flows through me. And soon, by extension, through you. The training you've undergone under my guidance is but a fraction of what you're capable of. He placed a heavy hand on Piccolo's shoulder. By the time these Saiyans arrive, you will not merely face them, you will break them. Piccolo exhaled, the fire of challenge igniting in his chest. Then we shouldn't waste a single day. Black Adam's smirk widened. We won't. The Fortress of Solitude stood silent, its crystalline walls reflecting the pale Arctic light as Superman approached the central console. His jaw was set, his mind still reeling from Radix's revelation. If General Zod was involved in this, if he had been in prison alongside Vegeta, then he needed to know everything about him. Computer, Clark commanded, his voice steady. Access historical records on General Drew Zod. Cross-reference with any known connections to the Saiyans. The console hummed to life, holographic projections flickering before solidifying into a towering figure clad in Kryptonian military regalia. Zod, his piercing gaze filled with conviction, even in his digital recreation. General Drew Zod, the AI intoned, former High General of Krypton's Space Division, served as the primary liaison between Krypton and the Saiyan military forces during the joint planetary campaigns under Frieza's regime. Superman's brow furrowed. Joint campaigns. The screen shifted, displaying logs of Kryptonian warship alongside Saiyan pods descending, their forces working in tandem to quell rebellions on conquered worlds. Zod stood at the forefront with his tactical brilliance evident, even in the fragmented records. Zod was unique among Kryptonians, the computer continued. Unlike the Council or the Nobles, he did not view the Saiyans as mere shock troops. He devised military tactics with them and fought beside them with his Kryptonian weaponry, and earned their respect, particularly Prince Vegeta's. Clark's stomach tightened. So, they were allies. In a sense, when Frieza's tyranny became unbearable, Zod and Vegeta conspired to overthrow him. They recruited key figures, including the Saiyan radical Bardock, to their cause. The hologram changed again, this time showing a shadowed meeting between Zod, Vegeta, and a Saiyan, who could only be Bardock, Goku's father. Their rebellion was discovered. The Kryptonian Council feared Frieza's wrath and exiled them to the Phantom Zone before they could act. Superman exhaled sharply, and now they're free. Robin stood in the dimly lit communications room of Titan's Tower, his fingers hovering over the holographic display as he replayed the message he sent to the team. The screen flickered with words: urgent, Saiyan threat inbound, ETA 1 year. League briefing detached. Below it, the responses were sparse, just 2 out of the 5 he'd hoped for. Cyborg's reply came first, characteristically efficient. Already on it. I'm already on it. Running simulations. We'll need upgrades. Raven was tense but present. Understood. I'll strengthen my spells. But the rest, silence. Robin's jaw tightened as he pulled up Beast Boy's contact. The last time they'd spoken was after Tara's funeral. Gar had vanished into the wilds, refusing to answer calls. Robin had respected that until now. He tapped the comm link again. Beast Boy, this isn't optional. Earth's at stake. Static. No reply. Starfire's absence stung worse. She left for Tamaran weeks ago, citing rural duties, but Robin knew the truth. After the fallout with Batman and Goku, she withdrawn. After the fallout with Batman and Goku's departure, she'd withdrawn. Her trust in the team was fractured. He tried reaching her through Tamaranian channels, but all transmissions were routed through Blackfire, who would smugly inform him that her sister was indisposed and didn't want to talk to anyone. Aquaman sat on his throne in the grand halls of Atlantis. The weight of Radix's warning pressed heavily on his mind. The currents of the ocean swirled around him, a soothing rhythm that contrasted with the storm of thoughts that was within his head. 2 Saiyans were stronger than Radix, and they were arriving within a year. Arthur's fingers tightened around the armrest of his throne as he recalled the first time he had fought Goku years ago, when the boy was still just a teenager. Back then, Goku had been raw, untamed power, yet even in his youth he had been a force to be reckoned with. Their battle had been a fierce clash of strength and skill that had left Arthur impressed despite himself. The boy's resilience, his adaptability, his sheer will, it had been unlike anything he had seen amongst these surface dwellers before. And now Radix claimed that these incoming warriors, Vegeta and Nappa, dwarfed even his power. And if that were true, Arthur exhaled, bubbles rising from his lips as he leaned back. Goku had grown exponentially since their first encounter, pushing himself beyond even metahuman limits. If these Saiyans were stronger than Radix, and Radix was already a threat that Goku barely defeated when he was with the Titans, this implication was dire. He clenched his trident, the metal humming with ancient power. Atlantis had weathered invasions before, but this seemed different. If they come for the Earth, they come for the seas as well, and Arthur would be ready. Batman sat in the dim glow of the back computer's monitors, his fingers steepled beneath his chin as he analyzed every piece of data that was available on the Saiyans. The footage of Goku's past battles played on loop. His fight with Piccolo, his transformation into a great ape during the battle with Radix, his sparring sessions with the League. Bruce's eyes narrowed as he focused on one critical detail: the tail. Radix had one, Goku had one, and if Vegeta and Nappa were Saiyans, they would have one too. Bruce rewound the footage of Goku's transformation, freezing the moment the boy's eyes glazed over, his body contorting as the full moon's light triggered an ancient genetic response, and his tail began to twitch. A weakness. If these Saiyans could be forced into that state, or better yet, if their tails could be exploited, they might be incapacitated long enough to be neutralized. Bruce pulled up schematics, cross-referencing lunar cycles and potential artificial moon simulations. If he could develop a means to sever their tails mid-combat, but there were variables. Would Vegeta and Nappa have the same vulnerability? Bruce's mind raced. He needed more data before he was sure. The training grounds of the League of Assassins were silent, save for the rhythmic thud of Goku's fists against the reinforced dummy, each strike sending cracks spiderwebbing through its surface. Sweat dripped from his brow as he pushed himself harder, faster, his mind replaying Radix's warning on loop. A year, maybe less. He couldn't afford to waste a single second. Then, he felt a shift in the air. Goku's fist froze mid-punch, his senses flaring. Someone powerful had just entered the compound. Someone familiar. He turned, wiping his forearm across his forehead, and blinked in surprise. Standing at the edge of the courtyard in her golden armor gleaming under the torchlight was Wonder Woman. Her arms were crossed, her lips curved into a knowing smirk. Diana? Goku tilted his head, tail flicking behind him. What are you doing here? Diana uncrossed her arms, stepping forward. Batman informed me of your location. Though I hardly needed his help, your training echoes halfway across this mountain. Goku scratched the back of his head, sheepish. Yeah, well, gotta get stronger, you know. Big fight coming. Which is precisely why I'm here. She planted a fist on her hip, her smirk widening. Surely you didn't think I'd let you prepare for this alone. Diana's eyes, Goku blinked, then it clicked. His grin split his face. Oh, you want to train together? Like back on Themyscira. Diana's eyes sparkled with challenge. Unless you've forgotten how to wield a staff. Hey, I've got way better, Goku protested, puffing his chest out. I've been practicing. Prove it. In one fluid motion, Diana unsheathed her sword and leveled it at him. Or are you afraid I'll embarrass you again, like in the old days? Goku's energy flared to life with a blue aura crackling around him. You wish that would be so easy. And with a laugh, Diana lunged, and the courtyard erupted into a whirlwind of clashing steel and wood wrapped in ki. For the first time in months, Goku felt the weight lift off his shoulders. He wasn't alone in his training. Not anymore, at least. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, man. We'll have a Goku and Wonder Woman training arc on the next episode, and then after that, the Saiyans are going to arrive. If you did like it, you know what to do. Like, share, subscribe. Man, we're 5 subscribers away from 1,000, man. That would be a milestone that I will appreciate you guys for. So, yeah. Till next time, peace. Alright, y'all been waiting on it. Goku in DC Season 3, Episode 6. Where Goku trains with Wonder Woman for a year, so let's get to it. The moment their training session began, the air cracked with energy. Goku and Wonder Woman stood across from each other in the League of Assassins' domain, secluded training grounds, both fully aware of the stakes. With Vegeta and Nappa arriving in less than a year, neither warrior could afford to hold back. Goku lunged first, his fist cutting through the air with blinding speed. Diana barely had time to raise her bracers before the impact sent her skidding backwards. Her boots carved trenches into the earth. She retaliated with a spinning kick of her own, but Goku twisted midair, dodging before countering with a sweeping leg strike. The ground trembled as Diana blocked with her muscles straining against the power. Their sparring then escalated. Goku unleashed a rapid flurry of punches, each strike carrying enough force to shatter steel bars. But Diana weaved between them, with her Amazonian reflexes allowing her to deflect or evade every blow. Then with a sudden burst of strength, she grabbed his wrist and flipped him over her shoulder. Goku twisted mid-flight, landing on his feet before immediately retaliating and rocketing back toward her with his elbow. Diana smirked. You're getting faster. Goku grinned back. Or you're still holding back. With that, he powered up, blue energy flaring around him as he pushed his limits further. And Diana's eyes gleamed with challenge as the duo continued their battle. For their next training sessions, the League's fortress was a maze of shadows and deadly precision, the perfect place for warriors to refine their skills. Goku and Diana moved through the dimly lit corridors with their senses sharpened for any sign of coming danger. Remember, Diana whispered, strength alone won't win this. We must outthink them. Goku nodded, his usual exuberance tempered by focus. The League's assassins lurked in the darkness, waiting to strike. The first attacker lunged from above, but Goku sidestepped, letting the blade whistle past his ear before disarming the assassin with a swift chop to the wrist. Diana, meanwhile, deflected 2 throwing knives with her bracers before incapacitating their wielder with a single pressure point strike to the neck. They moved in sync, Goku's brute force complementing Diana's disciplined technique. When a group of assassins surrounded them, Goku unleashed a controlled shockwave to scatter them, while Diana used her lasso to disarm the remaining foes. Not bad, Nissa Algol remarked from the shadows, stepping forward. But can you adapt when the enemy knows your tactics? Then we jumped somewhere else. The familiar scent of sweat and leather filled the air as Goku and Wonder Woman stepped into Ted Grant's boxing gym. The old hero, Wildcat, looking up from wrapping his hands, broke into a grin when he recognized Goku's face. Well, I'll be damned, Wildcat chuckled, clapping Goku on the shoulder. Look who finally decided to show his face again. Last time I saw you, you were just a scrawny kid throwing wild punches in the back alleys of the city. Goku rubbed the back of his head, grinning. Yeah, well, had a good teacher. Wildcat's eyes flicked to Diana, and his smirk widened even larger. He nudged Goku with his elbow, lowering his voice. Damn, kid. Didn't realize you had this kind of game, walking around with a girl like that. You're a lucky man. Goku blinked, confused. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I am kind of lucky. Diana's one of the strongest fighters I know. Training with her has been pretty awesome. Wildcat groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's what you took from that. He shot Diana an apologetic look. Sweetheart, I don't know how you put up with him. Diana merely smiled amused. He grows on you. Goku, still oblivious, bounced on his toes. So, Ted, you want to spar? I've gotten way better since last time. Wildcat rolled his eyes but laughed. Sure, kid. Let's see if you've learned anything besides how to be clueless. As they stepped into the ring, Diana watched with fond exasperation. Goku's innocence was as unshakable as his strength, and for that month, the two trained their footwork technique in Grant's gym. In the next setting, the crashing waves of the Atlantic Ocean provided an unpredictable battleground as Goku and Wonder Woman stood on the rocky outcrop preparing for their next challenge. Aquaman's arms were crossed and he was smirking as he observed from a nearby cliff. You two sure you're ready for this? The ocean doesn't play nice, he called out. Goku grinned, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Bring it on. I fought underwater before, but never like this. Diana adjusted her stance, bracing as the first massive wave surged toward them. Aquaman raised his trident and the water responded, shifting, swirling, and rising into a towering wall before crashing down with crushing force. Goku dug his heels in, but the current swept him off his feet, sending him tumbling. Diana was more experienced in maintaining balance after she had learned to swim, and she twisted mid-motion, using the water's momentum to flip back onto a nearby rock. Focus, Goku, she called. The water is just another opponent. Predict its movements. Goku surfaced, spitting out seawater. Yeah, I got it. He propelled himself forward, only for Aquaman to redirect the tides, forming a sort of whirlpool beneath him. Goku yelped as he was dragged under, but this time he channeled his ki to stabilize himself, forcing his way back up with a burst of his energy. Diana, meanwhile, had adapted quickly, using her lasso to swing on rocks between the waves, countering Aquaman's manipulations with fluid footwork. When a rogue current nearly knocked her off balance, she twisted mid-air and landed gracefully on a floating piece of driftwood. Aquaman grinned. Not bad, but let's see how you handle this. And with a flick of his trident, the water beneath them dropped suddenly, leaving them momentarily suspended in mid-air, before the ocean rushed back up like a fist. Goku, eyes wide, grabbed Diana and blasted upward just in time, laughing. Okay, was that cheating? Diana smirked. Maybe, but we might have to bend the rules in our coming battle. For hours they trained, dodging tidal waves, fighting in submerged ruins, even sparring while Aquaman shifted the battlefield beneath them. And the hours turned to days, and by the end, Goku could maneuver underwater with near-perfect precision. Diana had refined her ability to exploit the environment that was around her. As the sun set, Aquaman nodded in approval. You two might just survive whatever's coming. Goku, dripping wet but grinning, clapped his hands. All right, time for our next stop. Goku grinned mischievously before suddenly grabbing Wonder Woman's hand before she could even react. He shot into the sky, pulling her along with him. The wind whipped past them, and the ground shrank beneath their feet, the clouds parting as they ascended higher and higher. Diana's eyes widened in shock. Goku, what? Where are we going? Somewhere awesome, he replied, laughing. Moments later, they broke through the cloud cover. Diana gasped. Before them stood a magnificent floating palace. Kami's Lookout, perched impossibly in the sky, its pristine white architecture gleaming under the sun. The air was thin and crisp, the silence broken only by the distant calls of birds that could be heard far below. Diana's warrior instincts kicked in as she took in this sight. This is incredible. How does this place even exist? Diana, you do realize you already live on an island hidden from the world filled with warrior women, yeah? Diana rolled her eyes and punched Goku in the shoulder, hard enough to make him yelp. But an island doesn't defy gravity, Goku. Goku laughed as he landed them gently on the Lookout's marble floor. Yeah, pretty cool, right? I trained here for a while. Just then, Mr. Popo The ever-watchful guardian of the lookout emerged from the shadows with his dark eyes studying them. Goku, and you've brought a guest. Diana inclined her head respectfully. You have my gratitude for allowing me here. Kami, the ancient guardian of the earth, stepped forward, his wise gaze assessing her. Wonder Woman, your presence honors this sacred place. Goku nudged Diana playfully. See? Even Kami knows who you are. You really are famous. Diana smirked. And yet, you still haven't told me why you even brought me here. Training, duh, Goku said, flexing. Mr. Popo's got all kind of crazy exercises we can use. Kami chuckled softly, but Diana punched Goku in the arm again. You know, you could have led with that before you pulled me into the sky like a maniac. Goku rubbed his arm, grinning. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? Kami's laughter echoed across the lookout as the two warriors prepared for their next challenge. Then afterwards, Themyscira's beautiful shores gleamed under the midday sun as Goku and Wonder Woman touched down near the island's Grand Coliseum. The moment their feet hit the sand, a chorus of shouts erupted from the training grounds. Amazons paused their drills, eyes widening at the return of the Saiyan who had once fought alongside Diana as a boy. Hippolyta, standing atop the Coliseum step, raised a hand in greeting. Daughter and son of Earth. Her lips quirked at Goku's enthusiastic wave. You return in a time of great need. Goku grinned, stretching his arms. Yeah, Diana said you guys wouldn't mind helping me train before the big fight, since she's already filled you in on the stakes. The Amazons exchanged glances before a ripple of laughter spread. One warrior, a veteran who had sparred with Goku years prior, stepped forward, twirling her spear. You wish to learn from us. Again, Monkey Man. Goku's tail flicked excitedly. You bet. Last time I was here, I barely knew how to hold a staff. Diana smirked. And now he intends to master every weapon that we have. The challenge was met with roars of approval within minutes. Goku found himself surrounded, swords, axes, and bows pressed into his hands as the Amazons put him through relentless drills. He adapted quickly, mimicking their forms with startling precision, though his enthusiasm sometimes sent weapons flying into the sands. Hippolyta observed with her arms crossed. He lacks finesse, she mused to Diana. But he learns fast, Diana countered, watching as Goku, after being disarmed for the 10th time, suddenly flipped mid-air and snatched his opponent's spear mid-swing. By dusk, the Coliseum echoed with cheers. Goku was bruised but beaming, stood victorious in his final bout. The Amazons, now grinning with respect, clapped him on the back. Not bad, outsider, one teased. For a man. Perhaps you are worthy of Themyscira's steel. Goku rubbed his head, laughing. Just wait till tomorrow. I'll be even better. Diana shook her head, but her pride was unmistakable in her comrade. After grueling days of training, the quiet nights of Themyscira brought a familiar comfort. Diana led Goku to the same chamber they had shared years ago when he was just a reckless boy and she a princess that was learning the weight of her duties. The room hadn't changed, simple yet regal, with the bed in the center. Goku flopped onto his bed, tail thumping against the sheets. Man, this takes me back. Remember when you'd wake me up at dawn by dumping water on me? Diana folded her arms, fighting a smile. You would not rise otherwise, she hesitated, then sat on the edge of her old bed. Are you certain this arrangement is appropriate? We aren't children anymore. Goku blinked. Huh? Why wouldn't it be? It's way easier to wake up and train if we're right here, he yawned, stretching like a contented cat. Plus, your room's way nicer than the barracks. Diana's cheeks warmed, but she shook her head. Of course he saw nothing odd about this. To him, closeness was practicality, not propriety. Still, as she lay down, she found herself listening to the rhythm of his breathing, steady as a drum beat. Goku, she murmured after a pause. A sleepy grunt answered her. Thank you for staying. A snore replied. She laughed softly, extinguishing the lantern. Perhaps some things were better left uncomplicated. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden light over Themyscira, Goku stretched his arms with a satisfied groan. The past months of relentless training had honed his skills to their sharpest edge, but now, with only about a week left before Vegeta and Nappa's arrival, he knew it was time to rest. Diana stood nearby, wiping sweat from her brow after her final sparring session, her muscles taut with exhaustion. Goku grinned, turning to her. "Hey, Diana, you hungry?" She arched an eyebrow, amused. After all that? Famished. His eyes lit up. "Then let's go to the farm. I know Ma's cooking is the best, and I haven't had a home-cooked meal in forever." Diana hesitated, glancing at the palace. "Are you certain your parents won't mind an unexpected guest?" "Are you kidding? They'll be thrilled," he laughed, bouncing on his toes. "Come on, it'll be fun. You've never had her apple pie. It's like, boom, mind-blowing." Diana chuckled at his enthusiasm and then nodded. "Very well, lead the way." Before she could even react, Goku scooped her up in a bridal carry, his energy flaring around them. Diana gasped, instinctively gripping his shoulder as he shot into the sky. "Goku!" "Don't worry, I got you," he assured her, grinning. The wind whipped past them as they soared over the ocean, the island shrinking behind them. Diana reacted slightly, though her cheeks warmed at this closeness. "You could have warned me," she muttered, "and besides, I can fly myself." "And miss that look on your face?" he laughed. "No way." Diana rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a smile as the farmland of Kansas sprawled beneath them, the Kent homestead glowing like a beacon in the twilight. The screen door creaked as Goku pushed it open, his tail flicking excitedly behind him. "Ma, Pa, I'm home. And I brought a friend." Martha Kent nearly dropped the mixing bowl in her hands when she turned and saw her adopted son standing in the kitchen doorway, taller, broader, and grinning like he just won the lottery. Beside him stood a striking woman with raven black hair and a regal pose, with her armor shining in the home lighting. "Well, I'll be," Jonathan Kent chuckled, setting aside his newspaper. "Didn't expect to see you two flying in unannounced." "Hope that's okay," Goku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Diana's never had your cooking, Ma, and I've already talked it up a little bit." Martha's eyes sparkled as she wiped her hands on her apron. "Oh, honey, of course it's okay. The more the merrier." She hurried over, pulling Goku into a tight hug before turning to Diana. "And it's so lovely to finally meet you, dear. Clark's told us all about the great Wonder Woman." Diana smiled warmly. "The pleasure's mine, Miss Kent. Your son has been very persistent with his invitation." Jonathan chuckled. "Yeah, that sounds about right." Within minutes, the farmhouse kitchen was alive with laughter and the rich aroma of sizzling chicken, fried steak. Martha whipped up her famous mashed potatoes and creamy macaroni, while Jonathan set the table, teasing Goku about his bottomless stomach. Diana watched, charmed, as Goku shamelessly stole bites straight from the stove, only for Martha to swat his hand away with a wooden spoon. "Some things never change," Martha sighed, shaking her head. Diana took a seat beside Goku as the feast was laid out. "This is wonderful," she admitted after her first bite. "I told you," Goku beamed, and for a few precious hours there was no looming battles, no cosmic threats, just good food, warm company, and the simple joy of a loving home. As Goku and Diana soared through the night sky, the cool wind brushed against their skin. The weight of the year-long training seemed to lift, if only for a moment. The stars stretched endlessly above them, a silent witness to their journey. Diana glanced at Goku, her voice softening. "You've gone stronger than I ever imagined possible in a year's time. Not just in power, but in discipline, in strategy, and in heart." Goku grinned, rubbing the back of his head. "Huh. Well, I did have the best rival." His expression turned thoughtful. "You know, back when I first came to Thermoscare as a kid, I didn't really get what it meant to fight for something bigger than myself. I just liked the challenge. But now," he clenched his fists, "looking ahead, I think I kind of get it." Diana smiled warm. Diana smiled, warmth in her eyes. I never doubted that. But more than your strength, I'm grateful for this time we've had. After everything, with the Titans, Terra, Slade, I feared you might lose yourself to anger. Instead, you've become more resilient. And you reminded me why I fight too. Goku chuckled. Yeah, well, no way I was going to let all that mess keep me down. Now when I've got people like you and Clark and Ma and Pa backing me up, he turned to her, his usual playful grin returning. And hey, when Vegeta gets here, we're going to win. I know it. Dan arched her brow. That confident, are you? Yep, he laughed. Wonder Woman could see the confidence burning in Goku's eyes as he spoke, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an unexpected warmth, something deeper than just camaraderie. Almost unconsciously, she found herself inching closer, her gaze lingering on his face, until a sudden streak of energy tore through the night sky, shattering the quiet. Both warriors snapped to attention, their instincts sharp. What was that? Goku muttered, squinting at the horizon. Before Diana could answer, a distorted ripple in space split the air right in front of them. And out tumbled a man in a sleek green and gold costume. Clutching a bizarre triangular device, he staggered to his feet, adjusting his domino mask with a theatrical flourish. Ah, the famous Wonder Woman and her monkey-tailed companion, the man sneered, twirling his device, the angler, between his fingers. How fortuitous. I was just testing my latest adjustments, and now I have 2 new test subjects. Diana's eyes narrowed. Angle Man. Goku tilted his head. Wait, Angle Man? Like math and stuff? The villain scoffed. Fool! The angler bends reality itself, space, time, even the very angles of existence. To demonstrate, he flicked the device and suddenly the ground beneath them warped, tilting at an impossible 90 degrees. Goku yelped as he slid sideways, only to flip midair and land on what was now a vertical surface. Diana, using her lasso to anchor herself, glared. You're playing with forces you don't understand, Angleman. Angleman smirked. Oh, but I do, dearest. And now, he aimed at Angler, and the sky itself folded, twisting into a kaleidoscope of fractured dimensions. Let's see how you handle the obtuse odds you have come against. Goku cracked his knuckles, grinning. Okay, now this is getting interesting. Diana sighed. Of course you'd say that. Wonder Woman smirked, tightening her grip on the lasso of truth. Angle Man, we've danced this dance before. You're outmatched, so surrender now, and we'll make this quick. Angle Man's face twisted in indignation. Quick. You think this is the same old trick? He brandished the angler, its metallic surface humming with unstable energy. I've recalibrated every vector, every spatial distortion. You won't be looking down on me when I send your Amazonian ass to the dead zone. Before Diana could react, he flicked the device, and the air behind her ripped open, revealing a swirling abyss or void. A vortex of distorted gravity yawned wide. Tendrils of darkness lashing out like hungry fingers. Diana barely had time to register the danger before the pull seized her, yanking her backward off her feet. Diana! Goku's voice cut through the chaos. In a blur of motion, he lunged, shoving her clear away, but the Dead Zone's grip was too strong. The moment his hands left her shoulders, the vacuum snatched him instead. His boots skidded against nothing as the abyss swallowed him whole, his wide eyes locking onto hers for one last moment. Then, he was gone. The portal snapped shut with a thunderous crack, leaving only silence. Diana landed hard, her heart pounding. The air where Goku had stood was now empty. Angleman cackled. Oops. I guess the monkey took the fall for you. Diana's fist clenched, and the ground beneath her began to splinter. Angleman's cackles echoed through the warped battlefield, his glee uncontainable as he twirled the angler between his fingers. Oh, this is rich. The great Wonder Woman standing there like a statue, all because she lost her pet monkey. Then he saw her face. Diana's expression wasn't just anger, it was cataclysm. Her eyes burned with fury of 1,000 suns. Her lips pressed into a razor-thin line. The air around her crackled, not with magic, but with something far more primal. The unbridled rage of an Amazon warrior who had just watched a brother torn from the world. Engelman's laughter died in his throat. His smirk faltered. The device in his hand suddenly felt very heavy. What? What? Diana said, her voice low and lethal. Did you just do? Every syllable dripped with venom. The ground beneath her boots splintered, fissures racing outward like spider webs. Trees groaned. The very atmosphere seemed to recoil. Engelman took a step back, his bravado crumbling. Now, let's not overreact. And then Diana moved. One moment she was yards away. The next, her fist was buried in his gut with the force of a meteor strike. The villain folded, the angler clattering into the ground as he gasped for air. Diana didn't stop. She seized his collar, lifting him until their faces were inches apart. Where is he? But Engelman was knocked unconscious from her heavy attack. Alright, so now we have Goku lost in the dead zone right before the Saiyans arrive. Alright, we'll see how he gets out. Be sure you like, share, and subscribe to the next one. Gone. Peace. Alright, we back again. Goku and DC, Season 3, Episode 7. The Saiyans arrive on DC's Earth, so let's get to it. The Watchtower's main hall hummed with tension as Wonder Woman paced before the holographic displays, her boots striking the metal floor with sharp, measured clicks. Batman stood motionless, his cape casting a long shadow, while Superman hovered nearby, his usual warmth replaced by grim focus. Around them were flickering blue projections of the Justice League's remaining members. Aquaman, Flash, Cyborg, Raven, and Robin watched in silence. Diana's voice was still, wrapped in silk, each word deliberate. Engelman's device didn't just teleport Goku. It tore a hole in reality itself. She clenched her fist, the memory playing behind her eyes. One moment he was there, the next, that void swallowed him whole. Cyborg's mechanical fingers danced across a virtual keyboard. If it's a dimensional rift, we might be able to reverse engineer a portal. No, Diana's interruption was a whip crack. We don't have time for the experiments. She turned to Superman, her eyes burning. Clark, you know what he means to me. To all of us. We have to get him back. And the moment the words left Diana's lips, Batman's jaw tightened. His gauntleted fingers curled into fists, the leather creaking under the strain. The room temperature seemed to drop as his glare locked onto Wonder Woman. His voice was low, a controlled growl. You put Engelman in a coma. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Diana didn't flinch, but her spine stiffened a little. He took Goku, and I reacted. Batman stepped forward, his cape sweeping behind him like a storm cloud. You reacted by eliminating our only lead, our only chance to reverse whatever that device did before Vegeta and Nappa arrived. His voice remained measured, but the edge in it was razor sharp. We had one variable in this fight against the Saiyans, one wild card strong enough to stand with Superman against them, and now, he gestured sharply to the holographic feeds displaying global threats. Now we don't even have him. Superman moved to intervene, but Batman cut him off with a raised hand. No, Clark. This isn't just about losing an ally. This is about her letting her emotions override strategy. His gaze never left Diana's. You fought powerhouses, Diana. You faced mind manipulators. Wars. Betrayal. Yet this is what you lose control over? A cheap trick from a C-list villain? Diana's eyes flashed. Goku is not just some variable, Bruce. He's family. Batman's lips curled. Well, now your family's gone because you couldn't keep a cool head long enough to interrogate the man who sent him away in the first place. He turned his back, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut deeper than any shout. When those Saiyans land, pray to your Greek gods we don't need him as much as I think we will, if we can't get him back in time. Superman's jaw tightened as he watched Batman's retreating figure, the weight of his words lingering like a storm cloud. He understood Bruce's pragmatism, the cold calculus of war that demanded every advantage, every contingency. But he also knew that the fire that burned in Diana's heart for his brother, her childhood friend. He turned to her, his blue eyes softening beneath the crest of the House of El. Without a word, he placed a hand on her shoulder, his grip steady, grounding. Diana didn't pull away, but her muscles were coiled like a spring, her gaze fixed on the starfield beyond the watchtower's observation deck. "We'll get him back," Clark said, his voice quiet but firm. Diana's breath hitched just slightly. She had faced monsters, stood unbroken against the tides of war, but this felt different. Goku wasn't just a comrade, he was her reckless best friend who had grown into a warrior right beside her, the one who had reminded her what it meant to fight not just for duty, but for joy as well. Clark squeezed her shoulder. "We've pulled off the impossible before. If anyone can punch their way out of a dimensional rift, it's definitely my brother, Goku. And if he can't," he offered a small, determined smile, "then we can always just go after him." Diana closed her eyes, drawing strength from his certainty. She wanted to believe him, needed to, but the silence of the cosmos beyond the glass seemed to mock her hope. "Where are you, Goku?" she wondered aloud. The tension in the Watchtower's command center was thick enough to choke on when Raven's hologram flickered to life as she stepped forward, her hooded gaze sweeping over the assembled League members. Her voice, usually so measured, carried a rare urgency to it. "I may be able to help." All eyes snapped to her. Batman, who had been halfway to the exit, halted mid-step. Superman straightened, hope flaring in his eyes at that statement. Diana, still standing rigid by the observation deck, turned sharply. "You know where he is?" Diana demanded, her voice raw. Raven nodded once. "Yes, the dead zone isn't just a dimensional rift. It's a pocket of null space, a void between realities. I've encountered it before." Her fingers twitched, as if resisting the urge to touch the gem that was upon her forehead. "It's where my father's influence is weakest. A place where even demons fear to linger, because they might get lost and never return." Batman's glare could have melted steel, and you didn't think to mention any of this sooner. Raven met his gaze unflinchingly, because pulling someone out of it isn't simple. The dead zone doesn't obey physics or magic. It consumes both equally and evenly. To retrieve Goku, I need to anchor him to our reality while simultaneously tearing open a stable portal enough for him to return. And even then, she hesitated. Time flows differently there. What feels like minutes to us could be days for him, or even worse. Superman stepped forward. "What do you need?" "Preparation, power, and time." Raven's eyes glowed faintly violet. "I'll have to channel my abilities through a focal point, likely the device Angleman was using, and even then success isn't completely guaranteed." Batman's fist clenched. "Do it now." Raven's hologram dissipated with a final warning. "Then don't interrupt me, because if this falls, we could lose him forever." Meanwhile, in the vast emptiness of space, stretched endlessly around the Saiyan ship as it hurtled towards its destination, Earth. Inside, Vegeta sat with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes fixed on the holographic display counting down their arrival. Beside him was the hulking form of Nappa, who cracked his knuckles with a grin, his massive frame barely contained within the cramped interior. "Tch, pathetic little planet," Vegeta muttered, watching the blue-green sphere grow larger on the view screen. "To think, this backwater world is where Kakarot ended up." Nappa chuckled, rolling his shoulders. "I just hope they put up a fight. It's been too long since I've crushed some skulls. We've been trapped in that damn dimension for so long." His grin widened. "Maybe this time I'll take my time with them." In the core of the pod, General Zod, his Kryptonian Z symbol on his black Saiyan armor, gleaming under the dim interior lights, he clutched his head, his brow furrowed in discomfort. A low growl escaped his lips as his visions blurred momentarily. Vegeta's gaze flicked toward him. "You've been quiet, Zod. What's wrong?" Zod exhaled sharply, straightening. "It's nothing. Just a headache." He clenched his fist, forcing the strained sensation away. "The sector of space feels different." Nappa snorted. "You're not getting cold feet now, are you?" Zod's eyes narrowed. "Don't be a fool. I face worse than a few Earthlings." Vegeta smirked. "Good, because once we land, I expect you to participate." Zod nodded, though the unease lingered. Something about this galaxy, something unseen, was changing him, and it felt very strange. Nappa leaned forward, cracking his neck. "So how do you want to play this, Vegeta? Wipe him out fast, or let them think they got a chance. Vegeta's smirk turned predatory. Oh, I think we'll have a little fun first. The pod streaked closer, Earth's atmosphere glowing red as they breached it. By the way, somebody told me in my comments on one of my pictures I posted that my Saiyan Armor's eye looks like Ryu, and I can't unsee it, especially with the red gloves. But anyway, let's continue it going. The watchtower monitors erupted in a flurry of red alerts as Cyborg's systems detected the incoming threat. His mechanical fingers flew across the holographic interface, pulling up satellite feeds and trajectory projections. The moment the data solidified, his human eye widened in alarm. "They're here!" His voice cut through the tension in the room like a blade. Every head turned. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Flash, Aquaman, even Raven, still deep in her preparations to retrieve Goku, all froze at the mention of his words. Cyborg didn't wait for questions. With a sharp gesture, he threw the satellite imagery onto the main display. A fiery streak tore through the upper atmosphere, hurtling toward the planet at impossible speeds. The heat signature was unlike any conventional spacecraft. It pulsed with raw, untamed energy like a blazing comet of destruction. And Cyborg was now even able to read power levels because Radix supplied them with his scouter technology. So now Cyborg had the ability to sense people's power levels. 3 life forms inside, Cyborg reported, his voice tight. 2 massive power readings, Saiyan biology, matching Radix's description of Vegeta and Nappa. And the third, he hesitated, systems whirring as he cross-referenced databases. It's Kryptonian, but not like Clark's. This one's signature is fluctuating. Superman's jaw clenched. That must be Zod from my computer files. Batman was already moving, pulling up tactical overlays. Estimated landing zone. Uninhabited region near the Rocky Mountains, Cyborg confirmed. But if they decide to change course, they'll hit a city, Wonder Woman finished, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. Flash vibrated in place, restless. So what's the play? We intercept in midair? Try to steer them away from civilians? Batman's glare was ice. No. We let them land. Superman turned sharply. Bruce. We don't know their full capabilities, Batman snapped. If we engage them in the atmosphere and fail, they'll crash into a populated area. Out of spite, if anything. Better to meet them on our terms, where we can control the battlefield and come up with tactics. Cyborg's optics flickered as he processed the data. ETA 6 minutes. And guys, their power levels. They're definitely off the charts. Radix was strong, but these 2, certified monsters. A heavy silence settled over the room. Wonder Woman exhaled, rolling her shoulders. And it's a good thing we are strong as well, especially together. Superman met her gaze and then nodded. Be safe out there, people. As the League scattered to prepare, Cyborg systems continued tracking the ship's descent. A burning herald of the storm was about to break. The moment Cyborg confirmed the Saiyan ship's trajectory, Batman's mind was already 3 steps ahead. He turned to the League, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. We let them land. Superman's eyes narrowed. We can intercept them now. If we engage in midair, they'll crash in the city. Like I said before. Pulling off a topographic map of the Rockies. A red marker post where the pod was projected to touch down. A barren valley, miles from the nearest town. This is our best shot. We control the battlefield, we minimize collateral damage, and we draw their attention before they even think about heading toward populated areas to terrorize the people. Wonder Woman crossed her arms. So you're suggesting we wait for them to land and then we confront them head on? Not just confront, Batman said, his fingers flying across the holographic display. We funnel them in. The terrain here is rugged. Plenty of natural barriers to keep the fight contained. If they're as arrogant as Radix implied, they'll want to flex their power. We give them a stage, but it's really ours, not theirs, to control. Flash tapped his foot impatiently. So we're basically rolling out a welcoming mat for 2 planet busters and a Kryptonian war criminal. We're baiting them, Batman corrected. And when they step off that ship, we can take them out without risking collateral damage of mass proportions. We jumped to the waves of the Atlantic as it crashed against the rocky shore, as Aquaman emerged from the depths, water cascading off his orange armor. His trident gleamed under the fading sunlight, its prongs humming with latent power. Behind him, the ocean seemed to hold its breath, the tide receding as if in reverence. Mira stood at the water's edge, her emerald eyes reflecting both pride and concern as she reached out with her fingers, brushing his wrist. Arthur. He turned, his jaw set, the weight of the coming battle etched into his features. I know, he said, his voice steady, but this fight isn't just for the surface. If these Saiyans are half as destructive as Radix claim, they won't stop at leveling just cities. They'll come for the seas next. Mira's grip tightened. Then let me fight beside you. Aquaman shook his head. Atlantis needs its queen. If I fall today, you'll be the one to lead our people through what comes after. He glanced toward the horizon, where the faint streak of the descending pod burned through the sky like a falling star. But I don't intend to fall. Mira exhaled sharply, then pressed her forehead to his. Then make sure you don't. With a final nod, Aquaman turned, his muscles coiling before he launched himself forward, with his trident cutting through the air as he surged toward the shore. The ground trembled beneath his boots as he broke into a sprint, his cloak billowing behind him. The pod's trajectory was clear. It would land deep within the Rockies, far from civilization, but close enough to threaten the world if its occupants weren't contained. As he ran, the ocean roared behind him, as if urging him forward. He wouldn't fail. Not while Atlantis still stood. Not while his people, his family, relied on him. For the 7 seas, he muttered, his grip tightening on his trident. For Atlantis. Cyborg exhaled sharply, his mechanical systems whirring as he clenched his fist. The weight of what they were about to face settled over him. This wasn't just another street-level threat. This was an extinction-level threat, if anything. He glanced at Robin, whose jaw was set in grim determination. Then back at Raven, who stood motionless, her hands outstretched as dark energy swirled around her, tearing at the fabric of reality in her desperate attempt to open back up the dead zone. You know, Cyborg muttered, forcing a smirk, back when we were just dealing with Slade and petty metahuman criminals, I thought we hit the big time. He shook his head. Now? We're about to throw down with alien warlords who could probably sneeze and level a city. Robin adjusted his gauntlets, his eyes never leaving Raven's straining form. Yeah, we don't have a choice. If we don't hold the line, there won't be a reunion. His voice was steady, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the fear beneath as he thought about his teammates that were no longer here. Cyborg clapped a heavy hand on Robin's shoulder. Then let's make sure we earn that reunion. He turned toward the exit, his optics locking onto the distant horizon where the Saiyan ship would soon touch down. Robin nodded once. For the Titans. With that, the 2 former teammates turned their backs on Raven's ritual, stepping out into the fading light. The wind howled around them, carrying the distant rumble of approaching destruction. But they didn't look back. There was no time for doubt. There was only a battle to come. And the Titans were in the big leagues now. The tension in the air was palpable as the Flash skidded to a stop beside Batman and Wonder Woman, his crimson suit crackling with residual speed, force energy. The barren valley stretched before them, the ground scarred and smoking from the impact of the sand pod. The wind howled through jagged peaks of the Rockies, carrying with it the scent of scorched earth and ozone. Batman stood like a statue with his cape billowing slightly in the wind. His sharp eyes locked onto the crater where the pod had embedded itself. His mind was already calculating every possible scenario that was to come, every weakness that he could potentially exploit. The Flash fidgeted beside him, vibrating with nervous energy. So we just wait for them to come out? He muttered, glancing between Batman and Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman didn't answer immediately. Her grip on her sword only tightened. Her muscles coiled like a spring. She had faced monsters and tyrants, but something about this moment felt very different. Plus, the absence of Goku was weighing heavily on her. He was a missing piece in their ranks that left them vulnerable, to say the very least. Then, with a deafening boom, Superman touched down beside them, his boots cracking the earth beneath him. His cape flared beneath him as he straightened, his blue eyes glowing faintly with restrained power. He didn't speak, but his presence alone was enough to steady the group. One by one, the rest of the league arrived. Aquaman emerged from the tree line with his trident gleaming in the sunlight, and Cyborg and Robin arrived next, while Raven stayed back to try to retrieve Goku from the Phantom Zone. The silence was oppressive. No birds were singing, no wind rustled trees. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the storm that was to come. And then movement. A hiss of steam escaped the pod as its hatch began to open. The metal groaned under the strain, and shadowy figures stepped forward, silhouetted against the dim lights that were within. And by the way, this picture right here, I didn't know if I wanted to give Zod sleeves or not. I decided with sleeves, but right here he's sleeveless. Just throwing it out there. Anyway, the tension in the valley was thick, enough to choke on as Vegeta, Nappa, and Zod stepped out of their pod, their boots crunching against the scorched earth. Vegeta's sharp eyes swept over the barren landscape, his lips curled in disgust. "Pathetic," he muttered, crossing his arms. "This is the planet that coddled Kakarot. No wonder he's probably still weak." Nappa cracked his knuckles, his massive frame casting a long shadow as he grinned. "Looks like a wasteland. Smells like one, too." Zod remained silent, his piercing gaze locked onto the group of costumed figures standing at the edge of the crater. On the other side, his jaw tightened. Something about this planet felt wrong, like an itch beneath his skin he couldn't scratch, and everyone speaking sounded louder to him than usual. Vegeta's tail flicked impatiently as he stepped forward, his voice dripping with disdain and dismissal. "All right, enough wasting time. Where's Kakarot? If this is the welcoming committee, I'm already unimpressed." The Flash zipped forward, stopping just out of arm's reach with his usual grin in place, despite the gravity of the situation. "Oh, sorry, little guy. Goku's on vacation right now. But hey, if you want to leave a message, I'd be happy to pass it along." Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Nappa didn't wait for permission. With a roar, he lunged forward, his fist slamming into the ground where the Flash had stood a millisecond before. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth. "How about we spell out that message with your dead bodies?" he bellowed, his grin widening as dust and debris rained down around him. The Flash reappeared beside Batman, his usual humor gone. "Okay, not the friendly type." Vegeta smirked, rolling his shoulders. "Nappa, make sure they understand that this isn't a negotiation. This is a demand." And then at that moment, Superman stepped forward, his cape fluttering in the wind. The tension in the valley seemed to crystallize. His voice was calm but firm, carrying the weight of diplomacy, forged in countless battles. "We don't have to be enemies," he said, his piercing blue eyes locked onto Vegeta, then onto Zod. "I know what happened to you, how you were betrayed, sealed away in the Phantom Zone, and I know about Frieza's deception. I know about the Tyrant. And I'm here to tell you that he destroyed Krypton and planet Vegeta." Zod's head snapped toward him, his blue eyes narrowing. The mention of Frieza sent a ripple of recognition through him, but his gaze quickly zeroed in on the symbol that it was emblazoned across Superman's chest. The crest of the House of El. His lip curled into a sneer. "Another Kryptonian lives," he muttered, stepping forward. The air around him seemed to vibrate with restrained power. "Tell me, boy, what is your name?" Superman didn't flinch. "Kal-El, son of Jor-El." Zod's expression darkened, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. "So, the son of Jor-El still breathes." For a brief moment, Superman thought he saw hesitation, a crack in Zod's ruthless demeanor. Maybe there was common ground to be found. Maybe the shared history of their people could bridge the gap that was between them. But then Zod's face hardened, his voice dripping with contempt. "But why has he chosen to breathe the same air in the vicinity of lesser life forms?" His gaze swept over the assembled league, lingering on Batman and Wonder Woman, and the others with undisguised disdain. "You stand among these creatures as if they are your equals, Kal-El. As if their existence holds even a fraction of the value of Krypton's legacy." Superman's jaw tightened. He could feel the shift that was in the air. The fragile hope of negotiation was evaporating, like mist under the sun. Zod's posture was rigid. His fist clenched, every muscle coiled like a spring. Behind him, Vegeta smirked, crossing his arms as if amused by the spectacle. Nappa cracked his knuckles with his grin widening in anticipation. Superman exhaled slowly, his shoulders squaring. "They are my equals," he said, his voice steady. And if you can't see that, then you've learned nothing from Krypton's fall. We're stronger together. Zod's eyes flashed with fury. Then you are as much as a traitor as your father and the council. The words hung in the air like a death knell. Superman knew then there would be no talking out of this. All right, so next episode we're gonna get it cracking, man. Like, share, subscribe. We're about to heat up. Let me know what you guys see in the comment section below. Gone. Peace. Y'all know what it is. We back. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 6. Vegeta learns about Kryptonian powers. Alright, before that, you guys already know. Let me know in the comment section which picture y'all like more. The thumbnail that didn't make it. This one. 1 in the chat for this. 2 in the comments for this. And 3 in the comments for this. Alright, let me know which one y'all like the most. But anyway, let's get into it. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 8. Let's get it. The moment stretched like an eternity as Cyborg's arm cannon whirred to life, the metallic plate shifting as energy surged through its circuits. His optic locked onto Nappa's hulking frame, the Saiyan warrior standing there with his arms crossed, with a smirk playing on his lips as if this was all some type of amusing game. "Eat this, big guy," Cyborg barked, and with a thunderous boom, his sonic cannon unleashed a concentrated blast of raw power. The beam tore through the air, a brilliant streak of blue-white light that struck Nappa dead center in the chest. The impact kicked up the massive dust cloud, the shockwave rippling outward and shaking the ground beneath them. And for a brief second, the Titans and the League held their breath. Then, through the smoke, all that was heard was laughter, deep, booming, and utterly unbothered. The smoke cleared, revealing Nappa still standing exactly where he'd been, his armor slightly scorched, but otherwise untouched. He glanced down at the smoldering mark that was on his chest and then back up at Cyborg, his grin widening into something downright predatory. "That tickled," Nappa rumbled, cracking his neck. "Now let me show you what a real blast feels like." The moment stretched, the air thick with tension, as Cyborg's sonic blast dissipated into the wind. Nappa hadn't even flinched. His grin never wavered. Then, sudden movement, a blur, a shockwave of displaced air followed his wake. Cyborg's system screamed at but it was a millisecond too late. His optics barely registered the shift in Nappa's stance before the Saiyan's fist vanished from view. Then boom, the impact was catastrophic. A thunderous crack echoed through the valley as Nappa's fist buried itself in Cyborg's gut, the sheer force bending the titanium alloy of his chassis inward. Cyborg's eyes widened behind his visor, his voice short-circuiting into static as the punch took the breath out of him. And then he sent a small key blast, blasting him backward like a cannonball. The flash's pupils dilated. He saw it. The way Nappa's muscles coiled, the way the ground cratered under his feet as he pushed off. But he was caught off guard by the fast reaction, too fast for him to intercept at that moment. Superman's head snapped toward the motion as well. His Kryptonian perception tracked the trajectory, but he was too far away. So he was able to blitz Cyborg without the two speedsters being able to catch him because they were caught off guard. Cyborg's body tore through the air, carving a trench through the earth before smashing into the side of a distant mountain. Rocks shattered on impact, the entire cliff face collapsing in a roar of dust and debris, followed by silence. Then Nappa cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders. Thought he'd go farther. The League stood there frozen. Flash's hands trembled. He was the fastest man alive. Yet Nappa had taken advantage of his underestimation to cause a devastating blow to one of the members of his team. Zod's fierce eyes burned with contempt as he stepped forward, his armored boots crunching against the rocky terrain because Superman tried to intervene. The Kryptonian blaster in his grip hummed with lethal energy, its barrel trained squarely on Superman's chest to stop him from engaging with Nappa. His finger hovered over the trigger, his lips curling into a sneer. "You disgrace the House of El by groveling among these insects," Zod spat. "Let me remind you of your mistake with superior Kryptonian technology." And he pulled the trigger. Or at least, he tried to. A sickening crunch echoed through the valley as instead of firing, the blaster's casing crumpled like paper in Zod's grip. The metal warped, the delicate internal mechanisms collapsing under the sheer uncontrolled force of his own grip. Zod's eyes widened in shock as the weapon imploded in his palm, sparks erupting between his fingers. Superman didn't move. His expression remained unreadable. Zod, however, stared at his hand, his mind racing. He had wielded Kryptonian weaponry for decades. His strength had always been precise, measured, perfect. This was impossible. For it to bend, to break, like that? What? He muttered, flexing his fingers as if testing their resistance. The air around him felt thicker, his senses sharper than they'd ever been under Rao's red sun. His own body was seemingly betraying him. Nappa's grin faltered for the first time since landing on Earth. His beady eyes locked onto Zod, watching as the Kryptonian warlord flexed his fingers, his expression shifting from confusion to something far more unsettling. Realization. Vegeta, ever observant, narrowed his eyes. Zod, he muttered, his tail flicking behind him. What the hell is wrong with you? Zod didn't answer. His hands trembled, not with weakness, but with newfound power. Raw, untamed energy crackling beneath his skin, his veins glowing faintly under the strain, glowing a light yellow. Then his eyes ignited, a searing hellish red burning brighter than any flame. The air around him distorted from the heat, the ground beneath his boots blackening as if scorched by an invisible inferno. Nappa took an involuntary step back, his smirk vanishing. Since when could he do that? Vegeta's scowl deepened. He couldn't. Zod's breathing grew ragged, his muscles tensing as if his very biology was rewriting itself. The heat vision, a power he'd never possessed under Rao's red sun, pulsed erratically. Lancing out an uncontrolled burst, one stray beam sliced through a nearby boulder, cleaving it in half with the hiss of molten rock, leaving that behind. Superman's eyes widened. Zod, listen to me. You're adapting to Earth's yellow sun, but it's happening too fast. Your body isn't used to it. Zod gritted his teeth, his voice a guttural snarl. Silence! The command came out warped, his vocal cords straining under the surge of power. He raised his hands again, this time not for a weapon, but to strike. Nappa barked out a laugh, though it lacked its usual bravado. Well, ain't this a twist? Looks like the Kryptonians got some bite after all. Vegeta's tail lashed. Doesn't change our objective. His gaze flicked to Superman, then back to Zod. He subconsciously wondered, how strong were Kryptonians in this state? Nappa whistled. Damn. Maybe this planet ain't so boring after all, huh, Vegeta? Batman's jaw clenched as he watched Zod's transformation unfold. The Kryptonian's veins pulsing with raw energy, his eyes blazing crimson like a furnace. The ground beneath Zod's feet splintered because of his uncontrolled calves flexing under him, and the air itself seemed to warp under the pressure of his awakening power. Every instinct in Batman's tactical mind screamed a warning. This changes everything. Zod wasn't just adapting to Earth's yellow sun. He was adapting to it at breakneck pace. His body was surging with abilities he'd never possessed under Krypton's red star. Heat vision, superhuman strength, enhanced speed. If left unchecked, he'd become another Superman, only without the restraint, without the morality. A living weapon with decades of military conditioning and a fanatical devotion to Kryptonian supremacy. Across the battlefield, Vegeta's smirk widened, his sharp eyes tracking Zod's erratic power spikes with something akin to approval. The Saiyan Prince had seen warriors push past their limits before, but this, a Kryptonian unlocking his full potential mid-battle, this was interesting. Not bad, Vegeta muttered, crossing his arms, his tail twitched behind him, betraying his intrigue. Nappa barked a laugh, though his usual bravado was undercut by the faintest edge of caution. Guess we ain't the only ones who can get stronger because of our genetics. Vegeta's gaze flicked to Superman, then back to Zod. If a weakened Kryptonian like Zod could spike this dramatically under Earth's sun, what did that say about Kal-El? He wondered. Who'd spent his entire life soaking up its energy. The thought sent a thrill down his spine. Finally, something on this planet worth something. And maybe he was even worth more than Kakarot, if he could get him on his side, so they could go against Frieza. Batman saw the calculation in Vegeta's eyes, the hunger, the anticipation. This wasn't just a mission anymore for the Saiyan Prince. It was becoming a game. And if Zod's sudden power surge had Vegeta's respect, then the League was about to face a nightmare scenario. Two strong forces, each feeding off of each other's bloodlust. He keyed his calm, voice low and urgent. Clark, we need to end this now. But Superman's response was grim. Bruce, I don't think it's going to be that easy. Zod's veins pulsed like live wires beneath his skin, his entire body thrumming with power he'd never known. The yellow sun's energy wasn't just filling him, it was rewriting him. His muscles swelled, his senses sharpened to an almost painful degree, and the very air that was around him vibrated from the sheer force that was radiating off of his body. He clenched his fist, watching as the ground beneath his boots cratered under nothing more than a weight of his presence from the pressure. His crimson eyes locked onto Kal-El, burning with contempt and something darker. Recognition. This was what it meant to be a real Kryptonian. This was the strength his people had been denied under Rao's dying light. And yet here stood Jor-El's son, draped in the colors of a dead world, playing a savior to these ants. Zod's voice was a growl, a guttural and raw. You disgrace us, Kal-El, hiding among these creatures, letting them leash you like some type of dog protector. He took a step forward and the earth trembled. But now you will learn what it means to face a true Kryptonian warrior. Superman braced himself, his own muscles coiling. In response, Zod, you don't have to do this. You don't work for Frieza anymore. The wars are over. Zod's lips peeled back in a snarl. No. The new war has just begun. Then, movement. A shockwave tore through the valley as Zod blitzed forward faster than he'd ever moved in his life. Superman barely had time to raise his arms before Zod's fist slammed into his guard, the impact sending him skidding backward, his boots carving trenches through solid rock. The force of the blow alone sent a visible ripple through the air, shaking the battlefield. Nappa whistled. Damn. Didn't see that coming. Vegeta's smirk widened. Good. Let the games begin. Zod didn't let up. He pressed the assault, his strikes coming faster, harder, each punch carrying the weight of a lifetime of military precision, now amplified by the untamed solar energy that was in his veins. Superman blocked, countered, but for the first time in years, he was really struggling. Zod wasn't just strong. He was adapting, learning to make fight, his instincts honed by decades of combat. And then with a roar, Zod grabbed Superman by the cape and hurled him into the mountainside. The cliff face exploded on impact, boulders raining down as Superman vanished into the dust. Zod hovered, his chest heaving, his eyes blazing. Pathetic. You had decades to master this power, and yet... Then, a shriek of blue erupted from the rubble. Superman's fist connected with Zod's jaw in a shattering uppercut, sending the general spinning through the air. He caught himself mid-flight, wiping the blood from his lip, and smiled. There you are, Zod spat. Now fight me like a real son of Krypton you were born to be. The two Kryptonians collided in midair, their class sending a thunderous boom across the battlefield. The League could only watch, stunned, as the sky itself seemed to tremble from their blows. Batman's hand tightened around a smoke pellet in angst. Things just got way worse. The moment Superman's fist connected with Zod's jaw, the shockwave that erupted was cataclysmic, the air itself seeming to shatter, a visible ripple of force expanding outward in all directions, flattening nearby boulders and sending loose debris hurtling like shrapnel. Zod's head snapped back, his body rocketing skyward from the sheer force of the blows, but before he could even stabilize, Superman was already airborne, streaking after him in a blur of blue and red. Zod snarled, flipping midair to right himself, his crimson eyes burning with fury. Blood trickled from his split lip, but the pain only fueled him. His muscles flexed, veins bulging at the yellow sun's energy surging through him, accelerating his adaptation at a terrifying rate. He raised his arms just in time to block Superman's next strike. A hammering right hook that sent another deafening boom echoing across the valley. The impact forced Zod backward, but he retaliated instantly, driving his knee into Superman's ribs hard enough to crack the air like a thunder. Superman grunted, the force of the blow sending him skidding through the sky, but he recovered fast with his own eyes glowing a faint red as he tapped deeper into his solar reserves. Below them, the battlefield was already suffering. Rocks liquefied under stray heat visions, the ground quaking from the aftershocks of their clashes. Superman knew they couldn't keep fighting here. Not with the League, the Titans, and the innocent landscapes that could become, not the landscapes, and the rock slides that could come from the landscapes to attack innocents that could be at risk below the mountain. With a determined glare, he shot forward again, this time grabbing Zod by the shoulder and spinning him midair. "We're taking this up," Superman growled before rocketing upward, dragging Zod with him. The general roared, resisting, but Superman poured on the speed, the two of them tearing through the atmosphere like a comet, friction igniting the air around them in a fiery wake. Higher and higher they climbed past the clouds, past the stratosphere, until the curvature of the earth became visible beneath them. The thin air did nothing to muffle the sound of their blows, each collision sending shockwaves rippling through the void of near orbit. Zod twisted free, swinging a wild haymaker that Superman narrowly dodged. The force of the missed punch created a vacuum burst that dispersed the surrounding atmosphere in a visible ripple. "Running, Kal-El," Zod spat, his voice distorted by the lack of medium. "Once again, you disgrace your bloodline." Superman, however, didn't answer. Instead, he retaliated with a devastating double-fisted slam to Zod's sternum, sending the general hurtling back toward the planet. But this time, Superman angled the trajectory away from the battlefield toward the vast, unpopulated Arctic. If they were going to destroy something, let it be ice and rock, not other people's lives. Zod tumbled through the sky, flipping mid-descent to regain his control, his teeth bared in a feral grin. "Fine. Let's see how long you last in this field of ice." The moment Nappa's boots slammed into the cracked earth, the battlefield seemed to shudder in response. His massive frame radiated raw, unchecked power, his muscles coiling like steel springs beneath his battle-worn armor. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face as he cracked his knuckles. The sounds like gunshots in the tense silence. Then, with a guttural roar, he flexed, and the air around him exploded. A blinding yellow aura erupted from his body, crackling with arcs of wild, untamed energy. The ground beneath his feet fractured instantly, spiderwebbing outward in all directions as the sheer force of his power sent shockwaves rippling through the valley. Dust and debris spiraled around him, caught in the vortex of his rising power. The very atmosphere seemed to warp, the pressure dropping as if the planet itself recoiled from his presence. Aquaman's grip on his trident tightened until his knuckles turned white. His sharp eyes tracked Nappa's every movement, his instincts screaming at him to brace for impact. This wasn't just a strength show. This man was about to go for an annihilation. The ocean's distant roar at his back felt like a warning. Wonder Woman shifted into a battle stance, her sword gleaming in the eerie glow of Nappa's aura. Batman's hand hovered over his belt, already calculating which tools might buy them even a second against this monstrosity. The Flash vibrated in place, his usual quips absent, replaced by the grim understanding that speed alone probably wouldn't win this fight. Nappa's laugh boomed across the wasteland, dripping with malice. "All right, Bugs. Who's first?" The tension in the valley was suffocating, the air thick with the weight of impending violence. Nappa's monstrous aura still pulsed around him, daring anyone to make the first move. But before the battle could erupt in full, Vegeta raised a single-gloved hand, halting the brutish companion with nothing more than a gesture. His black eyes swept over the assembled heroes, lingering on each of them with undisguised disdain, before settling on the strongest presence among them, Wonder Woman. A slow, mocking smirk curled his lips. "Wait," Vegeta drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. "I'll make this simple. Whoever is the strongest among you, step forward. I'll battle you myself." His tail flicked lazily behind him, the only sign of his restrained excitement. "Hopefully you'll be enough of a challenge to keep me entertained. At least until Kakarot musters up enough courage to get his low-class self on this battlefield." The insult hung in the air like a poison. Wonder Woman's grip on her sword tightened, her knuckles whitening, her dark eyes burned with the fire that had failed gods, her jaw setting in a hard line. Part of her stepped forward because she was the strongest among them, trained by the Amazons, forged in war, and blessed by the gods themselves. But another part, a deeper part, a more personal part, moved because of the way Vegeta had sneered Goku's name, like he was nothing, like he was weak. Vegeta noticed her reaction instantly. His smirk widened, sharp canines glinting in the sunlight. "Oh," he mused, tilting his head. "Did I strike a nerve, woman?" His tone was deliberately mocking, probing for weakness. "Is that low-class reject really your friend? Or maybe he is something more?" Dinah didn't dignify that with words. Instead, she planted her feet, rolled her shoulders as she met his gaze without flinching. You will not speak of him in that way. Vegeta laughed, a cold, humorless sound. Defensive, aren't we? He cracked his neck, rolling his wrist as his aura flared to life. The ground trembled beneath him. Fine. Let's see if you fight as fiercely as you glare, woman. The air between them crackled with unspent energy, the promise of violence thick enough to taste. The League tensed, knowing this battle would set the tone for everything that followed. And Diana, she didn't wait for him to make the first move. She lunged. The moment Wonder Woman engaged Vegeta, Nappa's grin twisted into something feral. His massive frame trembled with barely contained excitement, his tail lashing behind him like a whip. Heh, that leaves the rest of you maggots with me. Batman's voice cut through the tension, low and urgent. Aquaman, take the front. We'll back you up. Aquaman didn't hesitate, his trident gleamed in the sunlight as he stepped forward, his muscles coiling like steel springs. Understood. Then, movement. Nappa blurred forward, his fist already mid-swing. Aquaman barely had time to raise his trident before the impact came. Boom! The collision was catastrophic. The ground beneath them shattered. A spiderweb of fissures exploding outward of dust and debris erupted into the air. Aquaman's boots dug trenches into the earth, his arms trembling under the sheer, unrelenting force of Nappa's punch. The shockwave alone sent nearby boulders tumbling like pebbles. The very air was vibrating from the force. Nappa's grin widened. Not bad for a fish man. Let's see how many more hits you can take, though. Aquaman gritted his teeth, his trident humming as he channeled the ocean's strength. More than you think, bawled Brute. And with a roar, he shot forward, his trident slashing toward Nappa's throat. The Saiyan warrior ducked, laughing before retaliating with a devastating knee to Aquaman's ribs. Crack! The sound of bones straining echoed across the battlefield as Aquaman was launched backward, skidding across the ruined earth. Batman's eyes narrowed as he formulated his plan. The moment Aquaman was sent skidding backward, Batman's mind accelerated into overdrive. Every variable and every weakness. Every ounce of leverage they had against Nappa, Nappa's overwhelming power snapped into place like pieces of a grim puzzle. He turned to the remaining League members, Flash, Robin, and Cyborg, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Flash, Batman growled, locking eyes with the speedster. Your priority is evasion and extraction. The second you predict someone's about to take a lethal hit, you move them. No hesitation. Flash swallowed hard, his usual humor absent. Got it. But Bats, just letting you know this guy's got some speed for a big guy. I didn't anticipate him to move as fast as he did when he had Cyborg. So I'm just letting you guys know he might have some more tricks up his sleeve. But I'm definitely still faster. Which is why you don't wait to react, Batman interrupted. Anticipate. Watch his tails, his weight shifts, his muscle tension. Saiyans might be strong, but they're still just fighters. They telegraph like everyone else. Robin stepped forward, his hand already on his utility belt. And what about us? Batman's gaze flicked to his protege. We're the distraction. Smoke pellets, sonic disruptors, anything to break his focus. He's arrogant. He'll dismiss us as weak. That's our opening. He turned to Cyborg, who was still shaking off the remnants of Nappa's earlier blow. Cyborg, you're on Overwatch. Long-range suppression fire, and keep scanning his energy output. If he tires, if he falters even for a second, we need to know. Cyborg's optics whirred as he recalibrated. On it. But Bats, his power level is holding steady on 6,200, like a nuke on standby. Batman's jaw tightened. Then we just make him waste it. Nappa's laughter boomed across the battlefield as he cracked his neck. You bugs done whispering, or do I gotta squash you mid-sentence? Batman didn't flinch. Now. Robin struck first, a flashbang at Nappa's feet, followed by a hail of batarangs aimed at his eyes. Nappa swatted them aside like gnats, but the moment his guard shifted, Batman lunged, driving a taser-charged gauntlet into the Saiyan's kidney. The voltage would have failed an elephant, but Nappa blinked. Huh. That actually tickled. Then he backhanded Batman into the nearest cliff. Batman, Flash yelled, vibrating into place, but Cyborg's shout over the comm stopped him. Power spike. He's winding up for another move. Move, Aquaman, now! Flash became a blur, yanking Aquaman clear as Nappa's fist cratered the ground where he'd stood. The shockwave sent Robin tumbling backward. Cyborg's cannon roared to life, pelting Nappa with plasma rounds. He's not slowing down yet. Batman dragged himself from the rubble with blood trickling from his lip. Then we keep going. The plan was in motion. Now came the hard part. Raven's fingers trembled as she channeled her dark energy, her violent aura flickering erratically in the dim chamber that she was in. The angular device hovered before her, its fractured surface pulsing with unstable dimensional energy. The only tether she had to the dead zone. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her breathing ragged as she pushed her powers to their absolute limit. Come on. Where are you, Goku? Her mind stretched across the void, navigating the infinite blackness of the dead zone. A realm where time and space had no real meaning. Every second in the real world could be hours, days, or even years for Goku's trapped inside. She could feel the oppressive weight of the null space pressing against her consciousness, threatening to swallow her whole if she lingered too long. Faint echoes of energy brushed against her senses. Flickers of Goku's unmistakable spirit scattered and distorted like a fading signal. She gritted her teeth, forcing her magic deeper. Almost there. A surge of recognition. His presence flared like a beacon in the dark, but something was wrong. The dead zone wasn't just resisting her pull. It was like it was fighting back, as if some unseen force refused to relinquish its prisoner. The angular device sparked violently, its metal groaning under the strain. Raven's voice was a strained whisper. I can't hold it much longer. But she couldn't stop. Not when the league was being torn apart below. Not when Goku was so close. She could feel it. With a final desperate push, she wrenched at the fabric of reality, just as the angler began to crack within her grasp. And then a flicker of movement was in the void. Found you. Alright, man. Things are heating up, man. We're about to have Nappa fighting everybody and everything else, man. Like, share, and subscribe. Let me know what y'all think. Till the next one. Go on. Peace. Alright, back with another one. Goku and DC, episode 9, season 3. Batman versus Nappa. Or Batman takes on Nappa. Let's get to it. The moment Batman's smoke bomb detonated, a thick, impenetrable cloud of dark gray smoke erupted across the battlefield, swallowing Nappa whole. 1 second, the hulking Saiyan warrior was grinning, cracking his knuckles as he prepared to pummel the next hero that was foolish enough to step into his range, and the next, he was blind in the dark, his vision reduced to swirling shadows. Nappa snarled, his massive frame tensing as he whipped his head left and right. His beady black eyes straining to pierce through the unnatural smoke screen. "The hell is this?" he bellowed, swiping a meaty hand through the thick fog as if he could physically clear it away. His tail twitched behind him, lashing like an agitated whip. "Hiding like cowards already." The smoke obscured the Saiyan's sight. His massive frame swallowed up by the dense haze. Nappa's ears twitched. His Saiyan senses were sharp from years of combat. And that's when he heard a whisper of displaced air to his left. The moment Aquaman lunged from the smoke, his trident gleaming with lethal intent, Nappa's ears twitched. Just a fraction. Just enough. The whisper of displaced air, the faintest scruff of boots on cracked earth. His instincts honed across 1,000 battlefields screamed at him. His hand snapped up faster than Aquaman anticipated, and the trident's razor-sharp prongs bit deep into his palm. Blood splattered across Nappa's armor, crimson droplets hanging in the air for a split second before gravity claimed him. The pain was sharp, immediate, but Nappa didn't even flinch. Instead, his lips peeled back into a feral grin, his teeth glinting like a predator's. "Nice try, fish scales," Nappa growled, and before Aquaman could react, Nappa yanked him forward by the trident shaft, closing the distance between them in a blink. The Atlantean's eyes widened as Nappa's forehead rocketed towards his face. Crack! The impact was sickening. Bone met bone with the sound like splitting timber. Aquaman's head snapped back, blood erupting from his nose as the force of the headbutt lifted him right off his feet. He sailed backward, crashing through the dissipating smoke and skidding across the battlefield like a rag doll. And the League could only watch in horror as their strongest frontline fighter was dismantled within seconds. Nappa stared at the blood dripping from his palm, the deep gash left by Aquaman's trident glistening under the sunlight. For a moment he was just silent, unusual for the boisterous warrior that he was. Then slowly his lips curled into a grin, his jagged teeth bared in something between amusement and admiration. "Damn," he muttered, turning the trident over in his grip, examining the ornament craftsmanship, the way the metal shimmered like a liquid gold despite the blood that was now staining it. Didn't think anything on this mud ball could cut me. He flicked his fingers, watching as the wound leaked to the floor. The league tensed. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl, already recalculating their next move. Flash vibrated in place, ready to dart in at the first sign of an opening. Cyborg's arm cannon hummed as it charged, but he hesitated. Attacking now might provoke Nappa into something even more brutal for that time. Nappa didn't seem to notice or care. He just swung the trident experimentally, the weapon cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Not bad, he mused, his voice dripping with dark amusement. Sharp, lightweight, hits like a damn asteroid. His grin widened. I think I'll keep it. His gaze flicked back to the heroes, his grips tightening around the trident shaft. After I wipe the rest of you maggots out, that is. The threat hung in the air, heavy and unchallenged. Aquaman groaned from where he lay in the dirt, struggling to push himself back up. His face was a mess of blood. Nappa didn't even glance back at him as he twirled the trident like he was practicing majorette. But Nappa's grin soon faltered for the briefest moment as he glanced down at his now empty hand. The trident, his new trident, was gone. His fingers twitched, curling around nothing but air. His brow furrowed, confusion flickering across his brutish features before his eyes snapped up, scanning the battlefield. And then he saw it. The Flash stood a dozen yards away, vibrating in place, the stolen trident clutched within his hands. The speedster's usual playful smirk was absent, replaced by a grim determination as he tossed the weapon back toward Aquaman, who caught it with a shaky grip. Nappa's nostrils flared. His blood boiled. You little... The ground beneath Nappa's feet shattered as he lunged forward, his massive frame moving faster than physics should allow. The Flash's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Nappa to react that fast. The Saiyan's fist blurred through the air, aimed squarely at the speedster's ribs. Whoosh! Flash moved, his body dissolving in a crimson streak as he sidestepped the blow by a hair's breadth. Nappa's punch tore through the space where he stood, the sheer force of the missed strike creating a shockwave that sent nearby rocks tumbling backward. Nappa snarled, pivoting on his heel. Quit dancing and fight! Flash didn't answer. Instead, he darted in again, this time aimed a rapid series of punches to Nappa's pressure points. His fists were a blur, striking with precision. Kidneys, solar plexus, the base of the skull. Each hit was designed to stagger, to disorient. But Nappa just laughed. That all you got? He swiped at Flash again, missing, but this time his tail lashed out like a whip and caught the speedster's feet. Thwack! Flash gasped as the wind was knocked out of him as he hit the ground, skidding backwards after being tripped by Nappa's tail. And Nappa's grin returned, wider, even crueler. Happy Feet is running himself into the ground already. The moment Robin's smoke pellets hit the ground, another thick cloud erupted, swallowing the battlefield in an impenetrable gray haze. The League scattered, their movements masked by the smokescreen, just as they had planned. But this time, Nappa didn't snarl in frustration. Instead, a slow, knowing grin spread across his face as his fingers tapped the side of his scouter, the device whirred to life, lenses adjusting as it locked onto the energy signatures of the heroes. Beep, beep, beep. Numbers flickered across the display, each one corresponding to a target. Batman, power level of 35, peak human, but barely registering. Robin was at 25, slightly weaker and even more insignificant. Flash sat at 100, enhanced but erratic, and it was always fluctuating. His power level was always fluctuating upward, likely due to his speed force. Cyborg's power level, however, was unreadable because of his cybernetics. And Aquaman was sitting at about 3,500 out of the water, which was actually impressive for an Earthling, as far as Nappa was concerned. Then Nappa's grin widened. Huh, nice try, Bugs. Now I can see you through the fog. Cyborg's breath hitched as his thermal followed Nappa's movements through the smoke. Wait, he can see us. Batman's mind raced. Not see, track. Nappa chuckled, cracking his neck. You really thought the same trick would work twice. His scouter beeped again, locking onto his next target, which was Robin. Nappa's scouter locked onto Robin's energy signature, the beeping crescendoing into a sharp ping as the targeting systems confirmed the strike. The Saiyan warrior didn't hesitate. His fist rocketed forward, knuckles aimed like a battering ram straight for Robin's ribs. The air itself seemed to scream from the force of the punch, the shockwave rippling through the smoke before impact, and Robin's eyes widened. He had just enough time to register that there was an incoming blow. His training screaming at him to dodge, But Nappa was fast. Way too fast. And then, lightning. A streak of crimson blurred between them. The Flash's fingers closed around Robin's wrist a millisecond before Nappa's fist was able to connect. And the world lurched sideways as Speed Force energy yanked Robin out of the path of destruction, the displaced air from Nappa's punch exploding outward like an air grenade. Dust and debris erupted in their wake in all directions as Flash skidded to a halt 20 yards away, Robin gasping in his grip. Nappa's fist hung in empty space, his grin faltered, replaced by a snarl. Again? His scouter flicked, recalculating, but Flash was already moving, darting back into the fray, zigzagging unpredictably to throw off the tracking. Robin sucked in a sharp breath, adrenaline making his hands shake. Close one, he muttered. Flash didn't smile, though. He's learning our moves. We can't keep this up forever. The moment Nappa's fist tore through the space where Robin had just stood, Batman's mind accelerated into overdrive. His sharp eyes tracked every detail, the way Nappa's head tilted slightly before striking, the faint beep of his scouter adjusting, the way his gaze never truly looked at Robin but rather through him, as if locked onto something unseen. Batman's voice was a low growl over the comms. Cyborg, scan his scouter, now. Cyborg's optics whirred, zooming in on the device clamped over Nappa's eye. His systems flared to life, analyzing the energy signatures, the radio frequencies, anything that could explain how Nappa was able to track them through the smoke. Got it, Cyborg muttered. That thing's not just a HUD. It's a biometric tracker. It's reading our energy signatures, heart rates, even muscle tension. That's how it's predicting our moves. It even seems to be more advanced than Radix's scouters. Batman's jaw tightened. Then we blinded. Cyborg's arm cannon reconfigured with a mechanical click, shifting from plasma rounds to an electromagnetic pulse emitter. One problem. If I fry his scouter, he'll know it was us. And he really won't like that. Batman doesn't hesitate. Do it. The moment Cyborg's targeting system locked onto Nappa's scouter, his arm cannon reconfigured with a sharp mechanical click, shifting from plasma rounds to a focused electromagnetic pulse emitter. The air around his cannon hummed with charged energy, the faint blue glow intensifying as he powered up the shot. Batman's voice crackled over the comms, low and urgent. Now! Cyborg didn't hesitate. Boom! A concentrated blast of EMP energy lanced through the battlefield, invisible to the naked eye but devastating to electronics. The pulse struck Nappa's scouter dead center. The device flickering wildly before emitting a sharp, distorted screech. Sparks erupted from its lens, the eternal circuitry frying in an instant. Nappa's hand flew to his scouter, his grin vanishing as the display fizzled into static. The hell? He ripped the device from his face, crushing it in his fist with a snarl, the battlefield still thick with smoke, and he was now truly blind to them. Cyborg smirked despite the danger. Scouter's down. He's flying blind now. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. Good. Now we move. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. Good. Now we move. Why did I say that twice? But Nappa wasn't done. His head snapped toward Cyborg, his nostrils flaring as he zeroed in on the sound of his voice. You little roach, he growled, his muscles coiling. The ground beneath him shattered as he launched himself forward, directly at Cyborg. The moment Nappa lunged, his massive frame tearing through the smoke like a wrecking ball, the Flash was already moving. Whoosh! A streak of crimson lightning blurred across the battlefield again as the speedster yanked Cyborg backwards, just as Nappa's fist obliterated the place where he stood. Shaking the ground, the shockwave of the missed punch sent debris flying. The sheer force rattled the mountain beneath him. Nappa snarled, whirling around only to find empty air. Damn speedster! He roared, his tail lashing in frustration. Batman didn't waste the opening. With a sharp flick of his wrist, another smoke pellet detonated at Nappa's feet, the thick gray haze swallowing the sand warrior once more. Robin mirrored the move, tossing a second pellet for good measure. The battlefield now a swirling impenetrable fog around the entire landscape. Over the comms, Batman's voice was ice cold. Now, hit him with everything. Then Aquaman thrusted his trident, but Nappa sidestepped the trident's deadly prongs once again, and Aquaman didn't hesitate this time. He twisted his grip mid-swing, turning the weapon in his hands with practiced precision. The butt end of the trident, a solid weighted shaft of Atlantean steel, whistled through the air as he brought it crashing upward in a brutal arc. Nappa's eyes widened a fraction, his smirk faltering as he realized too late that the strike wasn't aimed to pierce, but to bludgeon. Crack! The impact was sickening. The trident's heavy pommel smashed into Nappa's jaw, with enough force to snap a normal man's neck. The Saiyan's head snapped sideways, his teeth crackling together as a spray of crimson erupted from his lips. Blood, thick and dark, splattered across the battlefield, flecking Aquaman's armor as Nappa staggered back a step, his boots grinding against the fractured earth. For the first time since the battle began, Nappa looked surprised. His tongue probed the inside of his mouth, tasting copper. When he pulled his fingers away, they came back slick and with red. His gums had split from the force of the blow, his lower lip swelling almost instantly. Then a beat of silence, and then Nappa laughed, a wet guttural sound that sent chills down the spines of everyone that was watching. Not bad, fish man. He spat, blood dribbling down his chin. His grin returned wider now, more feral. Guess I'll have to stop playing nice. And Aquaman barely had time to brace before Nappa's fist was headed toward his face. The moment Nappa staggered back, though, from Aquaman's strike, the Flash had already been in motion. Not just moving, but accelerating beyond his usual limits. His boots left the ground in a crackle of scarlet lightning as he shot eastward, his body a blur streaking across the continent. The wind screamed past him, cities and forests melting into streaks of color as he pushed his speed to the brink. One lap. He tore through the atmosphere, kinetic energy building with every step. The friction of his passage superheated the air, leaving a trail of ionized particles in his wake. His muscles burned, his cells screamed, but he didn't stop. 2 laps. By the third pass, the energy around him was a visible storm, a vortex of red lightning coiling around his fist like a living thing. The speed force itself seemed to howl in anticipation. Then, impact. Flash reappeared on the battlefield in a thunderclap, his fist driving upward with an accumulated force of a continental sprint. The punch connected with Nappa's chin in a detonation of light and sound, the shockwave ripping the smoke apart in a perfect ring. Nappa's head snapped back, his feet actually leaving the ground for the first time in the fight, just an inch or maybe 2, before he crashed back down, skidding through the dirt with a guttural snarl. His lips split wider, and a tooth was loosened. Flash panted, his entire arm smoking, and his goggles were cracked from the sheer backlash of the powerful blow. And the moment Nappa's boots skidded backward from Flash's lightning uppercut, Cyborg was already in position, perched atop a jagged boulder, his arm cannon fully charged and humming with lethal energy. His optics locked onto Nappa's staggering form, crosshairs flashing red as his targeting system calculated the perfect angle of impact. The air around his cannon crackled with blue-white plasma, the sheer heat of it distorting the battlefield like a mirage. And Cyborg didn't hesitate. "Eat this!" he roared, and with a deafening boom, his cannon unleashed a concentrated blast of raw, unbridled energy. The beam tore through the air like a comet, a searing column of destruction that struck Nappa dead center in the chest, just as the Saiyan warrior was regaining his footing. The impact was catastrophic. Nappa's armor blackened instantly, the force of the blast cratering the earth beneath him in a spiderweb of fissures. Dust and debris erupted in the shockwave. The sheer concussive force flattened the nearby rocks and sent tremors rippling through the battlefield. For a split second, Nappa's massive frame was suspended in the energy stream, his muscles straining against the torrent of power. His teeth gritted, his eyes were wide with something between fury and disbelief. Then, with a final surge from Cyborg's cannon, the ground beneath him gave way. Boom! The earth split open, the rotten fruit swallowing Nappa whole as the beam drilled him deeper into the planet's crust. The resulting explosion of the dirt and rocks sent a mushroom cloud of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the massive pit where Nappa had once stood. The battlefield fell eerily silent, save for the faint sizzle of molten earth and the heavy panting of the League. Cyborg's arm cannon smoked, its vent hissing as it cooled. His optics flickered, scanning the crater for any sign of movement. The Flash clutched his hand, hissing through his teeth as he flexed his fingers. The knuckles were swollen, already bruising a deep purple from the force of his punch. Despite the pain, a grin tugged at his lips. Damn! That guy's jaw was harder than steel. Cyborg's optics flickered as he scanned the smoldering crater where Nappa had vanished. His scouter whirred, analyzing heat signatures, energy readings, anything that might indicate whether the Saiyan was still conscious. The dust hadn't even settled yet, but the silence was unnerving. Batman crouched beside Aquaman, pressing a hand to the Atlantean's ribs. "You're bleeding, and it's probably internal as well." Aquaman spat a mouthful of blood onto the dirt, gripping his trident like a lifeline. "He hits like a tidal wave." He's breathing ragged, but his eyes burn with defiance. "Did we get him?" Cyborg's voice was grim. "Power level still active. It's dropped a bit, but..." His words were interrupted by the ground shaking. Cyborg's optics flickered wildly as his sensor screamed a warning. His head snapped to the right, scanning the terrain. Something was moving beneath the earth, a surge of energy tumbling through the bedrock like a molten spear. His voice crackled over the comms, urgent and clipped. "Energy source, right side, underground, moving fast." Aquaman didn't hesitate, gripping his trident. He lunged toward the disturbance, his boots kicking up dust as he planted himself between the threat and his allies, planning to impale whoever came out of that ground. The ground trembled underfoot, fissure spiderwebbing outward as the unseen force barreled closer, his muscle tense, his instinct screaming. Then, the earth erupted, not with Nappa's fists, but with fire. A searing yellow energy blast tore through the surface like a geyser, the concussive force detonating the ground beneath Aquaman's feet. The explosion lifted him off the ground, his body silhouetted against the blinding light for a split second before the shockwave hurled him backward like a catapult. Rock and debris rained down as the blast radius expanded, swallowing Aquaman whole before collapsing into a heap of shattered stone. Silence. Cyborg's optics widened. "No! Damn, it's a trap!" The dust twirled, leaving the standing members in confusion. Cyborg's optics flared red as his sensor screamed, another power spike, this one erupting from beneath the battlefield. His voice was raw as he shouted over his comm. "Watch out! He's coming up!" Too late. The earth beneath Batman and Robin exploded in a shower of dirt and rock as Nappa burst forth like a demon from the depths of hell itself. His massive fists already mid-swing. His eyes burned with sadistic glee, his lips peeled back in a snarl. "Gotcha!" Batman's instincts kicked in and he twisted, his cape flaring as he reached for Robin, but even his reflexes weren't fast enough. Nappa's fist closed the distance, the air itself screaming from the force of the blows. Whoosh! A streak of crimson lightning blurred between them. The Flash's hands clamped around Batman and Robin's collar, yanking them backward, just as Nappa's knuckles grazed their fabric. The moment the Flash blurred into motion, Nappa's reflexes honed across countless battlefields, snapped into action. His massive hands shot out, not toward the speedster, but toward the two figures he was trying to save. His fingers closed like a vice around Batman and Robin's utility belts, the reinforced fabric straining for a split second before crunch. The sound of buckling metal and shattering gadgets echoed across the battlefield as Nappa's grip tightened, pulverizing every tool, every explosive, every last trick up their sleeves into useless scrap. Smoke pellets, batarangs, sonic emitters, all reduced to twisted wreckage in his palm. The belts themselves tore like paper, the remnants slipping from Nappa's fingers as he let out a dark, rumbling chuckle. Batman's jaw clenched, his mind racing without their gear. Without their gear, the tactical advantage was gone. Robin's breath hitched, his hand instinctively reaching for a batarang that was no longer there. Nappa cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he loomed over them, his grin widening into something truly monstrous. Blood still dripped from his split lip. His armor was scorched from Cyborg's blast, but his eyes burned with undiminished bloodlust. "Now," he rumbled, cracking his knuckles, "all of you will be the next ones to go underground." His tail lashed behind him, stirring the dust at his feet. But this time, his aura flared, a sickly yellow glow erupting around him as he planted his stance. "This time you'll be going underground permanently." All right, man. So that's the episode, man. Hopefully you guys liked it. Be sure you like, share, subscribe, all that. Till the next one. Go on. All right, let's get it. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 10. The title for this video is going to be crazy when it comes out. Anyway, let's go. The moment Vegeta's taunt left his lips, is that low-class reject your friend, or maybe something more? Diana's blood ignited. Her grip on her sword tightened until the metal groaned under the force, her dark eyes burning with the fire that had failed gods. She didn't dignify his words with a response. Instead, she lunged. Her fist strike was a blur, her sword carving through the air with lethal precision. But Vegeta smirked, sidestepping with infuriating ease as his tail flicked lazily behind him. Predictable, he sneered, swatting away her follow-up slash with his forearm, the impact sending sparks flying. Diana didn't relent, though. She feinted left, then pivoted into a spinning kick that could have shattered a mountain. Vegeta caught her ankle mid-air, his fingers digging in just enough to bruise. You fight with passion, he mused, tilting his head. But passion alone won't save you. With a snarl, Diana twisted, wrenching free, and driving her elbow towards his throat. Vegeta leaned back, but not fast enough. Her strike grazed his chin, snapping his head to the side. His smirk faltered for a split second before he retaliated, his fist rocketing toward her ribs, and Diana barely managed to cross her arms in time, and the force of the blow sent her off of the mountain into a grassy field. But she landed on her feet and rolled her shoulders as Vegeta landed near the same area. Vegeta's smirk widened as his sharp eyes flicked to the golden tiara that was resting atop Diana's raven black hair. Even in the heat of battle, the insignia gleamed under the sunlight, regal and unyielding. His tail twitched behind him curiously, cutting through his usual arrogance. Humph. That bauble on your head. You some kind of princess? He sneered, rolling his shoulders as he sized her up. Diana's jaw tightened, her grip on her sword unwavering. She had no interest in indulging his taunts, but something in his tone mocking yet probing. It made her respond. I am Princess Diana of Themyscira, she declared, her voice still wrapped in silk, daughter of Queen Hippolyta, champion of the Amazons. Vegeta's grin turned feral. Well, well, a royal heir playing warrior. He cracked his knuckles, his aura flaring as he planted his feet. How quaint. Let's see if your bloodline means anything in a real fight. Diana's eyes narrowed. You speak of bloodlines as if they grant you strength. True power is earned. Vegeta barked a laugh, spoken like someone who lies to themselves to show pity to the lower class. His tail lashed behind him, his stance shifting into something even more predatory. But since we're making introductions, his energy spiked, the ground trembling beneath him as his aura erupted into a blazing inferno of red. Today, Princess of the Amazons, you face Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans. The title rolled off his tongue like a challenge, a promise of violence. But Diana didn't flinch. She just adjusted her stance as her muscles coiled like springs. Then let your people's pride be your downfall, she shot back. The moment the last syllable left Diana's lips, the air between them ignited with kinetic energy. Vegeta's smirk twisted into something darker. A challenge accepted. His boots dug into the earth, cracking the ground beneath him as he launched forward. His fist already mid-swing, knuckles aimed like a battering ram for Diana's sternum. Diana didn't retreat, though. She met him head-on, her own fist rocketing forward with the precision of a warrior who had spent centuries holding her craft. Who seemed like she had spent centuries holding her craft. The impact was cataclysmic. Boom! The collision of their fists sent a shockwave tearing through the battlefield. The sheer force of it ripping grass and upturning boulders in a radial explosion of debris. Dust and pebbles hung suspended for a split second before gravity reclaimed them. Raining back down like shrapnel, Diana's boots skidded backward, carving deep trenches into the earth as Vegeta's raw power forced her to yield ground. Her muscles burned from the strain, her teeth gritted against the overwhelming force, but she held. Vegeta, however, didn't budge an inch. His stance remained rooted, his arms unshaken. Yet something flickered in his eyes. Surprise. A faint, almost imperceptible sting radiated from his knuckles, where her fist had met his. It wasn't pain, per se, not really. Just a sensation. But his smirk returned sharper now. Huh. Not bad, princess. His fingers flexed, testing a lingering pressure. For an earthling, you actually managed to make me feel something. Diana exhaled sharply, rolling her wrist to dispel the numbness creeping into her fingers. And yet you hit like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. In that moment, Diana's sword flashed toward him. Vegeta's reflexes, honed through years of battle, snapped into action. His smirk never wavered as he sidestepped the blade once again with infuriating ease. The razor-sharp edge missed his throat by a hair's breadth. Before Diana could adjust her swing, his left hand shot out like a viper, his knuckles crashing into the delicate bones of her wrist with pinpoint precision. Crack! The sound was sharp, unmistakable. A line fracture, not a complete break, but enough to send white-hot pain lancing up Diana's arm. Her fingers spasmed involuntarily as the sword slipped from her grasp. The weapon spun through the air, sunlight glinting off its polished surface before it embedded itself into the dirt yards away, hilt quivering from the force of the throw. Diana barely had time to register the loss before Vegeta's boot connected with her sternum. The impact lifted her off her feet, hurling her backward like a rag doll. Her heels dug into the earth, carving twin furrows through the soil as she fought to slow her momentum. Dust and grass erupted in her wake, the ground groaning under the strain as she skidded to a stop, her muscles screaming, her breath coming in sharp, controlled bursts. Diana exhaled, rolling her injured wrists. The pain was already fading because of her rush of adrenaline. The moment she had settled, though, Vegeta's energy blast left his fingertips. The air itself seemed to recoil from its sheer intensity. The yellow key projectile screamed toward Diana with terrifying speed, its heat distorting the atmosphere that was within its wake. Diana barely had time to react. Her Amazonian reflexes kicked in. Her arms crossed instinctively as she raised her divine bracelets to meet the blast head-on. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, flattening the grass as well as burning it. In a perfect circle around Diana, fire and light erupted on the contact with her bracers. The divine metal absorbing and dispersing the energy in a dazzling burst of sparks. But the backlash was immense. Thick black smoke billowed outward, swallowing the battlefield whole in an impenetrable shroud of black. Vegeta's smirk never wavered as he watched the smoke roll toward him, his tail flicking lazily behind him. Pathetic, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. No one can block a blast like that and walk away unscathed. His scouter beeped once, confirming her energy signature. Still active, but flickering. He scoffed. If you're still alive in there, princess, crawl out and die like a real warrior. The smoke swirled, undisturbed by wind, an eerie silence settling over the battlefield. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Something was off. His scouter hadn't lied. She was still standing. So why the hell wasn't she moving? The moment the smoke engulfed the battlefield, Diana didn't hesitate. She knew Vegeta's arrogance would make him underestimate her, would make him assume that she was reeling from his blast. But the divine metal of her bracelets had absorbed the worst of the impact, leaving her unharmed. Her senses were just as sharp as ever. Through the swirling darkness, she saw Vegeta's silhouette, his tail flicking impatiently as he waited for her to stumble out, wounded and broken. Perfect. Her fingers tightened around the lasso of truth at her hip. In one fluid motion, she whipped it forward, the golden coil slicing through the smoke like a striking serpent. Vegeta's scouter beeped a half second too late. His head snapped toward the sound, but by then the lasso was already around his forearm, its magic searing into his skin with an otherworldly glow. Vegeta snarled, his muscles tensing as he tried to yank free, but the lasso only tightened, its enchantments resisting even his monstrous strength. Diana planted her feet and pulled. The force of her tug wrenched Vegeta off balance. His boots left the ground as his body hurled toward her, through the smoke. His eyes widened, not in fear, but in fury and surprise, as Diana's other fist rocketed upward to meet him. Crack! Her uppercut connected with his jaw with the force of a cannon blast, snapping his head back and sending him airborne. Vegeta's tail lashed wildly behind him as he flipped midair, his boots skidding against a jagged boulder behind him before he caught himself, his fingers digging into the stone to steady his landing. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. For the first time since the battle began, Vegeta had actually bled. Vegeta's tongue flicked out, swiping the thin trail of blood from the corner of his lip. The metallic tang of it, his own blood, sent a jolt through him, sharp and electric. His fingers trembled, not from pain, but from something far more dangerous. A feeling of humiliation. A drop of crimson dripped onto his glove. He stared at it, his breath hitching for the briefest moment. This woman, this Amazon, had struck him. Not just struck him, but had actually drawn blood. His vision tunneled, his pulse roaring in his ears like a caged beast. The battlefield around him seemed to dim. the only thing in focus being Diana's defiant stance, her chest rising and falling with controlled breaths as she stared him down. For a fleeting second, something foreign flickered in Vegeta's chest. Respect. She had power, skill, a warrior's instinct sharp enough to exploit his arrogance. Under different circumstances, he might have even admired it. But then, that moment was shattered. His pride, his Saiyan pride, burned hotter than any sun. He was Vegeta, heir to a warrior race, a prince who had crushed entire armies beneath his boots. And now on this worthless planet, before these pitiful creatures, he had been marked by an outsider. His lips peeled back into a snarl as his canines glinted in the sunlight. The ground beneath his feet cracked, fissures spiderwebbing outward as his aura erupted. No longer the controlled flare of a warrior testing his limits, but an inferno of unchecked rage. You. His voice was a guttural growl, trembling with barely leashed violence. You dare. His tail lashed like a whip, his muscles coiling as he launched himself forward, no longer playing with the princess. One moment Vegeta stood yards away, his aura a raging inferno. The next he was simply gone. The air didn't distort. The ground didn't crack. He moved with such impossible speed that even Diana's Amazonian reflexes couldn't track him. Her eyes widened, her instincts screaming a warning a fraction too late. Then, impact. Vegeta's fist buried itself in her stomach with the force of a meteor strike. The blow lifted her off her feet, her body folding around his knuckles as the air was violently expelled from her lungs. Blood and saliva sprayed from her lips, the taste of copper flooding her mouth. Pain radiated outward in nauseating waves, her muscles seizing as her diaphragm spasmed. She couldn't breathe from the force, couldn't think. Vegeta didn't even give her a second to recover either. His arm snapped upward, his backhand catching her across the jaw with enough force to snap her head sideways. The world became a disorienting blur. Sky, earth, sky again, as she was sent spiraling through the air. Her body crashed into the grass, tumbling end over end before finally skidding to a stop. Her limbs splayed like a broken doll. Diana gasped, her vision swimming. The taste of dirt and blood filled her mouth. Her ribs screamed in protest as she forced herself onto her elbows, her fingers digging into the soil through the haze. She saw Vegeta standing where she'd been, his fist still outstretched, his expression twisted into something between fury and cruel satisfaction. Vegeta's laughter echoed across the battlefield, a harsh mocking sound that cut through the ringing in Diana's ears. She could feel the warmth of the blood trickling from her split lip, the ache that was in her ribs with every labored breath, but she refused to let it show. Slowly, deliberately, she planted her palms against the torn earth, pushing herself up onto her knees. Her muscles trembled from the strain, but her gaze never wavered from Vegeta's sneering face. The Saiyan Prince crossed his arms, his tail flicking lazily behind him as he watched her struggle to get back up. "Ha, pathetic," he drawled, his voice dripping with disdain. "You Amazons pride yourselves on being the Earth's warriors, yet here you are, groveling in the dirt like a common peasant." His smirk wide and sharp, canines glinting in the sunlight. "Then again, maybe you're used to being on your back, especially around Kakarot." The crude taunt hung in the air, but Diana didn't react. She exhaled sharply, spitting blood onto the ground before rising to her feet, her legs steady despite the pain. Her fingers curled in a fist, her knuckles white with tension. She met Vegeta's gaze head on, her dark eyes burning with defiance. "You speak of pride," she said, her voice low but unwavering. "Yet you mistake cruelty for strength." She rolled her shoulders, rolling the stiffness from her neck. "And you know nothing of the bonds that are between warriors." Vegeta's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Diana to lunge. The moment Diana raised her golden shield, the sunlight glinted off its polished surface, casting a radiant glow across the battlefield. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his smirk returning, this time edged with something exciting. He was excited. He didn't wait for her to strike. With a burst of speed that shattered the ground beneath him, he lunged forward, his fist already mid-swing, aimed not at her shield, but at the space just beside it, where her ribs were exposed. Diana anticipated the feint. She twisted her stance at the last second, angling the shield to intercept his knuckles. The impact sent a metallic clang, reverberating through the air, the shockwave rippling outward in a visible distortion. The force of the blow sent her skidding backward. Her boots carved deep furrows into the earth, but she held firm. Her muscles strained against the raw power behind the strike. Vegeta didn't relent either. His tail lashed behind him as he pivoted, his other fist already rocketing toward her in a brutal hook. Diana ducked low. The shield deflected the blow upward as she countered with a sweeping kick that was aimed at his ankles. And Vegeta simply leapt over the attack, flipping midair before driving his heel down toward her skull. She rolled aside just in time. The ground where she'd stood exploded into a crater from the force of his strike. Dust and debris filled the air, but neither warrior paused. Diana surged forward, using the chaos as cover, her shield leading the charge as she slammed it into Vegeta's midsection. The impact forced a grunt from his lips, his body bending slightly from the force, but his grin only widened. "Not bad," he admitted, gripping the edge of her shield with one hand while his other fist cocked back. "But you're still too slow." Diana's eyes flicked to his raised fist, then to the opening it created. She released her grip on the shield, letting him yank it aside. In the same motion, dove her knee upward into his exposed ribs. Crack! The strike landed true, knocking the breath from Vegeta's lungs as he staggered back a step, just enough for Diana to reclaim her shield and swing it in a devastating arc toward his temple. Vegeta barely raised his forearm in time. The shield connected with a bone-jarring thud, the force sending him skidding across the battlefield, his boots digging into the dirt, his tail lashing for balance as he came to a stop. A thin trickle of blood dripped from his nose this time. For a heartbeat, the battlefield was silent. Then Vegeta wiped the blood away, his smirk turning even more feral. "Now we're really getting somewhere." And with that, the two warriors charged again, their battle cries echoing across the shattered landscape. The dead zone was an endless, suffocating blackness of red and black. A void where time had no meaning, where space itself seemed to unravel. Goku floated aimlessly, his body suspended within the abyss, limbs drifting as if caught in an invisible current. His eyes, usually so full of energy and determination, were half-lidded, dulled by the oppressive nothingness that was surrounding him. How long had he been here? The thought echoed in his mind, unanswered. Minutes, hours, days. There was no sun to mark the passage of time, no stars to guide him, just an infinite, silent, dark background in this timeless prison. The Saiyans. The memory jolted him like an electric shock. Vegeta, Nappa, they were coming. If they hadn't already arrived. His friends, his family, Diana, they were all out there, fighting without him. The League, and the rest of the Titans, even Batman, none of them knew what they were up against. His fist clenched. He couldn't just drift here. He wouldn't. Goku forced his body upright, the motion sluggish as if the void itself resisted his efforts. He reached deep within, searching for his key, the familiar warmth that had always answered his call. But the dead zone was different. His energy flickered, weakly, like a candle fighting against a hurricane. No, not like this. He gritted his teeth, pushing harder. His muscles trembled, his veins burning as he strained against the abyss. A faint whitish glow flickered around his fist, then spluttered out. The void swallowed his efforts without a trace. Goku exhaled sharply, frustration bubbling. But then he heard a sound. Faint, distant. Goku. His head snapped up. What was that? Goku. Raven's voice. She was calling him, and he would answer. Goku's heart leapt as he spun toward the voice that was cutting through the suffocating silence of the dead zone. There, amidst the endless blackness, stood Raven, her violet aura flickering like a fragile beacon against the oppressive void. Her cloak billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. Her glowing eyes locked onto his with uncharacteristic urgency. "Raven," Goku gasped, relief flooding through him. He tried to propel himself toward her, but the dead zone's weight clung to him like it was tar. "Man, am I glad to see you." "We don't have time," Raven interrupted, her voice strained. She stretched out her hand, her fingers trembling as dark energy crackled around them. "The Saiyans, Vegeta, and Nappa, they're already on Earth. The League is fighting them now. But her jaw tightened as she looked through Cyborg's recordings. It looks like they're losing. Goku's blood ran cold. The image of his friends, Diana and Clark, even Bruce, facing down the monstrous power of Vegeta, Nappa, and Zod. Without him, sent a jolt of panic through his chest. His fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. Get me out of here, then. Now. Raven's eyes narrowed in concentration. The dead zone resisted her magic, the void itself pushing back against her intrusion. I'm trying, she hissed. Her voice strained. But this place, it doesn't want to let you go. Goku growled in frustration, his Saiyan instincts flaring. He wouldn't be trapped here while his family fought for their lives. He focused inward, pushing it against the dead zone's grip with every ounce of his will. His aura flickered weakly, then flared, just enough to make the void shudder. Raven's eyes widened. That's it. Keep fighting it. Her hands glowed brighter as she wrenched at the fabric of reality. I can't hold this much longer, so reach for me. Goku lunged forward, his fingers stretching toward hers. The dead zone roared in protest, tendrils of darkness lashing at his limbs, trying to drag him back into the abyss. But he wouldn't be stopped. Not this time. And then, their fingertips brushed, and it seemed as if the world shattered into light. Alright, that'll be the end of episode 10. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, you already know. Like, share, subscribe, all that, man. Trying to go up to 1,100 subs within this month. Let's see if we can get it. Peace. Yeah, we back. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 11, man. This is going to be a sad episode, man, but it had to be done because, it wouldn't be the Saiyan Saga if bodies didn't drop. So let's see how it happens. Let's get into it. The moment Nappa's smirk twisted into something truly sadistic, the League knew that they were in trouble. His massive frame tensed, his muscles coiled like metal springs beneath his battle-worn armor. The air around him warped as his golden aura flared violently around him as he tapped into the deeper well of his power at about 65% of his full strength. And the sheer force of it sent tremors through the battlefield. Heh, you like hiding in smoke? Nappa sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Let me show you how a real warrior does it. And before anyone could react, he raised his two fingers casual, almost mockingly, and then slammed them downward, and the earth detonated. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted beneath Nappa's feet, the ground shattering like glass as raw ki energy tore through the bedrock. Dirt and rock and debris vomited into the air in a deafening explosion, the sheer force of the blast kicking up a thick, impenetrable dust storm that swallowed the battlefield whole. The Flash's eyes widened. His super speed meant nothing if he couldn't see his allies through this chaos. Nappa's laughter boomed through the swirling debris. No more saving people, Speedster. The dust wasn't just obscuring vision. It was a trap. Every pebble, every fragment of shattered earth became a weapon, pelting the lead with the force of almost bullets. Batman shielded his face with his cape, whipping violently as the debris stung his exposed skin. Robin ducked low, coughing as dirt clogged his lungs, while Cyborg's optics flickered, struggling to recalibrate in the sudden sensory overload. And Nappa, he had fully vanished into the storm. The moment the dust storm erupted, Batman's lenses snapped into a thermal-like mode, the world shifting into a haze of reds and blues. He could barely make out the heat signatures of his allies. Robin's was smaller because he was crouched low. Flash was flickering outline, vibrating in place. Cyborg's mechanical frame glowed hotter than the rest. But Nappa, his massive energy output, should have been blazing the beacon, yet the Saiyan signature was scattered. Batman's jaw tightened. He's moving too fast. Cyborg's voice cracked over the comm, strained. Optics are compromised. Particle interface is messing with my scans. Batman didn't hesitate, switched to seismic tracking. His footfalls would displace more ground than debris. Cyborg's systems whirred as he recalibrated, his arm cannon shifting into a sonar emitter. A pulse rippled outward, mapping vibrations in the earth. For a split second, nothing, then thud, deep and heavy, rattling the bedrock that was beneath him. Got him, Cyborg barked. East side, closing fast, but it was too late. The moment Cyborg's seismic pulse rippled outward, Nappa's scouter, though fried, hadn't been his only tool. His Saiyan instincts, honed through decades of battle, screamed at him to take out the Metal Man first. Cyborg's optics flared as his sensors locked onto the vibration, right as Nappa's massive form blurred. not away from the tracking, but along its path. The dust storm swirled around him like a living thing as he closed the distance in less than a heartbeat. Gotcha, Tin Can. Cyborg barely had time to register the looming shadow before Nappa's fist slammed into his chest plate. The impact was catastrophic. Titanium alloy crumpled like foil. Circuits sparked and died, and the sheer kinetic force sent Cyborg rocketing backward like a cannonball as his body tore through the dust cloud, carving a trench through the battlefield before smashing into the mountainside with a thunderous crack. Rocks shattered, the cliff face collapsed in an avalanche of debris, burying Cyborg beneath tons of stone. The echo was followed by silence. Nappa cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, no more chatter with you. The comms in the League's ears dissolved into static as Batman's blood ran cold because their eyes were gone. The dust swirled, thinning just enough to reveal Nappa's hulking silhouette. His massive fists clenched around Batman's collar, lifting the Dark Knight off the ground like a rag doll. Batman's boots dangled helplessly, his cape fluttering in the wind as Nappa leaned in close, with his jagged teeth bared in a grin that promised agony. Let's see if a bat can fly in space. Nappa sneered, his breath hot against Batman's cowl. The League froze. Robin's breath hitched, Flash's fingers twitched, ready to vibrate into action. But one wrong move and Nappa's grip could snap Batman's neck before he even took a step. Nappa's free hand crackled with violent energy. His smirk widened as he gauged their fear. You bugs think you're so clever, hiding in smoke, playing tricks. His fingers tightened, the fabric of Batman's suit straining under the pressure. But here's the thing about Saiyans. We don't just break our enemies. We erase them. His voice dropped to a guttural growl when he said it. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl, calculating, searching for an opening. But Nappa wasn't going to give him one. The Saiyan warrior's muscles coiled, his stance shifting as he prepared to launch Batman skyward, not just into the air but beyond the stratosphere into the void where no human would survive. The Flash's body flickered with Speed Force energy, his mind racing. I think I have to move now. Let's see if I'm fast enough. Then, the moment Nappa's grip tightened around Batman's throat, the air itself seemed to ignite. A searing green light tore through the dust-choked battlefield. A comet of emerald fury streaking toward the Saiyan with pinpoint precision. Nappa's scouterless instincts flared. His head snapped up just in time as a starbolt slammed into his chest with the force of an energy missile. Boom! The explosion lifted Nappa clean off his feet, his massive frame hurtling backward as flames licked at his scorched armor. Batman dropped to the ground, rolling into a crouch as the shockwave rippled outward, dispersing the last remnants of the dust storm. The League's heads whipped toward the sky where a familiar figure hovered, with her fiery hair whipping in the wind, her eyes glowing like twin suns. You will not hurt him. Starfire's voice was molten steel, her hands crackling with fresh energy. Nappa skidded to a stop, his boots carving trenches in the earth. His lips curled, blood trickling from a fresh cut that was on his brow. Another pest. He spat on the side, cracking his neck. You got some fire, girl. Let's see how long it burns. Robin's breath was caught. Star? She didn't glance his way. Her gaze was locked on Nappa, her stance radiating lethal intent. I have been away too long, she said, but I had to come back to help my friends. Nappa's grin returned, wider and crueler. Good. I was getting bored anyway. The rubble shifted behind Nappa as Aquaman emerged, his orange armor dinted, his face streaked with dirt and blood, his trident gleamed in the sunlight, his prongs hummed with latent energy. Every step he took was deliberate, his jaw set with grim determination as he moved to stand beside Starfire. Starfire didn't take her eyes off Nappa, but her stance shifted slightly, acknowledging that the Atlantean King's presence was around her. You are injured, she noted, her voice low. Aquaman spat blood onto the dirt, rolling his shoulders. Nothing I haven't walked off before. His sharp eyes flickered to her, assessing. Listen, you've got power, but this guy, he's not going down with brute force alone. Nappa cracked his knuckles, grinning. Ah, look at this. The fish man's still kicking. And now he's got backup. His tail lashed behind him. How cute. Aquaman ignored the taunt, speaking quickly under his breath. He's strong, but he's arrogant. If we hit him together, not just raw power, we might be able to come out on top. Starfire's fingers crackled with fresh starbolts. Then follow me. Starfire didn't hesitate. With a burst of emerald energy, she rocketed skyward, her fiery hair trailing behind her like a comet's tail. Nappa's eyes locked onto her. His earlier amusement was twisting into something darker. Rage. The starboat had stung not just his body, but his pride. "You think running to the skies will save you?" he roared, his muscles coiling as he launched himself after her, the ground catering under the force of his leap. The air screamed around him as he ascended, his massive frame cutting through the atmosphere like a missile. Below, Aquaman didn't waste a second. "Go," he barked, breaking into a sprint as the rest of the league scrambled to follow. The Flash was already a crimson blur, vibrating with restless energy as he darted ahead. Batman's voice cut through the chaos. "Do not engage him alone. We hit him as one." Robin's fingers tightened, the metal staff in his hand, his gaze locked onto the shrinking figures of Starfire and Nappa. "She's going to lead him into a trap." Batman's jaw clenched. "Yeah, let's make sure she doesn't pay for it." Starfire's emerald energy blazed like wildfire as she unleashed a relentless barrage of starboats, each one crackling with the raw power that was boosted by Tamaran's tree of might fruit. The green projectiles streaked through the air, their eerie glow reflecting off the water's surface as they hammered into Nappa's chest, shoulder, and face. The Saiyan warrior's smirk faltered for the first time. These weren't mere energy blasts like usual where he could just tank. They actually burned. Then crack. Boom. The force of the impact sent Nappa skidding backward, his boots digging furrows into the shoreline before the momentum carried him into a lake. Water erupted around him as he crashed beneath the surface, the shock waves sending ripples cascading outward. Starfire hovered above with her chest heaving, her fingers still sparking with residual energy. The League watched, breath held as the water churned violently, then stilled, followed by a beat of silence. And then, splash! Nappa burst from the depths, his armor dripping, his bald head glistening, but instead of rage, his face split into a mocking grin. That tickled. He swiped water from his brow, flexing as if testing for damage. "You use all that juice just to get me wet, girly." Starfire's eyes narrowed. "No." And behind Nappa, the lake surface rippled. Starfire's lips curled into a knowing smile as she hovered above the lake's surface, her emerald eyes locked onto Nappa's dripping form. "You misunderstand," she said, her voice carrying an edge of triumph. "We are not the only ones in these waters." Nappa's grin faltered, his instincts flared a split second too late. Then, the lake erupted behind him. Aquaman surged from the depths like a tidal wave given form, his trident gleaming in the sunlight as he drove his full weight into Nappa's back. The impact was brutal, bone-jarring even for the Saiyan, as the Atlantean King's enhanced underwater strength sent them both crashing beneath the surface. Water swallowed them whole, the churning currents masking the struggle that was below. Nappa thrashed, his massive limbs uncoordinated in the unfamiliar terrain. His tail lashed wildly as his muscles strained against the resistance of the water, slower and heavier, and being pulled down by an enhanced Aquaman, his usual explosive speed muted by the drag. Aquaman, however, moved like a predator in his own element. His trident pole was locked on Nappa's neck. Gritting his teeth, Nappa's eyes darted upward toward the distant shimmer of sunlight that was above. He needed air. He needed leverage. His body began to glow. A sickly yellow aura erupted around him, the water boiling as his ki surged uncontrollably. Aquaman's eyes widened. With a powerful kick, Aquaman disengaged, rocketing backward just as Nappa's energy detonated. Boom! The leg exploded upward in a geyser of steam and concussive force, the shockwave rippling outward like a bomb had gone off beneath the surface. The moment Nappa's energy explosion sent a geyser of steam and water towering into the sky, Robin's mind raced. The battlefield was a ruin, Cyborg was buried, Aquaman was battered, Starfire was draining from her assault, and Batman and his gear were destroyed, and Flash's fists were trembling from overexertion. They couldn't keep this up. Nappa wasn't just strong, he was adapting. And if they didn't end this now, his rage would turn the entire battlefield into a fallout crater. Robin's fingers tightened around his staff, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We have to hit him together, now. One shot. Everything we've got left." Nappa's grin twisted into something monstrous as he raised his palm, energy crackling between his fingers. The League tensed. They knew what was coming. Another explosion, probably going to suffocate them in a dust storm and pick them off one by one like prey. "Round two, Bugs." And with a roar, he raised his two fingers. Boom! The earth detonated, a shockwave of force and debris erupting outward in a tidal wave of dirt and rock. The dust storm billowed up instantly, thick and impenetrable, swallowing the battlefield whole. Nappa vanished into the chaos, his laughter echoing from all directions at once. Batman's voice cut through the comms. Flash! The speedster was already moving. His body became a crimson blur, his arms a whirlwind as he spun in a tight, accelerating circle. The air screeched around him, the friction igniting sparks as he pushed his speed to the brink. Gotta clear the air. Flash gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his remaining energy into the maneuver. Come on, come on. The dust trembled and then rippled. A vortex formed, swirling faster and faster as Flash's spinning figure became the eye of a manufactured red tornado. The winds howled, sucking the choking debris upward, dispersing it into the atmosphere in a widening spiral. The battlefield came back into view inch by inch. Starfire didn't hesitate. The moment Flash's tornado dispersed the dust storm, her hands were already alight with emerald fury. Every ounce of power she had left, every spark of Tamaranian energy amplified by the Tree of Might's fruit, coincided into a single searing starbolt between her palms. The air itself hissed, superheated by the raw energy, as she drew her arms back, her muscles trembling from the strain. Now! She roared, thrusting her hands forward. The blast tore through the battlefield like a comet, a roaring pillar of green fire that scorched the earth beneath it. Nappa's eyes widened, not in fear, but in challenge. His lips peeled back into a snarl as he planted his feet, his own aura erupting around him in a violent yellow inferno. You think that's going to stop me? He bellowed, crossing his arms before his chest, before shoving them outward. A torrent of violent ki erupted from his palms, colliding with Starfire's bolt in a cataclysmic explosion of opposing energies. The impact was deafening. A shockwave rippled outward, flattening the already ruined landscape as the two beams struggled for dominance. The ground beneath Nappa's feet liquefied, molten rock bubbling up as he skidded backward, his boots carving trenches through the earth. Starfire hovered mid-air, however, her teeth gritted, her arms shaking as she poured every last drop of her strength into the blast. The beam struggle illuminated the battlefield in the alternating pulses of green and violet, the very air vibrating from the sheer force of their clash. For a moment, neither yielded. Then Nappa's muscles bulged, his veins stood out like cables beneath his skin as he dug deeper, tapping into reserves of power he hadn't yet shown. His ki flared brighter, his beam inching forward, overpowering Starfire's inch by inch. Her eyes widened. She was losing. And then Nappa's roar of triumph was cut short as an ear-splitting screech tore through the battlefield. A high-frequency sonic pulse amplified to unbearable levels. The Batmobile, sleek and black as a shadow, streaked onto the scene, its mounted speakers blaring a discordant wave of sound engineered to disrupt even the most hardened warrior's balance. Because Batman had used his wrist gadget to bring the Batmobile on the battlefield. Robin was the one in the vehicle, his palm onto the control panel, upping the output. The sonic waves intensified, vibrating the air itself, rattling Nappa's skull like a hammer against glass. The Saiyan's pupils contracted, his focus fracturing as the noise drilled into his inner ear, a sensory overload his enhanced biology couldn't instantly adapt to. His beam wavered. Starfire didn't waste the opening. With a scream of effort, she pushed her starbolt harder, the emerald fire surging forward as Nappa's cleat flickered erratically. His arms trembled, his stance wobbling, just for a heartbeat, but it was enough for her to regain some ground. Then the sky split apart as Aquaman's trident became a conduit for raw fury from the sky. Lightning crackling and white hot lanced down from the storm-churned heavens, drawn to the enchanted prongs like a magnet. The air itself sizzled ozone thick and acrid as the Atlantean king channeled the storm's wrath into a single devastating blast. Nappa's scowl deepened as the bolt struck from behind, searing through his already battered armor. His muscles locked, his tail stiffening as electricity ravaged his nervous system. The violet ki beam he'd been maintaining in Starfire flickered widely, its output destabilizing as his body fought against the dual assault. Starfire's emerald starbolt surging forward, Aquaman's lightning coursing through him, and the Batmobile's sonic onslaught was scrambling his equilibrium. And yet the Saiyan warrior didn't fully buckle. His boots dug deeper into molten earth, His teeth ground hard enough to splinter bone. His blood trickled from his nose and his ears, his split lip, but his arms remained locked, his cleaves flaring defiantly. His aura pulsed like a dying star, sputtering but refusing to be extinguished. Pathetic! Ah! Nappa roared, veins bulging as he forced his beam to stabilize inch by inch. Agonizing inch. The ground beneath him cracked further, the pressure of its energy warping the battlefield. But the cracks in his defense were definitely showing. His breath came in a ragged, labored heaves as his arms trembled, not from fatigue, but from the sheer overload of punishment. Starfire's starboat inched closer, Aquaman's lightning still arcing through his body, the sonic waves disorienting his senses. For the first time since the battle began, Nappa was truly on the back foot, and the League knew it. The battlefield trembled under the weight of the energy clash. Starboat surging against Nappa's far-swing beam, Aquaman's lightning still arcing through the Saiyan's body, and the Batman's sonic assault was still disorienting him. But despite the onslaught, Nappa was refusing to fall. His muscles bulged. His veins were like cables as he fought to regain his control. His grin never completely faded. Then, from the wreckage of the mountainside, a figure emerged, limping, battered, but unbroken. Cyborg dragged himself forward with his metal consists sparking, his organic side bruised and bleeding. His optics flickered, struggling to maintain focus, but his voice was steady as he locked eyes with Starfire and Robin. Rob, he rasped, a faint painted smile tugging at his lips. Glad we got to see each other again. One last time. Robin's breath hitched. Sigh, what are you? Starfire's glowing eyes widened in realization. Victor, no. But Cyborg was already moving. With a roar of effort, he activated his last reserves of power, his entire body lighting up as his systems surged beyond their limits. His chest plate split open, revealing the unstable core of his energy source. Titans, together, he muttered, stepping forward beside Starfire. Cyborg's system screamed in protest as he overrode every safety protocol, every failsafe, forcing his energy core to surge beyond its limits. Warnings flashed across his HUD in crimson. Critical overload. Shutdown imminent. He ignored them, his optics locked onto Nappa's snarling face. The Saiyan's yellow beam still clashing against Starfire's starboat, the battlefield trembling under the strain. His voice was a ragged growl, power levels maxed out. With the roar, Cyborg's chest plate split open, revealing the searing white core of his energy source, now pulsing erratically. His arm cannon reconfigured one final time, the barrel glowing molten red as it siphoned energy, every last jewel of power from his failing systems. The air around him crackled, warping from the sheer heat radiating off his frame. Eat this! Booyah! A beam of pure unfiltered energy erupted from his cannon, wider, brighter, more devastating than anything he'd ever unleashed before. It tore through the battlefield like a solar flare, slamming into Nappa's chest with the force of a collapsing star. The Saiyan's eyes widened as the combined might of Starfire's starboat, Aquaman's lightning, and now Cyborg's overloaded blast overwhelmed his defenses. For a split second, Nappa's beam wavered. Then it was completely absorbed by the other blast. The explosion that followed was apocalyptic. A blinding sphere of light consumed the battlefield, the shockwave flattening everything in a half-mile radius. The League was hurled backward, their bodies skidding across the ruined earth as the fireball mushroomed into the sky. When the smoke cleared, Nappa was nowhere to be found. Cyborg's systems flickered once, then went dark. Victor, Starfire whispered, her voice breaking. But the battlefield was silent. The dust hadn't even settled before Flash was moving. 1 second, Cyborg stood silhouetted against the apocalyptic blast, his body a smoking, sparkling wreck, his systems pushed beyond their breaking point. The next, he was collapsing forward, his metal frame searing hot, his organic skill pale and lifeless as his eyes rolled back into his head. No. The Flash blurred into motion. His arms outstretched as he caught Cyborg before he hit the ground. The heat radiating off his friend's body was unbearable, even for the speedster. Victor's armor was half melted, fused to his skin in places, his chest plate still glowing faintly from the core overload. His optics were dark. No pulse and no systems were online. Stay with me, Vic. Come on, stay with me. Barry's voice cracked as he frantically checked for signs of life, but there was nothing. But the speedster didn't believe in a lost cause. He looked up, locking eyes with Batman, who was already barking orders into his comm. Batmobile's too slow. I need an immediate med evac to Star Labs, but Barry couldn't wait. Every second counted. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his grip on Cyborg's limp form, ignoring the burn searing into his own gloves. Hang on, buddy. I'm getting you home. Then, whoosh! A streak of scarlet lightning tore across the battlefield, vanishing into the horizon. The League could only watch breathless as their last hope for saving Cyborg raced against time itself. The battlefield was eerily silent in the wake of Cyborg's sacrifice. The League stood frozen, their breaths ragged, their bodies battered from the apocalyptic clash. For a fleeting moment, they dared to hope that Nappa was gone, vanished in the blast. Then, Robin gasped. A wet, choked sound escaped his lips as his body jerked forward, his eyes widening in shock. His hands trembled, fingers twitching uselessly at his sides, before slowly lifting as if in disbelief toward his stomach. There, protruding from the side of his abdomen, was a massive bloodied fist, and time seemed to slow. Blood dripped from the Saiyan's knuckles, splattering onto the scorched earth that was below. Robin's knees buckled, his staff slipping from his grip as he stared down at the grotesque sight. Nappa's arm buried to the wrist inside him. The pain hadn't even registered yet, only for the surreal horror of it. Behind him, Nappa's ragged breathing filled the air. His massive frame hunched and wounded, but far from dead. His armor was gone, his chest and arms a mess of burns and lacerations. His face was half melted from the blast, yet his grin remained, twisted and feral, as his teeth stained red as he leaned in close to Robin's ears. Bet you thought I had kicked the bucket, huh? Robin's mouth opened. No words came out, only a weak gurgling cough as blood spilled past his lips. His vision blurred, his legs giving out completely as the world tilted. Then darkness. Robin! Starfire screamed toward through the battlefield, raw and shattered. Batman was already moving, his cape whipping behind him as he lunged toward his vehicle. The world narrowed to a single horrifying image as Robin's body collapsed, Nappa's bloodied fist pulling free with a sickening shick. Batman's breath caught in his throat. His veins turned to ice. For a fraction of a second, the battlefield ceased to exist. Then there was only... Pause. How I wrote this sounds crazy. There was only Dick, limp and broken. Why did I word it like that? Anyway, Crimson pulling beneath him. Then instincts overrode shock. His fingers flew across the battlefield's console, slamming the sonic emitters to maximum. The speaker screamed, unleashing a wall of sound so intense it liquefied the air. Nappa reeled, his hands flying to his ears, his face contorting in agony as the frequencies drilled into his skull. His balance faltered just enough. Batman doesn't hesitate. The Batmobile's engines roared as he aimed the vehicle like a battering ram, tires shredding earth as it accelerated straight for Nappa. The Saiyan's head snapped up, his bloodshot eye locking onto the charging machine. Crack! The impact sent the Batmobile flipping in over and in, metal screeching as it crumpled against the mountainside. Batman's body was thrown in the impact like a rag doll, like a crash dummy. His ribs cracking against the steering column before the reinforced cockpit caved in around him. Glass shattered and smoke billowed. Nappa staggered, but his grin never wavered. He spat a glob of blood onto the wreckage. Pathetic. Inside the wreck, Batman lay motionless, his last sight before darkness swallowed him. Robin's still form growing smaller within the distance. Starfire's vision tunneled, pulsing, consumed by rage she had never known. The sight of Robin's broken body, the sound of his choked gasp as Nappa's fist tore through him, ignited something primal within her. The world blurred, rational thought evaporated. There was only the monster before her and the fire that was in her veins. She would avenge Cyborg and Robin. Her scream was raw, guttural, less a battle cry than a wounded animal's howl. She didn't think, she didn't strategize, she simply moved, her body a streak of emerald light as she rocketed toward Nappa with reckless abandon. Her fists crackled with unstable energy as her starboats flared wildly, untamed, and Nappa's grin widened. Too easy. He didn't dodge, he didn't brace, he simply waited. His massive arm cocked back, muscles coiled like a viper ready to strike. The moment Starfire was within reach, he swung. Smack! His forearm connected with her throat in a brutal clothesline. The impact lifted her off her feet. Her momentum died instantly. Her body folding around his arm like a snapped branch, the air exploding from her lungs, her vision whitening out as she was hurled backward. Boom! Her body smashed into a nearby boulder, the stone splintering on impact. Dust and debris erupted as she crumpled to the ground with her limbs splayed, her fiery hair matted with dirt and blood. She gasped, her fingers twitching, her body refusing to obey. Nappa cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. And here I thought you'd put up the most fight. He stepped forward, his shadow almost swallowing her form whole. The moment Nappa's energy-wreathed fist descended toward Starfire's skull, time seemed to fracture. The air itself screamed in protest, the sheer force of the blow warping space around his knuckles. Starfire's vision swam, her body too broken to move. Her mind barely registered in the killing strike, until a blur of orange and gold crashed between them. Aquaman's roar was raw, primal, as he threw himself into the path of destruction. His trident was left behind so he could make it to Starfire fast enough in time. His armor was tattered, his body battered, but his will was unbroken. He extended one of his arms to meet the impact, seawater still dripping from his hair as he met Nappa's strike head on. Crunch! The sound was grotesque. Wet, splintering. Final. Nappa's fist, sheathed in a crackling yellow key, tore through Aquaman's forearm like a sledgehammer through wet parchment. Bones shattered and flesh vaporized. The Atlantean King's arm was severed, clearly just below the elbow. The dismembered limb spinning through the air before thudding to the dirt in a spray of crimson. Aquaman didn't scream. He gritted his teeth, his remaining hand clamping around Nappa's wrist, halting, the fist mere inches from Starfire's face. Blood gushed from the ruined stump, his muscles trembling, but his grip was ironclad. Nappa blinked, then laughed, a low and incredulous chuckle. You really just did that. Aquaman spat blood onto the Saiyan's boots. For Atlantis, and for my comrades, you will fall, demon. With a brutal twist, he wrenched free and reared back for the killing blow. Then the air screamed as a green blur tore across the battlefield, moving faster than the eye could track. Nappa's fist was mere inches from caving in Aquaman's skull when the Saiyan's instincts saw something too late. Thoom! A massive boot slammed into Nappa's ribs with the force of a meteor strike. The impact lifted the Saiyan clean off his feet. His body folded around the blow. His eyes bulged as a spray of blood erupted from his lips as he was launched backward like a rag doll skidding across the ruined earth before crashing into the lake with a colossal splash, followed by silence. Then slowly the waters rippled, stream rising from where Nappa had sunk beneath the surface. Standing where the Saiyan had been was a towering, muscle-bound figure, his green skin glistening under the sunlight, his crimson eyes burning with cold fury, his black gi untouched by the carnage that was around him. Piccolo. His arrival had been silent, his presence absolute. Aquaman, clutching his bleeding stump, looked up at the Namekian, his breath ragged. Took you long enough. Piccolo didn't even glance at him. His gaze remained fixed on the churning water. Then the lake erupted. Nappa burst from the depths, his face twisted into a snarl, his body smoking from the heat of Piccolo's kick. Who the hell are you? Piccolo's fingers curled into fists. The last thing you will ever see. And that's where we're going to end on that, man. Piccolo has arrived, man. It was sad to do what I had to do, but, like I said, hey, some people had to go. Even though I had plans for, I ain't going to say too much because I don't want to spoil it. But, hey, man, let me know if you guys like it. Like, share, subscribe, all that, man. Until the next one. Go. All right, Goku in DC, Season 3, Episode 12. Goku returns while Superman is fighting. So let's get into it. The frozen world of the Arctic screamed in protest as two suns of Krypton clashed upon its surface. Superman and Zod, a blue and black streak against an endless white, met in the center of a vast glacier with a cataclysmic pop that defied all natural law. The The force of their impacts did not merely crack the ice, it vaporized it. A concentric shockwave of pure kinetic energy radiated outwards, not as a sound, but as a wall of invisible annihilation. The ancient compressed ice, millennia old and harder than metals, shattered and then turned into fine, shimmering mist that hung in the air like a diamond dust blizzard. The very bedrock beneath the ice cap groaned, shifting tectonic plates as it protested from the unnatural violence that was occurring above. Superman had his jaw set with a grim determination as he pushed against Zod's furious charges, his boots carving trenches in the ice. Zod met the force with equal fury, with his own muscles straining as he sought to overpower the son of Jor-El, and for a single suspended moment, they were locked in a perfect, terrible equilibrium of power before the ground beneath them completely gave away, surrendering to the unimaginable forces it was never meant to contain. The shattering of the glacier plunged them into a world of shocking, absolute cold and crushing silence. The Arctic water, a darkness so complete it was like ink, swallowed them whole. Yet the battle did not cease, it merely changed its form. Their movements, which in the air were supersonic, were now slightly slowed to brutal, powerful strikes, as each kick and punch created massive air bubbles and powerful currents that churned in the depths. Zod was disoriented for a microsecond by the sudden shift, and he swung a wild, powerful haymaker that Superman deftly dodged, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that stunned a school of unfortunate fish that were yards away. Seizing the opening, Superman planted both feet against Zod's armored torso. With the powerful thrust of his legs, amplified by the water's resistance, he propelled the general downward into the lightless abyss like a torpedo. Superman then used the recoil to rocket back towards the shimmering hole of light that was above. He burst from the water, landing back on the fractured ice shelf with a skid, steam rising instantly from his heated body. He took a precious second, chest heaving, not from fatigue, but from concentration, to process the points of action, his mind calculating trajectories, weaknesses, and the dire need to keep his fight away from a world ill-prepared for its fury. The ice exploded upward, not with a crack, but with a deafening boom, as Zod breached the surface, not like a man, but like a missile. He landed 10 yards away with an impact that sent new fissure spiderwebbing across the terrain. His posture coiled and ready, but his demeanor strangely analytical. He did not immediately charge. Instead, he rose to his full height, and his eyes were burning with cold intellect alongside the inherent rage. "Kal-El," he barked, his voice cutting through the howling wind. "It is obvious that your prolonged exposure to this system's yellow sun has gifted you with a greater raw power. Your cells drink its energy like a parched beast. I can feel the depth of your reservoir surpasses my own by a significant margin." He took a deliberate step forward, his combat stance shifting into something more refined, more deadly-like. "But power without purpose and strength without technique makes for a blunt weapon of war. You fight with the passion of a child protecting his toys, not with the disciplined art of a warrior bred for conquest. That lack of finesse, that hesitation to strike, to kill, that will be your eventual downfall on this field of battle." Superman's face was a monument of resolve, and it did not flicker. He dismissed Zod's psychological warfare, allowing his actions to be his sole retort. In a span of time too small for any human eye to register, he became a blue and red blur, closing the distance between them in a speed blitz meant to end the conversation decisively. The air itself tore at his passage, but Zod, a general who had spent a lifetime honing his skills in wars he participated in amongst the Saiyans, was prepared. He did not try to match the speed directly. Instead, he read the angle of Superman's charge, the set of his shoulders. As Superman lunged, Zod dropped his center of gravity, crouching low like a matador, allowing the bull to pass. Superman's world-ending punch whistled through empty air, and in that split second of overexertion, Zod uncoiled. His fist, driven by perfected technique and Kryptonian might, buried itself deep into Superman's gut. It wasn't just a punch, it was precise, a concussive shockwave that bypassed the muscles and struck at the very core of his being. The air exploded from Superman's lungs in a pained gasp, his eyes widening in shock as an agony he seldom felt ripped through him, forcing him to keel over, utterly staggered. The path to victory was then noticed, and Zod was a soldier who never hesitated to press for it. Superman doubled over, vulnerable and gasping for breath that wouldn't come, so Zod pivoted on the ball of his foot and channeled all the momentum of his defensive crouch and the upward force of his devastating gut punch into a vicious, spinning kick. His boot connected with the side of Superman's jaw with a sickening crack that echoed across the desolate ice plains. The force of the blow was catastrophic, snapping Superman's head to the side and lifting his feet clean off the ground. He was launched horizontally like a discarded doll, his body carving a trench into the ice before crashing into the base of a massive, jagged ice spire that towered over the landscape. The impact was the final straw for the precariously balanced structure, and with a deep groaning roar, the entire spire shuddered, fractured, and then collapsed inward, a mountain of crystalline blue ice and snow crashing down upon the Man of Steel, burying him under thousands of tons of frozen rubble. For a moment, there was only a sigh of the wind and the settling dust of ice. Zod stood triumphant, his chest heaving. Then a faint red glow emanated from the heart of the massive ice pile. It intensified, burning with the fury of a miniature sun. Superman's heat vision, focused and searing, melted a tunnel through the crushing weight above him as if it were butter. He emerged not with a roar, but with a silent, terrifying fury, his eyes glowing with residual energy. He saw Zod, who smirked, expecting a repeat of the same reckless charge, and Zod braced, expecting another straightforward attack he could counter. And as Superman rushed him, Zod threw the same precise punch, aiming for the chin. But this time, Superman didn't even bother trying to dodge. He tanked the blow, his head snapping back slightly, but his body an unyielding wall of hardened solar energy. The shock on Zod's face was palpable. Before he could retract his arm, Superman's hand shot up, grabbing Zod's wrist and anchoring him. Then he drove his own knee upward with a piston-like force, connecting squarely with Zod's chin. The impact lifted the general clean off his feet, sending him spinning upward into the air, utterly disoriented. Gravity began to reassert its claim on Zod's airborne form, but Superman would not allow him a merciful descent. In a flash, he was airborne himself, intercepting Zod's upward trajectory. His hand clamped around Zod's boot like a vice, and with a grunt of effort that was pure focused power, Superman used his own flight and immense strength to alter Zod's momentum. He swung the general in a brutal short arc, putting the entire force of his body into the movement, and Zod became like a living whip, a black-clad projectile that Superman slammed back down toward the earth with an apocalyptic force. The resulting impact was not a crash, but an earthquake of sorts. The frozen landscape was already battered and fractured, and it finally gave up its structural integrity. A massive web of cracks exploded out from the point of impact. Some fissures were yards wide, splitting the ice shell for miles at every direction. Zod lay in a shallow crater of his own making. The wind knocked from him, the ice groaning and shifting ominously under the new massive fault lines. Staggered but not beaten, Zod pushed himself up from the crater. His pride was wounded, more deeply than his body. His eyes, burning with humiliation and pure rage, began to glow a hellish, intense red. The air around them sizzled. Recognizing the threat, Superman's own eyes began to ignite in response, a brighter, more vibrant crimson. And there was no hesitation. Two twin beams of incalculable thermal energy lanced across the broken field, meeting in a dazzling collision midair. The point where they met was a miniature star, splitting and cracking with released energy, casting stark, dancing shadows across the ice. And the sheer heat radiating from their struggle was immense. The perpetual ice beneath their feet began to melt instantly, turning into a deep slush and then a boiling lake. Steam rose in a thick fog, and Zod strained, pouring every ounce of his power forward. But Superman, fortified by a lifetime of yellow sun energy, stood firm, and inch by inch, Superman's superior beam began to push Zod's back, and with a final tremendous surge, the scarlet energy overwhelmed Zod's, striking him square in the chest and blasting him off his feet, sending him skidding across the newly formed water before he sank beneath the waves of the Arctic Ocean. Submerged in the waters that were paralyzingly cold for most organisms, Zod's military mind, trained for tactics and survival, pushed past the pain and anger that he felt. He needed an advantage, a distraction. Surrounded by steam and water, he wouldn't win another beam struggle. His senses scanned the underwater landscape. There, a massive, dagger-like shard of ice sheared off during their battle floated just beneath the surface, barely hanging onto a glacier. A plan formed instantly. With a powerful kick, he broke the colossal shard free, and with all his strength, he hurled it up and away from his position. It sailed through the air like a makeshift javelin. On the surface, Superman's super hearing caught the distinct sound of a large object that was breaking the water surface behind him. His head snapped around, expecting a renewed aerial assault from Zod. Seeing the massive ice projectile, his instincts took over. His eyes blazed, and a precise lance of heat vision lanced out, vaporizing the ice shard mid-air into a cloud of harmless steam. It was a split-second distraction that Zod had gambled on. The water erupted directly behind Superman. Zod, having used the thrown ice as the perfect diversion, burst forth with speed Superman had not anticipated. Before the Man of Steel could even turn back, Zod's arms were snapped around his torso in a crushing bear hug, lifting him off the ground. "Enough of this barren wasteland, Kal-El," Zod snarled into his ear, his voice dripping with malicious intent. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Zod shot into the sky, not straight up, but on a specific calculated trajectory southward. The air screamed as they broke the sound barrier, the frozen Arctic rapidly shrinking beneath them. Zod's grip was ironclad. His purpose was clear. He smirked, feeling Superman struggle against his hold. "You fight to protect this planet," he roared over the wind. "Then show me the lowly organisms that you fight for, and I'll show you what their cities will look like from the inside as they crumble." Their supersonic flight ended as violently as it began. Zod angled his body, using Superman as a living battering ram. They tore through the upper atmosphere and slammed directly into the side of a gleaming metropolis skyscraper. Glass, steel, and concrete exploded inward in a cataclysmic shower of debris. The sound was horrific, a scream of tearing metal followed by terrified screams of office workers who moments before were living a normal day. Zod hovered amidst the swirling dust and falling rubble, untouched and triumphant. And below him, Superman shook off the impact, his priority instantly shifting. A groaning support beam was about to crush a group of civilians huddled under a desk. In a flash, he was there, his back taking the immense weight. "Run. Now," he yelled. As the people scrambled to safety, Zod descended slowly like a vulture eyeing fresh corpses. He watched his foe prioritize these insignificant ants, a look of utter contempt on his face. "Your sentiment is weakness," he stated, his voice cold and echoing the ruined office. "You cannot save them, Kal-El. You will not even be able to save yourself." Meanwhile, in the halls of justice, the very fabric of reality tore open with a sound like a shattering crystal. From a swirling red vortex of energy, Goku stumbled out, landing lightly on the surface of the floor. He blinked, adjusting his gi. "Whoa, that was a rough trip. Hey, Raven, you feel that?" "Felt like we hit a speed bump." He turned, expecting to see his magical companion, but found only empty air. Behind him, the portal was shimmering, and there was Raven, her hand pressed against an invisible barrier that rippled like a heat haze just beyond the portal's exit. "Raven?" Goku asked, confused. She met his gaze, her usual calm replaced by grim realization. "Goku, the dead zone's conduit is damaged more profound than I thought," she said, her voice strained. "The rules are broken. It seems it will only allow one person to exit if another enters. The portal won't last much longer either." Goku's face fell, his fist clenching. "No way! I'm coming back for you," he said, stepping toward the closing rift. Raven shook her head. "There's no time. Go help our friends. I will see if I can find another way out. Just go. Alright, that'll be the end of the episode, man. Like I told you guys in my community notes, I already got 3 other episodes done. I just got to get the drawings, and then they'll be out shortly. So, yeah, be sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that. Peace. Alright, then. Goku in DC, Season 3, Episode 13. Superman gets angry as Goku arrives. So let's go ahead and get into it. The air between them seemed to crystallize, charged with the immeasurable force of 2 beings who had the capability of shattering worlds. With a roar that was part fury and part desperation, General Zod launched himself forward. Superman met the charge, not with sound, but with a grim, unyielding resolve. Their trajectories were perfect lines of destructive intent, converging at a point in the sky above Metropolis. The moment before impact was a vacuum of silence, a city holding its breath. Then, their fists collided. It was not merely a punch, it was a cataclysm. A visible spherical shockwave of pure concussive energy erupted from the point of contact, expanding outward at hypersonic speed. The sound was not a bang, but a deep tectonic crack that struck the chest before it reached the ears. Every pane of glass within a half-mile radius became a victim of this unleashed fury. Windows and skyscrapers, car windshields, storefronts, and office complexes didn't just crack. They simultaneously vaporized into a billion glittering shards of glass. A shimmering, deadly rain of crystalline dust began to fall over the city, catching the sunlight in a horrifically beautiful display of absolute power. The first and most visceral testament to the battle of sun gods that were now raging in its heart of the city. The titanic force of their collision acted like a divine double-edged sword, hurling the combatants apart. Superman was driven downward like a nail, carving a furrow through a skyscraper before cratering into the intersection below. Zod, conversely, was catapulted upward, a speck against the sun, spinning uncontrollably for a brief moment before he reoriented himself, hovering high above the wounded city. He looked down at the crater where his enemy had fallen. A cruel, calculating smile twisted his lips. He tucked his arms back, his body becoming a spear, and he dove straight forward. Downward, he cut through the atmosphere, not with the grace of a bird, but with the terrifying inevitability of a meteor. The air itself screamed around his form, generating a plasma-like sheath around his body. At the very last second, a battered Superman rolled from the epicenter, his reflexes saving him from the direct hit. Zod struck the earth. The impact was not an explosion, but a pure upheaval. The ground rolled in a visible wave, buckling asphalt, shearing foundations, and swallowing entire streets. Cars were tossed away like toys, and people who had been fleeing were thrown from their feet, as the very city itself protested the violence done to it. From the newly formed chasm, Zod's laughter echoed monstrous and clear. Every time you dodge, Kal-El, they suffer. You must choose to protect yourself or these earthlings. Emboldened by his new strategy, Zod's eyes began to glow. They glowed a malevolent crimson light, but instead of aiming it at the recovering Superman, he swept his heat vision laterally across the street, targeting the support columns of crowded pedestrian overpasses. Superman's eyes widened in horror. He blurred into motion, interposing his own body between the deadly beams and the structural steel. The searing energy scorching his chest as he grunted in pain, but Zod didn't relent. He ripped a massive chunk of concrete from the ground, and with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, he hurled it not at Superman, but at a group of civilians that were trapped underneath some cars. Again, Superman was forced to abandon any offensive move, shrieking to intercept the projectile, shattering it to harmless dust mere feet from their terrified faces. Each time Zod attacked, it was a feint toward the man of tomorrow and a genuine kill shot toward the humans that were in the vicinity. Superman became a frantic blue and red shield, a blur of desperate motion, forced to absorb, deflect, or intercept every blow that was to come. He was playing the most cruel game of chess, where Zod could attack the king by targeting all the pawns, and Superman was the only piece that was around on the board to defend them all. The tide of the battle turned decisively. Zod was no longer brawling, he was surgically dismantling his opponent. Every time Superman shot forward to block a blast aimed at a fleeing family, Zod was already moving, predicting the path. As Superman tanked the heat vision blast meant for a school bus, Zod closed the distance and drove a fist not at his jaw, but precisely into his solar plexus, knocking the wind from him in a choked gasp. When Superman caught a thrown car to save its occupants, Zod was there delivering a vicious kidney punch that sent waves of nauseating pain through the Kryptonian's body. Superman's movements began to slow, his breath coming in ragged heaves. Each act of salvation came at a terrible personal cost. A blow to a vital organ, a disorienting strike to the temple, a shattering impact against his ribs, a sickening pattern emerged. A saved human life was immediately paid for with a piece of Superman's strength. Zod's face was a mask of cold and triumphant fury, mixed with a sadistic smirk. He was winning not by being the strongest, but by being the cruelest, exploiting the one weakness his opponent would never shed, his compassion for the weak. A flash of light, followed by a ripple of receding energy, and Goku stood once more on the soil of the earth. The familiar air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and fear. He immediately closed his eyes, extending his key sense across the globe, a psychic radar mapping the chaos that was around the earth. He found Diana first. Her unique energy signature was fierce but flickering, locked in a struggle with another, darker power. Further away, a raging monstrously high power level that could only be the other Saiyan. Probably it had to be Nappa. He was clashing violently with a familiar focused energy, Piccolo. But then his senses brushed against a battle much closer, in a city that was screaming in pain. He sensed Superman, the bright, hopeful sun of his energy, but it was dimming, fluctuating wildly under a brutal assault, and the energy attacking him, it felt almost the same. The same celestial origin, the same solar-powered core, but twisted into something cold, hateful, and outright ruthless. Anxiety, a rare emotion for Goku, clenched at his gut. His brother seemed to be losing. Nappa and Piccolo were warriors born for battle, but Clark was more a protector before anything else, which seemed to be costing him in this fight. With a grimace of decision, Goku clenched his fists. Nappa and Vegeta would have to wait. His brother needed him now. Superman staggered, his vision swimming. The world was a dizzying carousel of panic. Fire in Zod's merciless face, gasping for a breath that wouldn't come, his body screaming from a dozen internal energies. He threw a wild, desperate punch. It was telegraphed, fueled by anguish rather than skill. Zod didn't even bother to block it. He simply flowed around it, his movements efficient and cold as Superman's fists whistled harmlessly past his head. Zod's own hands shot out like vipers. One hand clamped onto Superman's bicep to anchor him, while the other seized his forearm. Using Superman's own momentum against him, Zod twisted with a brutal, precise force. Then there was a sickening, wet pop, a sound that was horrifyingly audible even over the chaos of the city sirens. A white-hot bolt of agony, unlike any he had ever felt, lanced through Superman's entire being. A guttural cry of pain was torn from his throat as he fell to one knee, his right arm now hanging uselessly and grotesquely at his side, his shoulder joint violently separated from its socket, taking his shoulder out of place. Standing over his kneeling, crippled foe, Zod's victory seemed absolute at this point. "You see, Kal-El, this is what mercy earns you." To emphasize this point, he turned away from Superman and leveled his hand at a nearby Art Deco tower. And with a single blast of heat vision, he sliced through its base, and with a groan of tearing metal and crumbling concrete, the entire structure began to topple. Superman could only watch in helpless horror, his good arm outstretched as people ran screaming from the shadow of the falling giant. Zod then slowly turned his gaze toward a city bus that had been abandoned in the middle of the street, with its passengers trapped, so they were forced to hide behind the seats, too terrified to even try to escape. He began to walk toward it, each step a death knell. "If these creatures bury their dead," Zod stated, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, "they will need many graves." He reached the bus, his fingers digging into the metal of its roof like it was foil. The anger that had been simmering in Superman's heart began to boil over, fueled by pain and this unimaginable cruelty, as he lifted up the truck. As Zod's fingers tightened on the bus roof, preparing to hurl it and its human cargo into the surrounding buildings, a fundamental switch flipped inside Superman. The pain in his shoulder vanished, replaced by a cold, pure fury. The world seemed to slow down with the roar that channeled the grief of a lost world and the rage for a threatened one. He moved, boom, ignoring the searing protest from his dislocated shoulder. He became a crimson blur. Zod, smug in his triumph, only had time to widen his eyes before Superman was upon him. And Superman didn't throw a punch. He simply reared his head back and then slammed his forehead directly into the bridge of Zod's nose with the force of a planetary impact. The sound was like a mountain cracking. Zod's head snapped back as a spray of dark Kryptonian blood misted within the air. His grip on the bus faltered instantly, staggering backwards. His eyes lost focus, swimming with concussion and utter shock. The invincible general for the first time felt true disorienting pain on this world. The unthinkable had happened. The kind-hearted Boy Scout had finally been pushed too far. Before Zod could even process the concussion, Superman's eyes ignited with solar fury. But this was no precise beam. It was a continuous, full-power torrent of raw energy. A blinding pillar of sunfire, bathed in red, that struck Zod square in his chest and lifted him off his feet. The force was immense, punching him through the atmosphere in a matter of seconds. The custom Kryptonian Saiyan armor he wore, designed for wars he'd been on in hundreds if not thousands of worlds, it started to glow a white hot under the assault. Then it began to crack, then cracked, spiderweb with fractures before pieces of it began to vaporize entirely. Superman never let up, the relentless stream pushing Zod further and further away from the Earth. The blue sky deepening to black, the stars appearing. The heat vision wasn't just burning, it was propelling a cosmic catapult, firing its vile payload away from the planet that he loved. Zod, stunned and armless, could only flail against the incandescent force, a leaf in a hurricane of righteous anger. Being hurled into the silent, airless void of space until Superman used his remaining working hand to grab onto Zod's face and crash him into the surface of the moon, burying him in its white crust. Superman landed back in the epicenter of destruction, his feet touching the broken asphalt gently. The cold rage that had fueled his final assault had receded, leaving behind a hollow, aching sorrow. He looked around at the shattered city, the fires, the dust, the silence that had replaced the panic. His shoulders slumped. He had won the round, but the cost was written everywhere. He had failed to protect so much. But then his super hearing began to pick up sounds that confused him. Heartbeats, many of them clustered together and safe. He turned, and his eyes widened. The bus Zod had been holding was now safely on the ground. Its passengers being helped out by a figure in an orange gi, who was moving at impossible speeds to the human eye. A blur that was the figure stopped for a moment, offering a woman a hand, and turned. A familiar grinning face met his own. Relief, profound and overwhelmingly, washed over Superman. The weight on his soul lightened just a fraction. Goku. Goku? He breathed. A real smile finally gracing his features. His brother had made it home. The relief of Superman's face was fleeting, quickly replaced by the grim reality of their situation. Goku, it's Zod, he said, his voice strained with pain and urgency. He's Kryptonian like me. The yellow sun gives him the same powers. Every second we stand here, he's recovering, just as I am. He gestured weakly to his own shoulder, which was already knitting itself back together with audible pops. I can beat him back, but I don't think I can put him down for good. He'll just keep coming back, probably stronger every time, and this city can't take much more damage. Goku listened intently, his usual cheerfulness replaced by a focused seriousness. He scanned the horizon, his battle instincts and key sensing assessing the problem. A guy with the same powers as you, huh? That is a problem, Goku mused, rubbing his chin. Then his eyes lit up. But I think I've got an idea. A portal to another dimension called the Dead Zone is still open inside the Hall of Justice. Nothing that goes can ever come out by themselves, as it is now, not even light. If we can trap him in there, his powers won't matter, and he'll be in a void outside of time. And the best part, Goku added, a determined glint in his eye, Raven is trapped in there too. We'd be saving her and stopping Zod at the same time. As the final words of his plan left his mouth, Goku's body suddenly stiffened. His head snapped to the east, his senses stretching across the continent. A colossal familiar energy signature had just erupted with volcanic intensity. It was Piccolo's ki, but it was different, vastly more powerful than anything he'd ever felt from his rival before, and it was tangled with a chilling ancient malevolence that made the hair on Goku's arms stand up. It wasn't just a power-up, it was a fundamental transformation. The surge was so immense, so sudden, it created a psychic shockwave that rippled through the spiritual fabric of the earth. Goku's brow furrowed in deep concern, momentarily pulling his focus from the immediate Kryptonian's threat. "Whoa," he whispered, his voice low with awe and apprehension. "What was that?" Piccolo's energy just went crazy. It feels like him, but it also feels like someone or something else, too. A cold dread trickled down his spine. That battle he was in was about to be over. He had no doubt about it. Miles away, amidst a field of craters that was once a pristine forest, Prince Vegeta stood over a panting Wonder Woman, a smirk of arrogance, satisfaction on his face. "You fight well for a primitive Amazon." "A primitive princess," he sneered, raising a palm glowing with destructive-like energy. "But this is about to come to its close." And then suddenly, the scouter fixed over his eye emitted a series of frantic high-pitched beeps before overloading with a crackle of sparks. Vegeta flinched, grabbing the side of his head as the device briefly shorted out. His smirk vanished, replaced by a look of stunned confusion that quickly morphed into furious disbelief. He had just been tracking Nappa's brutish, predictable energy signature that was nearby. But this was something else entirely. A power level so monstrous it dwarfed the elite Saiyans, exploding onto his sensors with the force of a supernova. If he could feel energy signatures right now, this one would have been cold, supernatural, and overwhelming with ancient power. That felt nothing like the simple-minded Nappa. "What in the name of all worlds?" Vegeta growled, his head whipping around in the direction of the surge, his fight with the Amazonian princess completely forgotten. That power, it wasn't Nappa. But who else, on this filthy rock, could possibly possess such strength? A sonic boom cracked the sky as Zod descended, his body fully healed. Not fully healed, but it was getting there. But his armor wasn't so lucky. His eyes burning with renewed hatred, he scanned for Kal-El. Instead, his eyes landed on Goku. He paused, hovering, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. The black spiky hair, similar face, it was unmistakably reminiscent of the low-class warrior that was once his ally, Bardock, his former comrade. A cruel, condescending smile spread across his face. "You," Zod stated, his voice dripping with disdain. "The spitting image of Bardock. You must be Kakarot, the one who got away, the one sent to this planet to survive." He gestured broadly to the destruction that was around him. "Look at this world, Kakarot. Weak, fragile, unworthy of our kinds. Your purpose was to conquer it, I have no doubt. Abandon this farce. Join me. Together, we can forge an empire worthy of our powers, and purge this universe of Frieza and his influence." Goku simply listened, his expression unreadable. When Zod finished, Goku didn't look angry or tempted. He just offered a small, knowing smile and pointed a thumb over his own shoulder. "Well, that was a pretty big speech and all," Goku said cheerfully. "But I think you forgot about your real opponent." Zod's eyes widened a fraction of a second before a blue and red blur, having used the distraction to circle a globe, slammed into him from behind at a significant fraction of light speed. Superman had not been idle. The moment Goku had provided the opening, he had shot into the upper atmosphere, flying a full, furious circuit around the entire Earth with every mile he drank in the solar energy, his sails screaming with amplified power, his dislocated shoulder snapping back into place with a surge of adrenaline. He wasn't just flying, he was building up momentum, becoming a living bullet with a single target. And he struck Zod from behind with the force of a continental continent shifting. The impact was catastrophic, knocking the wind from Zod and sending them both careening uncontrollably through the sky. Zod roared in fury, driving his elbows backward into Superman's ribs with blows that could shatter diamonds. Terror spread across Superman's costume, but his grip was reinforced by sheer unyielding will. It was ironclad. "What is this? Release me, you fool," Zod bellowed, ignoring the pain. Superman's eyes glowed with a soft internal light. His X-ray vision activated, piercing through miles of the cityscape, through the layers of reinforced concrete and lead lining directly into the depths of the surface version of the Hall of Justice. He pinpointed the exact room, saw the swirling chaotic vortex of the dead zone portal. Adjusting their trajectory by a fraction of a degree, he aimed their uncontrollable flight like a missile. And with the final Herculean effort, Superman poured every ounce of his remaining strength into one last push. They blasted through the ceiling of the hall, debris raining around them. For a split second, Zod's eyes widened in confusion at the strange, light-devouring portal that was before them. Superman hurled him forward directly into the abyss as Zod vanished into the infinite blackness with a final fading cry of rage. The magical backlash from the portal's use shattered the anchoring device. The portal collapsed in on itself with a sound like a dying universe, and from the fading energies, a pale, exhausted Raven fell gently to the floor, free at last. The moment the portal sealed, the immense strain of the last few minutes, the grievous energies, the solar energy expenditure of his global sprint, or flight sprint, I don't know how you would say that, the psychic toll of holding a struggling Zod, and a final universe-bending push crashed down on Superman all at once. The invincible man of tomorrow stumbled, his knees buckling. The world swam before his eyes, the colors blurring into a nauseating swirl. He collapsed onto the cold floor of the Hall of Justice, his body finally succumbing to total exhaustion. He was conscious, but utterly spent. Every muscle fiber was screaming in protest. His vision dotted with black spots. A few feet away, Raven groaned softly, pushing herself up on trembling arms. Her connection to the dead zone had been severed violently, and the metaphysical whiplash was quite immense. She felt hollowed out. Her demonic half was strangely fluctuating. Her body was racked with a deep fatigue that made even lifting her head a monumental task. The two heroes, the son of Krypton and the daughter of Azeroth, lay side by side on the floor, breathing raggedly, united in their sheer, hard-won respite. Vegeta's attention was wholly consumed by the mysterious energy spike, and by the time he came back, he turned to the Amazon warrior who had been on the verge of defeating. Such power, who could that be? I will find its source and crush it myself, he vowed, his pride wounded that another could possess such strength on this backwater world. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice the faintest ripple that was in the air behind him. Vegeta's head barely had time to start turning, his scouter emitting a single confused beep at the sudden close proximity power level, and then a boot clad in worn out training battle gear connected squarely with the side of his head. The kick wasn't just powerful, it was perfectly timed, leveraging Vegeta's own distraction. The Prince of All Saiyans was lifted off his feet, his arrogant smirk replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He flew sideways like a discarded toy, crashing through the trunk of a massive oak tree before plowing into a gigantic granite boulder with a thunderous impact that spiderwebbed the stone. As dust and debris settled, Goku landed lightly between Vegeta and the stunned Wonder Woman, cracking his knuckles with a fierce grin on his face. Glad I made it in time. Alright, so that's the end of this episode, man. Let me know if you guys liked it. If you did, be sure you like, share, subscribe, all that, man. Until the next one, gone. Peace. Alright, Goku in DC, Season 3, Episode 14. Let's get into it. Piccolo gets a new transformation. Nappa's hulking form took a menacing step forward, his aura moving with the motion. A cruel, jagged grin split his face. Huh, a green man, he rumbled, his voice like grinding stones. I've crushed bugs with more size, but I do wonder what your blood looks like. Is it green? Or maybe it's some type of shade of red. Piccolo didn't even grant him a glance. His crimson eyes scanned the devastated battlefield. the cratered landscape, the struggling forms of Aquaman and Starfire. His primary concern was absent. A deep frown settled on his features. "Where is that idiot?" he growled, more to himself than anyone. He turned his head slightly toward Aquaman, who was leaning on his trident, with his one remaining arm catching his breath. "Tell me his dim-witted ass didn't already get himself killed by these space clowns." Aquaman, despite the dire circumstances, managed a wiry smirk. "Worried about him, Piccolo? That's surprising. We don't have to be. Goku's not dead. He's just misplaced." At Piccolo's impatient glare, he elaborated. "He was pulled into another dimension during the fight with Wonder Woman's adversary. Raven is working on a way to bring him back. It's taking everything that she has." Piccolo grunted with a mix of annoyance and intrigue flashing in his eyes. Typical. Leaving us to clean up his mess. Being ignored was an insult to Nappa, and he would not tolerate it. His face flushed a deeper shade of red, veins bulging on his forehead. "You insolent worm!" he roared, the sound echoing across the plains. "I'm tired of this, of your pathetic resistance. I'm going to stop playing around and use my full power to wipe you and this entire stinking planet from the cosmos." He dropped into a low crouch, clenching his fist so tightly that the leather of his gloves began to strain as a torrent of raw yellow energy erupted from his body. The air crackled and hissed as yellow electricity, thick and wild, hugged his scorched body that was now devoid of its armor. The ground beneath his feet began to fracture and sink, pulverized by the sheer pressure of his rising power. When the aura now subsided, he stood slightly taller, his muscles visibly swollen with latent power. Piccolo finally acknowledged him, his expression one of utter boredom. "All that noise and light," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "And yet your power-up still couldn't do anything to fix your face." The insult was so casual and precise, and with a final spark, Nappa's roar was one of pure, unadulterated rage as he launched himself forward like a ballistic missile of fury. The space between them vanished in an instant. They met in the center of the already scorched earth with a cataclysmic impact that sent a fresh shockwave tearing across the landscape. Their fists were blurs, trading blows faster than the human eye could perceive. Each collision was a thunderclap of concussive blasts, a force that kicked up plumes of gravel and superheated dirt. Piccolo moved with lethal precise efficiency, his movements a fusion of Kondok's martial arts and sheer power, blocking and countering Nappa's brute force onslaught. Nappa, for all his lack of finesse, was a tempest of overwhelming strength. Each punch meant to shatter bone and pulverize flesh. They became a whirlwind of green and beige, a destructive dance that carved new canyons into the earth with every sidestep and lunge. The very air vibrated with their conflict, a relentless exchange where the gravel kicked up by their movements fell like shrapnel from continuous explosion. A powerful kick from Nappa sent Piccolo skidding backward, his boots digging deep furrows in the ground. Simultaneously, a well-placed demon wave thrust from Piccolo forced Nappa to leap backward, snarling. They stood apart for a moment, chest heaving, the air thick with dust and animosity. Then, in a horrifying mirror image, both warriors' jaws began to unhinge. Deep within their throats, a terrifying light began to build. A corrosive, brilliant yellow in Nappa's gaping maw, and a focused, searing orange in Piccolo's. Then, without a word, they unleashed hell. Twin beams of pure destructive energy screamed across the battlefield and met directly in the middle. The collision was not a simple explosion. It was similar to a antimatter reaction. A sphere of silent, blinding white light swelled for a nanosecond before detonating outwards with apocalyptic force. Boom! The ground for 100 yards in every direction simply ceased to exist, vaporized into a glassy crater. The resulting shockwave flattened what was still standing of the few trees that remained, and sent Aquaman and Starfire scrambling for cover behind a shattered rock formation. The sheer sound of the blast was a physical pressure against their bodies. Through the swirling, acrid smoke and settling dust, a massive silhouette emerged. Nappa, his body even more scorched and smoking, but his tenacity seemingly unharmed, charged forward. Piccolo was momentarily blinded by the aftermath of the detonation, and for that half second he was too slow to react. Nappa's hand, moving with surprising speed for his size, shot out and clamped like a vice around Piccolo's extended left arm, and with a sickening crunch, and a shout, he tore the muscle and tendon that echoed gruesomely in a sudden quiet. Nappa ripped the limb clean from its socket. He followed the brutal maneuver with a devastating kick to Piccolo's chest, sending the Namekian flying backward like a rag doll. Piccolo crashed hard at the feet of Aquaman and Starfire, skidding to a halt in a cloud of dirt. Nappa held the severed limb aloft, purple ichor dropping down his body, sizzling as it touched his heated form. His laughter was coarse, an ugly sound. Ha! Look at that. Now you and the fishman are matching amputees. A pair of one-armed weaklings. Nappa's laughter boomed across the wasteland, a harsh, grating sound of triumph. Aquaman tightened his grip on his trident, and Starfire's hands glowed with starboats. They were ready to intervene despite their injuries. But then, a low guttural sound came from Piccolo. It wasn't a groan of pain anymore, it was a chuckle. He pushed himself back to his feet, his posture straightening, his face masked of cold fury. The grievous wound that was at his shoulder was sizzling with green bubbles. Then, without a single word of incantation or too much visible effort, tendrils of white steam and bioenergy erupted from the stump. The heroes and the Saiyans watched in stunned disbelief as muscle and bone and sinew regrew at an impossible, horrifying rate in mere seconds. A new form, perfect and whole, as if he never lost it. He flexed at the end of Piccolo's shoulder, his fist clenching with a definitive crack. Nappa's laughter died in his throat, his jaw growing slack, his trophy, his severed arm, suddenly seemed pathetic and meaningless. He dropped it to the ground, his expression one of complete and utter bafflement. What kind of freak are you? He stammered. Pause. What kind of freak are you? What type of shit you on, Nappa? Anyway. Piccolo rode his newly formed shoulder. The action smooth and effortless. The cold fury on his face melted away, replaced by something far more unnerving. A smirk. It was a look of knowing superiority, of a card that was yet to be played. It wasn't the jovial grin of Goku. This was the confident predatory smile of a true demon who had just been handed the keys to heaven. Nappa took an involuntary step back, his bravado shaken by the unnatural display of a generation and the unsettling calm of his opponent as he walked with confidence. Piccolo began to speak. I'll admit it, Piccolo said, his voice a low resonant rumble that carried across the battlefield. As I am now, you might have a slight edge. Your raw power is considerable. He took a single deliberate step forward. The air around him seemed to grow heavy. But savages like you are all the same. So obsessed with the power that you have that you're blind to the power that can be given. His smirk widened. Wait until you see what I have become. Piccolo's head suddenly snapped upward, his eyes gazing into the heavens, as if seeking a specific star. His voice when he spoke was no longer a rumble, but a thunderous command that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. Shazam! The word was a clap of divine thunder, a colossal bolt of magical lightning, gold and brilliant white, lanced down from a clear sky, striking Piccolo directly. He was consumed by the blinding energy within the column of light. His form underwent a miraculous transformation. His muscles expanded, not with bulging brutality of the Saiyan before him, but with the sculpted, potent grace of a god. An aura of crackling yellow lightning settled around him like a corona. His traditional clothing was replaced by a long, flowing golden cape, its high collar framing his head, beneath which was a stark black hood. His gi remained black, but emblazoned on his chest was a brilliant yellow lightning bolt, the symbol of the wizard's power. When the light faded, his eyes snapped open. They now glowed with the fierce, unwavering light of the sun itself, pools of molten gold that held ancient power. He took a step forward, the ground firm under his feet. His voice, when he spoke, was layered, echoing with the wisdom of the wizard and the might of the gods. This, he intoned, the words resonating with absolute authority, is what happens when the king of demons becomes a god. A profound silence fell over the battlefield. Nappa stood frozen, His previous arrogance was almost completely evaporated. He couldn't sense energy like Goku or Piccolo. His power assessment came from his scouter and years of instinct. But even without his scouter now, he could feel it. The change wasn't just visual, it was palpable. Pressure that weighed on his very soul. A primal, terrifying presence that had nothing to do with Ki. This was something older, something sacred, and terrible all at once. The being before him was still Piccolo, but it was also something infinitely more. The demonic aura was now fused with a divine celestial power, creating a paradox that short-circuited Nappa's simple understanding of strength. For the first time since landing on Earth, a cold, unfamiliar sensation trickled down his spine. It was the chilling touch of fright. He took another step back, his fists lowering slightly from their combative stance. What are you? He whispered, his voice uncharacteristically small against the overwhelming presence of the God King Piccolo. Piccolo's golden eyes burned with the cold fire of a vengeful god. Slowly lowered from the heavens to the discarded, lifeless arm lying in the dirt, a grim souvenir of Nappa's brief victory. His gaze then lifted, locking onto the stunned Saiyan, who was still caught in the stun lock. The air grew deathly still, charged with the unimaginable pressure. You took a piece of me. Piccolo's voice echoed, layered with divine power and demonic wrath. And though it was a pointless accomplishment, it has inspired me. It is only fair that I take something from you in return. And before the words had even finished echoing across the plain, Piccolo moved. It wasn't a blur of speed, it was almost like an absence of movement. He was simply at one place, and then he was directly in front of Nappa, his transformed body having covered the distance in a span of time so infinitesimal it was as if reality itself had skipped a frame. Nappa's eyes, wide with drawing horror, had no time to process the action. Piccolo's right hand, now a conduit of immense magical and physical power, shot forward. It didn't punch. It phased through Nappa's chest plate and sternum as if they were mist. There was a wet, tearing sound, a grotesque squelch that was horrifically loud in the silence. Piccolo's arm withdrew, and in his clenched fist, he held Nappa's still beating heart. The Saiyan brute looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, then at his own heart, pulsing in the divine Namekian's grip. His mind refusing to comprehend the reality of his own death. With a contemptuous squeeze, Piccolo crushed the organ into a pulp of tissue and blood. Nappa's body shuddered violently, his life extinguished in an instant. His massive form swayed for a second before his knees buckled, and he collapsed face first into the dirt. With a heavy final thud, his last choked whisper was a breath of utter disbelief. No way. The divine aura around Piccolo began to fade, his golden eyes dimming back to their usual crimson, though the black gi and yellow cape of his new form remained. He turned from the fallen Saiyan, his work done. His senses immediately registered the scene behind him. Aquaman, leaning heavily on his trident, and Starfire, her starboats sputtering weakly, were kneeling over a fallen Robin. The young hero was pale, his breathing shallow and ragged, a dark stain spreading across his tunic. He was clearly on death's door. Aquaman looked up, his face etched with pain and exhaustion. Piccolo, that power, he began, his voice strained. Are you off to help Diana now? She's still fighting the other one. Piccolo snorted, a sound of pure derision. No, he stated flatly, his tone leaving no room for an argument. His Demon Clan heritage warred with the new portion of corrupted power that Black Adam had gifted him. But his pragmatic nature won out. Look, I sense Goku's energy. The moment he returned, he's already heading directly for that battle. A faint grim smirk touched his lips. Frankly, I hope the two Saiyans kill each other and save the universe the trouble. He paused, his gaze drifting east as if he could see the coming clash. But, if that fool fails, he continued, his voice dropping to a serious growl, and that prince remains standing, my duty is not to you or to Themyscira, it is to the people of Kahndaq. So I meant to say Atlantis too, but you get it. I will return to protect them from Vegeta's wrath. Then, without another glance at the wounded heroes, he began to levitate from the ground. Just before he shot into the sky, he delivered his final trademark reminder. ensuring the line between ally and acquaintance remained starkly drawn. "Do not forget," he said, his voice echoing behind him. "We are not friends." And with that, he became a black-yellow streak against the sky, heading toward his chosen home. Alright, hopefully you guys like that, man. I already know I had to give Piccolo some shine, man. For those of you that don't know, Piccolo is actually my favorite character in Dragon Ball. Anyways, man, be sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that. Peace, gone. Alright, Goku and DC, Season 3, Episode 15. Goku and Wonder Woman team up. Let's get it. A vicious, predatory smile spread across Vegeta's face as he brushed dust from off his armor. "Well, well, Kakarot," he sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. "Finally decided to pull your tail out from between your legs and come pay homage to your prince. I was beginning to think you just chose to die hiding with the rest of these earth rats." Goku landed softly between Vegeta and a recovering Wonder Woman, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "It's over, Vegeta. Your general, Zod, he's been defeated. And I can sense it from here that Nappa's energy just vanished. He's finished too. You're all alone. Just give up and leave this planet in peace." Vegeta threw his head back and laughed. A harsh, grating sound that held no humor. "Give up? You think the demise of two soldiers changes anything? If anything, it simplifies things." He gestured vaguely at the empty space where his comrades had been. "It seems I'm short on associates. Your power has potential for a low-class warrior. Join me, serve the Prince of all Saiyans, and I might let this pathetic rock continue to orbit its star." "Refuse," he said, his smile vanishing, replaced by a look of pure menace. "And I will personally ensure there's nothing left but asteroids." Goku didn't even hesitate, his fist clenched at his sides. "I'd never join someone like you. So the answer is no." Wonder Woman slowly rose to her feet, bracing herself on her knees as she leaned closer to Goku, her voice a low, urgent whisper meant only for him. "Goku, be careful. His strength is monstrous. I have fought him with effort, but his raw power, it may be greater than your own." Goku didn't take his eyes off Vegeta, but a confident grin broke through his serious demeanor. He gave her a quick, reassuring glance. "Yeah, I can feel it. He's definitely stronger than I am right now. But that's why we're a team," he said, his tone brightening with excitement at the challenge. "He might be stronger than me, but he's not stronger than both of us together. We can take him down. Just follow my lead." "You can die together," Vegeta roared, his patience evaporating. He became a purple and blue streak of motion, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Goku didn't flinch. He kept his eyes locked on the charging prince, but spoke quickly to Diana. "I'll take point. You play support, and look for an opening. You're hurt, so don't try to match him blow for blow." Wonder Woman, a warrior who could command armies of Amazons, felt no insult in taking a tactical order from a fellow combatant. She recognized the simple, brutal logic of his plan. She gave a sharp, swift nod of agreement, her grip tightening on her shield, ready to capitalize on any distraction that Goku could create. Vegeta's fist came in like a piston aimed to obliterate Goku's skull, and Goku reacted instantly, crossing his arms in a solid X to block just in time. The impact wasn't a sound, it was a feeling, a deep, concussive thum that traveled through Goku's bones and shook the very air. The force was absolutely staggering. It didn't just stop him, it launched him backward like a cannonball. He flew across the shattered landscape, skidding and tearing a deep furrow through the earth before crashing into the wall of a rocky canyon. Dust and debris rained down around him as he shook the stars from his vision. A newfound respect for Vegeta's raw, untamed power settling in his gut. That one punch had carried the weight of a small moon. The violent impact of Goku's body against the canyon wall destabilized the precarious rock formations above. Boulders the size of houses began to shear away, thundering down toward the two Saiyans in a deadly avalanche of rock. Seizing the momentary chaos as a cover, Goku dropped and rolled low, ducking under Vegeta's guard as the prince battled a falling rock aside with contemptuous ease. As Goku came up behind him, his hands already cupped and blazing with blue energy, he unleashed a point-blank "Ha!" The cerulean energy wave wasn't meant to finish the fight. It was a powerful concussive blast designed to create distance between the two, and it struck Vegeta square in the stomach, exploding with enough force to knock him off balance and send him stumbling forward through the hail of tumbling stones. Vegeta recovered with inhuman speed, spinning around with a snarl of pure rage. Ignoring the rocks that were pelting his armor, he blitzed forward again, a purple comet of hatred aiming directly at Goku's heart. His fist flew forward, destined to connect, only to slam into a barrier of an enchanted metal. With a deafening gong, Wonder Woman was interposed herself at the perfect moment. Her legs braced, her entire body shuddering from the impact against her nearly indestructible shield. The magical alloys held, but the force transferred through her, making her grit her teeth. Vegeta's fist was stopped cold, his furious momentum utterly cancelled by the divine defense of Themyscira's armory. Vegeta was suspended for a microsecond, his body aligned from the force of his own stop punch, a perfect picture of surprise and frustrated momentum. It was the opening Goku needed. "Now, move, Diana!" he yelled. As she dropped, Goku pivoted on his heel, putting all his weight into a devastating roundhouse kick that connected with Vegeta's exposed side. The blow landed with a solid crack, lifting the Sand Prince off his feet and hurling him further down the length of the rocky valley. Vegeta tumbled through the air before managing to right himself, landing awkwardly, but on his feet, on a large flat boulder, his expression a mask of seething fury. The sun dipped low, casting long dramatic shadows across the canyon and painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Vegeta, standing on his rocky perch, didn't even look angry anymore. A slow, unnerved smirk spread across his face. He chuckled, a note of genuine, if arrogant, appreciation in his own voice. "I must admit, I'm impressed. My scouter may be malfunctioning, but your power levels are far beyond what any low-class Saiyan should be capable of. You, Kakarot, you must be pushing maybe 12,000, and the woman is at 11,000. Remarkable for primitives on this lousy rock that you call a planet." Goku grinned, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. "That's what a year of our hard training will do for you." Vegeta's smirk didn't fade. It widened. "Training," he said, as if the word were a joke. "No amount of training could ever prepare you for what's about to come next. My power level is at 20,000. I decided to make it 20,000 instead of the canon 18,000. Doesn't really matter anyway. But anyway. In a move faster than his last, Vegeta vanished from the rock and reappeared directly in front of Goku. There was no time, no warning. A fist buried itself deep into Goku's stomach, driving all the air from his lungs in a painful gasp. Goku hunched over, his eyes wide in shock and agony. Before he could even register the pain, Vegeta's other hand came down in a vicious axe-like chop onto the back of his neck. The impact drove Goku to his knees, the stone cracking beneath him. Vegeta leaned over, his voice a venomous whisper. "Look at you, on your knees, exactly where a low-born warrior belongs, bowing before his prince." But Goku was not beating. Using the momentum from the blow, he tucked his head and rolled forward, putting space between them. As he sprang back to his feet, he brought his hands to his face, his fingers splayed in front of him. "You're going to have to try harder than that," he yelled. "Star Flare!" A light not of this world, a blinding, all-consuming green light erupted from his body. It was like the pure, unfiltered brilliance of a star, amplified by his ki output. Vegeta screamed, "Ah!" clutching at his eyes, completely blinded and disoriented. He staggered back, his superior strength useless against the sensory overload, vulnerable for the first time in the battle. Seizing the golden opportunity created by Goku's blinding technique, Wonder Woman didn't hesitate. As Vegeta stumbled, clawing at his seared eyes and roaring in frustration, she dropped into a low stance, coiling the immense power of her Amazonian legs like springs. The ground beneath her feet cracked. With a warrior's cry that echoed through the valley, she unleashed her power upward. Her fist, guided by Amazonian combat precision and divine strength, connected squarely with Vegeta's jaw. The uppercut didn't just snap his head back, it lifted his entire body off the ground, The force was so immense it created a visible shockwave that was in the air. Vegeta was launched skyward, completely airborne and helpless, a puppet with its strings cut, his disorientation now compounded by the devastating blow. Vegeta's ascent was abruptly halted as a golden loop snaked through the air with unerring accuracy. Wonder Woman's lasso, moving with the will of its own, seemingly moving with the will of its own, wrapped tightly around his ankle. With a powerful two-handed grip, she yanked downward with all her might, using her body weight as an anchor. The Prince of All Saiyans was ripped from his upward trajectory and slammed back toward the earth like a meteor. He had no time to right himself before a sphere of blue energy, charged and waiting, met his descent. Booyah! Goku's full power. His Booyah blast struck Vegeta mid-air, the concussive force driving him down and burying him deep into the planet's crust. The resulting explosion of dirt and rock bloomed like a grotesque flower, the impact, tremor shaking the entire battlefield that was around them. A moment of tense silence followed the explosion. Then the ground behind the duo erupted from without warning. Vegeta, coated in dirt and fury, burst from the earth like a demon from the underworld. His eyes burned with murderous intent. His pride was wounded more than his body. He used the explosive force of his emergence to propel himself forward, his body horizontal in a perfect vicious drop kick. Both boots connected simultaneously, one square to the center of Goku's back, the other into Wonder Woman's. The spinal impacts were brutal and precise, knocking the wind from their lungs and sending them flying forward in a graceless, painful sprawl. They tumbled across the broken ground with their bodies screaming in protest from the perfectly placed, debilitating strikes. As Goku struggled to push himself up, Vegeta decided to end the nuisance first. The main nuisance first. His palm glowed with a concentrated, brilliant orange energy. Die, Kakarot! He screamed, unleashing a shining shot. A compact, high-velocity, energy-like bullet designed to pierce and kill. It screamed toward Goku's heart, but Wonder Woman's reflexes were godlike. Seeing the attack, she didn't run toward Goku. She planted her shield firmly into the earth and used it as a pivot point, launching herself into a horizontal intercepting leap. She crossed the distance in a blur, crossing her bracelets of submission just in time. The shining shot detonated against the indestructible Amazonian metal with a deafening clang and a flash of light, the force of the blast washing over but leaving Goku and her pretty much unharmed. Thick acrid smoke from Vegeta's explosive energy washed over them, providing a momentary veil. Wonder Woman, her bracelets still smoking, turned to Goku, her voice a hushed, urgent whisper. He's too strong, Goku. He adapts to every strategy. What can we possibly do? Goku's eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned their surroundings, and then he saw it. Rising over the jagged horizon was a massive, full blood moon, its crimson hue casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. A dangerous, desperate plan clicked into place. He looked at Diana, a fierce light in his eyes. Get your sword ready, he whispered urgently. When the shifting starts, aim for his tail. It's our weakness, remember? Don't miss. Understanding flashed in Wonder Woman's eyes. She didn't question him any further. She simply trusted her ally. She gave a single, firm nod, with her hand tightening on the hilt of her now retrieved sword that she picked up amongst the smoke. Vegeta emerged from the dissipating smoke, brushing the dust from off his armor with an air of contemptuous finality. A commendable effort, Kakarot. Truly. For a circus of clowns, you've been mildly entertaining. You and your wench, of course, he sneered, raising his hands. Energy, dark purple and terrifyingly immense, began to coalesce in his palms. But the show's over. I'm going to fire a blast so powerful your Amazon friend couldn't hope to deflect it. It's going to punch straight through both of you, through this continent, and leave a hole in this pathetic world that you call a home. As he began the familiar stance, drawing his hands back to gather energy for his Gallic gun, he expected to see fear. Instead, he saw Goku smirking, his eyes fixed not on Vegeta, but on the blood-red moon rising behind him. A low guttural growl started deep in Goku's chest. His body began to tremble, his muscles swelling grotesquely. His eyes shifted from their usual black to a feral glowing red. He was transforming into a great ape. Vegeta noticed the change and let out a booming, arrogant laugh. You fool. You think you're the only one with a tail. You think that pathetic trick will save you. Incensed and seeing his own advantage, Vegeta too tilted his head back, his own eyes locking onto the moon. I'll show you the true Ozaru, he roared, his body beginning its violent, expanding transformation. But as he bulked up, his focus entirely on his ascension and overwhelming Goku, he failed to guard his most vulnerable spot. A golden red blur shot past, Wonder Woman, moving with the speed of Hermes herself, swung her sword in a perfect, precise arc. The divine blade sliced cleanly through the base of Vegeta's tail, just as it began to thicken. The transformation halted instantly. Vegeta shrank back to his normal size, staggering forward and staring in utter, disbelieving shock at the severed appendage that was on the ground. You wretched harpy, he screamed, his voice cracking with rage and pain. Vegeta's world narrowed to a pinpoint of pure, incandescent hatred focused solely on Wonder Woman. He turned to eviscerate her, to make her pay for the humiliating mutilation, but the shadow that fell over him was immense. A deep, ground-shaking roar out his threats. He slowly looked up, his furious snarl dying in his throat. Towering over him was Goku, now fully transformed into a 10-story tall great ape. Two colossal red eyes, burning with primal rage, glared down at him. The playing field had been catastrophically leveled. The Prince of all Saiyans, tailless, and now facing an enraged, fully transformed Ozaru. He was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. For the first time, a flicker of genuine alarm crossed Vegeta's features. The advantage was terrifyingly lost. Yeah, man, we heated up, man. Let me know what you guys think. We coming to the end of this Saiyan Saga. We probably got about like 2 more episodes, I would say. Maybe 3. We'll see how that goes, man. If you like it, you know what to do. Like, share, subscribe, all that, man. Get them likes up, man, so we can get into this algorithm. Anyways, man, catch y'all on the next one. Peace. Alright, we back with another one. Goku and DC Season 3, Episode 16. Vegeta versus Ozaru Goku. So let's get into it. Wonder Woman's triumphant smile faltered, replaced by a cold, creeping dread that seized her heart. She gazed up at a colossal fury titan that was once her friend, its silhouette a monstrous cutout against the blood-red moon. The raw primal power radiating from Goku's Ozaru form was a physical pressure, a suffocating aura of bestial rage that made the very air taste of ozone and fury. Her mind flashed back to a different battle, a different moonlight night. She saw a smaller but no less terrifying great ape rampaging through the Amazon forest, its eyes the same mindless crimson voids. She remembered the panic in the faces of her younger sisters that weren't as battle-tested, just as she was, the desperate struggle to contain him. Most vividly, she recalled the heart-wrenching moment she had to make a choice, which was to watch her friend destroy her home and everything in its path, or sever the source of his torment. So she had swung her sword then, and a clean cut that saved him from himself, but she was still filled with a pang of guilt for that mutilation. Now history was repeating itself on a cataclysmic scale, and she clutched the hilt of her sword, her knuckles white. "Please, Goku," she whispered into the roaring wind, a prayer to a friend she hoped could still hear her. "Show me you are still in there. I do not wish to maim you again." The initial shock that was on Vegeta's face, a rare precious glimpse of genuine alarm, was quickly smothered by the arrogant certainty that was his birthright. His cocky grin returned, wider and more vicious than before, as he looked up at the 10-story tall engine of destruction. "So, the Saiyan finally shows his true face," he yelled over the bestial roaring. "You think this changes anything, Kakarot?" In his mind, the calculation was simple. Yes, the Ozaru transformation granted a 10-fold multiplier to one's base power, but a low-class warrior like Kakarot, even with his surprising strength, would be utterly consumed by the primal instincts of the beast. He would be a force of nature, yes, but a mindless one, a hurricane that could be predicted, outmaneuvered, and ultimately exploited until he got a perfect shot at his tail. Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, had been trained from birth to harness the great ape's power, to bend its world-ending might to his will. He assumed Kakarot was now little more than a rabid animal, a puppet to its own rage. This is the difference between our bloodlines, you fool. He spat, readying his stance. You are a slave to this form. I am its master. I will dance around your clumsy attacks until you exhaust yourself and give me an opening. But the prince's smug monologue was abruptly cut short, along with the very air that was in his lungs, as a fist the size of a small building descended upon him with a terrifying speed and impossible precision. It wasn't wild. It wasn't a wild sweep and swing. It was focused. An earth-shattering punch aimed directly at where he stood. Vegeta barely blurred out of the way, the shockwave from the impact alone hurling him through the air like a leaf in a gale. He tumbled across the shattered landscape, skidding to a halt with wide, disbelieving eyes. The crater left behind was perfectly formed, a testament to controlled, directed force, not mindless devastation. Vegeta's worldview, his foundational belief in Saiyan caste superiority, shuddered. How? How could a lowborn, a sent-to-die afterthought, possibly exhibit such control? He had no knowledge of Goku's past, of his time with the Teen Titans. He could know of the countless hours Goku had spent on the Titans' training grounds with Garfield Logan, another shapeshifter, known as Beast Boy, who understood the struggle of controlling a bestial form. They had sparred and shared techniques, and Goku, ever the martial artist's prodigy, had learned to channel the great ape's rage, to find the calm eye of the hurricane within its storm. That training was the key Vegeta could never have anticipated. The smirk was now irrevocably wiped from his face, replaced by the grim, cold realization that he was not fighting a mindless beast. He was fighting a beast warrior, one whose power now utterly dwarfed his very own in this moment. Enraged and humiliated, Vegeta decided to test the beast's resilience. He let out a furious cry, unleashing a relentless volley of yellow energy blasts. Die, you overgrown lowlife! The air screamed as dozens of key projectiles, each capable of leveling a city block, streaked toward the giant's torso. The resulting explosions were deafening, a continuous concussive orchestra of destruction that kicked up a massive cloud of dust, smoke, and superheated debris. The ground shook with the force of the barrage. Vegeta hovered, chest heaving, a satisfied sneer beginning to form. No being, no matter how large, could withstand such a concentrated assault unscathed. But as the yellow-tinged smoke began to clear, his sneer melted into a stunned disbelief. The great ape stood unmoved, its immense form revealed through the dissipating haze. Its chest rose and fell in a steady, rumbling rhythm. When the blast had struck, the thick black fur was lightly scorched and smoking, but the skin beneath was utterly unbroken. It was akin to throwing firecrackers at a mountain. The attacks had done nothing more than annoy it. The Ozara's glowing red eyes narrowed, focusing on the insignificant, buzzing speck that had dared to sting it. A low, deep growl emanated from its chest, a sound that promised imminent and total retaliation. The retaliation came faster than Vegeta could process. The massive fur-covered arm, a limb of living, breathing geology, swung in a backhand that seemed to move in slow motion, yet covered the distance instantly. There was no technique, no finesse, only pure, unadulterated power. Vegeta crossed his arms in a desperate guard, bracing for impact. The connection was catastrophic. It was like being hit by a continent itself. Every molecule in his body screamed in protest. The sound wasn't a punch. It was a deep, resonated doom of utter force meeting fragile resistance. Vegeta was launched backward, not like a ragdoll, but like a cannonball that was fired from a siege weapon. He cut through the air completely out of control before plowing into the face of a distant, jagged mountain range. The impact carved a deep person-shaped crater into the solid rock. He slid down to the base, collapsing onto one knee, his body trembling violently as he spat a thick glob of dark Saiyan blood onto the ground. His vision swam, and a sharp metallic taste filled his mouth. As he looked down, he saw the once pristine armor of the Saiyan elite was now webbed with hairline fractures, the chest plate visibly dented. The sheer overwhelming disparity in their power was now a painful, undeniable fact. Kneeling in the rubble, his body screaming in protest, a cold, tactical clarity cut through Vegeta's rage. Pride was a luxury for the victorious, and he was on the verge of annihilation. He was at a severe disadvantage, and if this continued, the Prince of all Saiyans would be crushed into nothing more than a bloody paste by a low-class warrior. His eyes, sharp and desperate, scanned his environment, analyzing every variable. Then they locked on to the source of all his trouble. The full, blood-red moon hanging in the sky like a giant, accusing eye. A plan, desperate and brilliant, formed in an instant. If he couldn't defeat the ape, he would simply remove its power source. His knowledge of their biology was his greatest weapon. His hand snapped up, palm facing the celestial body. Purple energy, dark and malevolent, began to swirl and coalesce, drawing from his reserves. It would be a blast meant not for a person, but for a moon. A cruel smile touched his bloody lips. Enjoy your strength while it lasts, Kakarot, because it ends now. But before the energy in his palm could reach its crucial mass, a searing golden light wrapped around his wrist like a viper. It yanked his arm down with irresistible force, disrupting his concentration and causing the gathering energy to fizzle and sputter out harmlessly. Shock, pure and utter, was the first emotion to register on Vegeta's face. He was so focused on the macro threat he had completely forgotten the micro one. He turned his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, to see Wonder Woman, feet planted firmly, straining against her lasso of truth, which was wrapped tightly around his forearm. His expression was one of sheer unyielding determination. Or her expression was one of sheer unyielding determination. His shot curdled into incandescent fury. This insect, this primitive princess, she had dared to lay her hands on him, to physically prevent him, a Saiyan prince, from executing his strategy perfectly. And then, as the lasso's magical properties took hold, forcing a sliver of truth upon him, a third emotion flickered behind the fury. A sliver of cold, genuine fear. The fear of a predator suddenly realizing it's not at the top of the food chain. The fear of the prince realizing his reign was about to be brutally ended. Before that fear could fully take root, a shadow blotted out the blood moon, the stars, and the entire sky. As Vegeta had a split second to look up, his eyes reflecting the immense descending foot of the great ape. There was no time to dodge, no time to scream. The foot came down upon him with the force of divine hammer. The impact was geological. The ground for a mile around didn't just crack. It liquefied and then compacted under the pressure, creating a vast shallow crater. Tectonic plates miles below groaned and shifted under the unimaginable stress. For Vegeta trapped in the epicenter, it was pure, unfiltered agony. Every bone in his body vibrated. His armor, the symbol of his royal status, gave one final pathetic screech before being utterly crushed underneath the foot. The shoulder pads shattering, the chest plate compacting against his torso. The scowl on his face exploded into a shatter of sparks and red glass. Dozens of hairline fractures sped through his ribs, his arms, his legs. He was buried deep beneath the earth, entombed in rock and darkness. The weight of a mountain pinning him down. The world went black, silent, and full of pain throughout his body. A profound silence fell over the wasteland, broken only by the settling dust and the deep rumbling breaths of the great ape. Wonder Woman slowly lowered her arms, the golden lasso retracting to her side. She watched as the giant form of Goku seemed to relax, its terrifying aura receding. It turned its massive head toward her, and for a moment, she saw not mindless rage in those red eyes, but a flicker of familiar warmth. A smile, tentative but real, spread across her face. He had done it. He had controlled it. They had won. The most powerful warrior she had ever faced was buried and broken under the earth. She began to walk forward, her steps light in relief. The giant ape took a heavy step toward her, its movements now slow and almost gentle-like. It was a moment of incredible hard-won peace between two friends from different worlds who had just overcome an impossible threat together. The nightmare was over. But the peace was shattered in an instant as the ground where Vegeta was buried erupted outward. He emerged from the earth not like a conqueror, but like a revenant clawing its way from a grave. His form was a horrifying testament to his endurance and will. He was battered, bruised, and bleeding profusely from a cut on his forehead that poured down his face, forcing one eye to remain closed. His armor was in ruins, the shoulder pads completely gone, leaving only a form of straps, and the chest piece was a crumpled mess. But in his one good hand, he had a swirling, buzzing disc of brilliant blue energy. The Destructo-like disc was a technique of pure cutting power. His remaining eye was locked on not onto the ape, but onto Wonder Woman, burning with a killer intent more intense than anything he had ever shown. She had humiliated him, thwarted him, and now she would die. He hurled the disc with a final ragged scream. It screamed through the air, too fast, too unexpected. Diana's eyes widened, her muscles tensing, but she knew she wouldn't be fast enough to react in time. Time seemed to slow. Wonder Woman saw the deadly disc spinning toward her, a cerulean ring of death. She saw the battered Vegeta snarling in triumph, and then she saw a massive black-furred hand enter her field of vision. With a speed that defied its size, the Ozaru lunged, not to attack but to protect. Its gigantic fingers closed around her with an impossible gentleness, plucking her from the path of the attack and lifting her high into the air. She was cradled safely in his palm, the world swinging dizzyingly below her at the speed of the act. The Destructo disc shot through the space where she had been standing, harmlessly slicing through a distant rock formation. Goku had saved her. Even in his monstrous form, his first instinct was to protect his closest friend. But in that selfless lunging motion to save Diana, Goku had exposed himself. His long prehensile tail had swung out behind him for balance. It was the opening that Vegeta, a master of combat exploitation, had been waiting for. A second Destructo disc hidden behind his first materialized and was launched with a vicious flick of Vegeta's wrist. It wasn't aimed at the ape's body, but at its one true weakness. The buzzing disc sliced through the air and connected with the base of Goku's tail. There was no resistance. The energy blade cut through the fur, skin, and bone as if it were nothing, severing the tail cleanly. The effect was instantaneous. The colossal form of the great ape began to shimmer, shrinking rapidly in a cascade of golden light. In mere seconds, where a giant beast had stood, there was only Goku collapsed on his knees, cradling an injured woman gently in his arms. He was breathing heavily. Returned to normal, completely vulnerable. Diana stirred in his arms, her eyes fluttering open to see his face, her own filled with shock and horror at their sudden devastating reversal of fortune. A low, wet, coughing laugh echoed from across the battlefield. Vegeta leaned forward, each step a monument to his pain and his undiminished hatred. His body was a wreck, but his will was an unbreakable diamond. The killer intent radiating from him was palpable, suffocating wave, colder and sharper than any blade. He looked at Goku, who was struggling to stand while protecting Diana. Kakarot, Vegeta rasped, his voice a gravelly promise of death. You have humiliated me. You have made me bleed. For that I am going to take everything from you. He raised a trembling hand, energy once again beginning to spark and gather. I will start with her, then your planet, then your friends. I will erase your entire existence from the cosmos. This I swear on royal blood. The battle was not over. The fourth quarter was starting. Yeah, man. All right, so that's the end of this episode. Let me know what you guys think. Kind of changed the art style up a little bit. Made it look a little dark and grainy. Let me know what you guys think about that. But, like, share, subscribe, all that. Till the next one. Go on. Peace. Yeah, Goku in DC, episode 17, season 3. This episode, Goku unlocks a new transformation. So let's get into it. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over Goku, a deep cellular fatigue from the immense strain of the Ozaru transformation and its violent reversion. Every muscle fiber screamed in protest. His vision swam with dark spots, and his ki felt like a drained well. Yet, as he saw Vegeta menacingly approaching, his gaze fixed on the recovering Wonder Woman, a fire ignited within him that burned hotter than any fatigue. With a guttural crowd that was part pain, part defiance, he pushed himself up from his knees. His body protested, but his spirit would not be denied. He wasn't fighting for a thrill anymore. He was fighting for his friends. Channeling the very last dregs of his power into his legs, he launched himself forward. It wasn't the lightning fast, precise blitz of a rested warrior. It was a desperate, stumbling charge, a testament to pure, unadulterated willpower. He was a shield, putting himself between the predator and his prey, with nothing left to give but his own body, as an act of defense. Vegeta waited. Vegeta watched the pathetic charge with utter contempt. Still you persist. Know your place, worm, he snarled, not even bothering to move. He simply raised a single hand, palm open. A sphere of violent crimson energy, a simple but brutally efficient energy blast, coalesced in an instant. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he fired it. The red beam struck Goku directly in the center of his chest with pinpoint accuracy. There was a searing flash of light and a concussive thump that echoed across the plains. The force of the impact didn't just send Goku flying backward. It vaporized the tattered remains of his clothing, his orange gi from the torso up, leaving his upper body exposed and scorched. He landed hard on his back, skidding through the dirt, a trail of smoke rising from the agony of the red burn mark that was on his chest. Wonder Woman could only watch in horror, her heart clenching as her friend, who had just given everything to save her, was effortlessly and blindly swatted down. A cold, righteous fury, colder than the waters of Themyscira and sharper than her sword, replaced the horror in Diana's eyes, seeing Goku, her best friend, her brother in arms, struck down with such casual cruelty, ignited the full wrath of an Amazon. Her pain was forgotten, her own injuries irrelevant. With the speed born of divine fury, she closed the distance Vegeta had arrogantly allowed her to. He was still smirking, his attention on his fallen rival. His guard down just enough. Diana put the full weight of her body, her God-forged strength, and her simmering rage into a single, perfect right hook. It connected with Vegeta's nose. With a sickening, wet crunch, the Saiyan Prince's head snapped back. A spray of dark red blood mist in the air. He stumbled back several steps, more out of shock than the actual force of the blow. His hand flying on his newly broken nose, the arrogance on his face was momentarily replaced by a flash of stunned, genuine pain. Vegeta slowly lowered his hand from his face, his fingers coming away slick with his own blood. He stared at it for a moment, his body trembling not from injury, but from incandescent rage. The pain twisted his features, but then, horrifically, it melted away into the most sinister, unhinged grin Diana had ever seen. His eyes dark and full of murderous promise, locked onto hers. You, he breathed, his voice a low, gravelly threat that was more terrifying than any scream. You dare! You insects continue to buzz and sting. He took a step forward, his orb flaring with dark purple energy. I was going to make your death quick. A mercy. But now I'm going to truly enjoy this. I'm going to savor watching the light leave your eyes, you royal wench. Before the last syllable had left his lips, Vegeta vanished. It wasn't the speed that Diana could track. It was almost a teleportation of pure malice. He reappeared directly in front of her, his movement a purple blur, his open palm fueled by utter contempt rather than killing intent, swung in a vicious backhand slap. The impact was deafening. It connected with the side of her face with the force of a freight train. Not snapping her head to her side and lifting her clean off her feet, she landed in a heap several yards away, the world a dizzying carousel of pain and ringing noises. She pushed herself up on one elbow, tasting the coppery tang of her own blood. As a trickle of it escaped her split lip, her vision swam, but her defiant gaze never left him. Vegeta was on her in an instant, a predator closing in on his kill. He didn't use a technique or energy blast. He wanted this to be a personal, intimate, and brutal. He dropped to one knee, his hands shooting out and clamping around her throat. Not to choke her immediately, though, but to pin her. Then he brought his other arm down, pressing his forearm horizontally across her neck like a bar of steel. He began to squeeze, cutting off her air supply slowly, deliberately. He leaned in close, his blood-streaked face inches from hers, his hot breath washing over her. Then he turned his head, his eyes finding the struggling form of Goku who was trying to pull himself back up, but he was failing. Kakarot, Vegeta roared, his voice a vile triumph. Look at me. I want you to watch. I want you to see what happens to those who cross the Prince of all Saiyans. This is the price for your defiance. For Goku, the world narrowed to a tunnel. The sounds of the wind, Vegeta's gloating, everything faded into a dull hum. His vision focused solely on Diana's face. Her eyes wide, her mouth gaping for air that wouldn't come. Time seemed to stretch to a horrifying crawl. The image before him overlapped with a memory he had fought for years to suppress. He saw not Diana, but Terra. Terra, her eyes filled with a different kind of fear, not of death and resignation. He saw the blade of Deathstroke, the cold unforged metal, in the explosion of rock and light. He heard his own younger powerless scream echoing across the facility. The same feeling of utter helplessness, of failing to protect someone he cared about, crashed over him with the force of a tidal wave. Not again. I can't. Not again. The horrific memory was instantly replaced by a flood of others, brighter and more powerful. He saw a young, stubborn Amazon princess meeting a wild-haired boy from the stars. He saw them sparring on the sandy beaches of Themyscira, their laughter mixed with the clash of their fists. He saw shared meals in the great hall, her patiently teaching him their customs, him sharing stories about his brother Clark back home at the Kent farm. He saw them fighting side by side against Giganta, Cheetah, and a dozen other threats, their movements in perfect unspoken sync. They were two peas in a pod, a bond forged in battle and kindness, a friendship that transcended the world. These flashes of light fought back against the darkness of the memory of terror. Each one was a reason to fight, a reason to live. A silent internal scream built within Goku's soul, a culmination of past failure and present desperation. No, he told himself, the command echoing in the deepest recess of his being. I won't lose her. I won't. As this absolute, non-negotiable resolution solidified in his heart, something broke open. A power not drawn from technique, not drawn from the usual key as he knew it, but something deeper, something primal and emotional, erupted from within. A faint crimson aura flickered around his body for a split second, before erupting into a wild, dancing red sparks of energy that snapped and crackled like lightning. His eyes rolled back into his head, his body went rigid, and a low, subsonic hum began to emanate from him. The very earth around his body trembled, and fragments of rock and debris lifted into the air, defying gravity, caught in the swirling chaotic energy of this new awakening. The primal hum escalated into a raw, terrifying roar that was torn from the very core of his soul. It was the roar of the great ape, but refined, focused, and contained. His head snapped forward when his eyes opened. There were no longer the usual dark onyx. They now glowed with the same fierce, feral, burning crimson of the Ozaru, but they held a sharp focus and terrifying fury behind them. His form remained human, but every muscle was coiled with the new terrifying power that made the air itself feel thick and heavy. Vegeta's sinister grin vanished, replaced by a look of profound disturbance and genuine confusion. The pressure was wrong. This wasn't a Saiyan power he was familiar with. It was something else. Something angry and feral. His grip on Wonder Woman's neck instinctively loosened for a fraction of a second. It was all the openness she needed. With a final surge of restraint, she twisted her body and broke free from his stunned grasp. Scrambling away from the unfolding phenomenon, her own eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe at the transformation of her friend. Gone were the familiar, determined black eyes of the low-class Saiyan warrior. In their place burned two pools of incandescent crimson, devoid of reason or recognition. They were windows into the primal storm of a pure, unadulterated red rage. This wasn't the controlled fury of a Saiyan elite. This was something wilder, more bestial, yet terrifyingly contained within a humanoid form. The sheer oppressive aura radiating from Goku was a physical weight pressing down on Vegeta's soul. For the first time in his life, Vegeta felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead and traced a path down his temple. This wasn't power he could quantify or understand. It was a fundamental force of nature, and he was standing directly in its path. He took an involuntary step back, his bravado crumbling in the face of this horrifying evolution that was before him. There was no blur, no tell sign of movement. One moment, the red-eyed demon was standing 20 yards away, a vortex of crimson energy and floating debris. The next, the space he occupied was simply empty. He had vanished without a sound, without a ripple in the air. Vegeta's eyes darted frantically across the battlefield. If his scouter was still functional, if it still was there, it would have screamed in overload. "What the hell?" he spat out, his voice laced with a panic he couldn't suppress. He spun in a circle, his guard higher than it had ever been. Every sense screaming in alarm. He was no longer the hunter. He was the one being hunted, stalked by something that he couldn't see or sense. A whisper of air was the only warning as Goku materialized directly in front of him, as if he stepped out of a shadow. There was no battle cry, no taunt, only the cold, efficient promise of violence. Before Vegeta's brain could even process the arrival, a fist buried itself deep into his gut. The impact wasn't just powerful, it was vicious. It felt like his internal organs had been liquefied. A torrent of dark Saiyan blood erupted from his mouth, spraying the air. All the air was driven from his lungs in a pain-silent gasp. His eyes bulged and he hunched over the fist that had struck him, and the attack launched him. Vegeta shot into the sky like a kicked rock, completely limp, his trajectory arcing high against the blood-red moon that was in the sky. Tumbling through the air, gasping for breath, Vegeta's mind raced through a calculus of pure desperation. He couldn't keep up. He couldn't win. The shame of that realization curdled into apocalyptic spite. If he was to die, he would not die alone. He would take this wretched planet and the monster he was battling with him. So riding himself in midair, he began gathering every ounce of remaining energy. Ignoring the agony in his ribs, purple and crimson energy swirled violently in his palms, growing into a massive, unstable sphere. A Gallic gun meant not for the person, but for the planet's core. "You're dying with me, Kakarot!" he screamed. But below, the red-eyed Goku's jaw unhinged. A deep, blue energy, cold and focused, gathered in his maw, before erupting in a thick, continuous beam, a mouth blast infused with his new terrifying power boost. The two beams met in the sky, creating a blinding, chaotic star of energy. The clash rattled the continents, but it was immediately clear that Vegeta's blast was being overwhelmed, pushed back toward him. In a final act of self-preservation, Vegeta cut his energy flow and dropped like a stone to the ground, letting Goku's blue beam scream harmlessly over his head into the depths of space. He hit the ground hard, expecting a reprieve. He received none. Before the dust could even settle, Goku was there, standing over him. There was no ceremony, no speech, only punishment. Goku dropped onto him, his knees pinning Vegeta's arms, and he began to beat him. Fist after fist rained down, each impact a sickening thud of flesh and bone. Vegeta could only grunt and choke on his own blood, his world dissolving into a red haze of pain. He felt his ribs crack one after another. He was being dismantled not by technique but by raw, brutalizing strength. This was it. This was how the Prince of All Saiyans died, beaten into the dirt of a backwater planet by a low-class send-off. The irony was the final, most bitter blow to the prince. Goku's arm reared back for a final skull-shattering blow that was going to push his face into the floor. But it was halted inches from its target, not by armor, not by ki, but by the weak, hoarse voice that cut through the red mist of rage. Goku, stop. On the ground nearby, Robin pushed himself up on a trembling elbow. He was pale, a dark stain spreading across his midsection from his earlier wound. Every word was a struggle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Don't do it. He's finished, he pleaded, his voice a fragile thread. This is wrong. The crimson fury in Goku's eyes flickered. He turned his head, following the sound of the voice. His burning gaze fell upon Robin, and then on Starfire, who was kneeling beside him. Aquaman had left to attend to his injuries from his missing arm. Her green eyes were wide with tears, with fear and grief. Not for Vegeta, but for their dying friend. He realized he had carried his vengeful rampage right to their doorstep, the doorstep of his wounded friends. The sight of them, of his former Titan teammates, broken and bleeding, acted like a bucket of cold water on the inferno that was inside of him. The terrifying crimson glow in his eyes receded, fading like a dying ember replaced by the familiar, gentle black pupils. The monstrous aura vanished, leaving only the heavy, acrid smell of blood. Robin, fighting against the darkness creeping into his vision, locked eyes with his friend. Don't lose yourself to violence, he managed, each word a labored breath. Don't take a life like this. He was having a hard time talking. A hero shouldn't kill an already defeated foe. Goku looked down at his bloodied fist, then at Vegeta's broken, barely conscious form beneath him, and finally at Robin's dying face. Tears welled in Goku's eyes, mixing with the dirt and sweat on his cheeks. The rage was gone, replaced by a devastating sorrow. He slowly, shakily climbed off of Vegeta. Though he wasn't a hero, he would honor his friend's final wish in this moment. While the heroes were consumed by their grief, looking at their passing friend, with their backs turned, a faint mechanical whirring sound started. Vegeta's ship, responding to a desperate command from his wrist device, descended silently nearby, its ramp lowering. Using the very last dregs of his strength, Vegeta began to crawl. Every movement was agony, a fresh wave of pain from his broken body. He dragged himself through the dirt, leaving a trail of blood behind, towards his only means of escape. He couldn't believe it. He was alive, not through his own power or cunning, but because a pathetic, dying human teenager had pleaded for mercy on his behalf. The humiliation was more crushing, more painful than any of his wounds. It was a stain on his pride that would never wash away. He reached the ramp, hauling himself aboard, with a final agonizing groan. As the ship's hatch closed and it lifted off, his one good eye fixed on the scene below, as blood was on the other. The mourning heroes, the Saiyan who had spared him, the shame of his survival burned hotter than any star. He had been defeated, and his life had been given to him as a pitying gift. For Prince Vegeta, there was no greater insult. Yeah, man, that's there we go. We wrapping it up. I got one more episode before this season's over. I'm gonna do the funeral service and all that. And also, y'all see this red eye Goku. I hope y'all liked it. This was my new take on the Akari form. Y'all know the Akari's yellow eyes, but Broly's a special case. He also has green hair unlike everyone else. So I wanted to give him Goku that Ozaru red eyes, right? We only see that red sclera. The pupils are gone. It's just solid red. I wanted to give him that, making this version of the Akari form. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comments, man. I hope you liked it. So yeah, man, I got one more episode before the season's up, man. And yeah, man, until the next one. Gone. Peace. Alright, man, we finna wrap up season 3 with episode 18 right here. Goku and DC season 3 finale. And y'all see it. Goku and Wonder Woman sleep together. That's why I think I'm gonna title the video. People gonna go crazy in that algorithm. But yeah, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Goku stood alone before the pristine white coffin, his shoulders slumped under a weight far heavier than any training equipment. The cheerful, often oblivious Saiyan was gone, replaced by a man carved from grief. Tears unfamiliar and hot traced paths down his cheeks, each one a testament to a failure he couldn't absolve. He placed a hand on the cool surface, his voice a raw, broken whisper. Robin, I'm sorry. I couldn't be there. I couldn't get there fast enough. He swallowed hard, the image of his friend's final selfless act burning within his mind. But you were the real hero. Even when it was all over for you, you weren't thinking about yourself. Your last thought was on another soul. You were on death's door and you still put the lives of others at the forefront of your mind. You've got to be the realest hero I've ever met. His fist clenched, resting gently on the coffin. I won't forget you. I promise. Starfire was the one that approached next. Her vibrant green eyes dim with a profound sorrow. She looked down at the peaceful face of her friend. Her voice was soft, melodic. Her voice a soft, melodic ache. Oh, Robin, you were the bravest of us all. A gentle, sad smile touched her lips. You were our leader. You always knew what to do, even when the rest of us were most uncertain. Her composure wavered. A single tear escaped. And I'm so sorry. I walked away. I let my hurt pull me from our team that was like a family. I thought I had time. I thought there would be a tomorrow for us to reconcile. Now the greatest of my regrets is that I did not get to spend more of my todays with you. I have lost precious time, and for that, I will always grieve. Bruce Wayne stood unmasked, a solitary figure of shadow in the bright room. The black of his batsuit seemed to drink the light, a physical manifestation of his grief. He did not hide the single stark tear that tracked through the grime on his cheek. His voice, usually a controlled growl, was stripped bare, like a father's agony. It should have been me. Dick, it should have been me in that box. Pause. He placed a trembling hand on the coffin, his head bowing. I failed you. I wasn't prepared enough. And because of that, I failed to protect someone who was like my son. You were everything I lacked, with a similar mind. You were going to be a better man than I could ever be. Where I saw shadows, you always saw the good, even in the darkest of times. That was your power, Dick. That was your legacy. Raven floated forward, her dark cloak pulled tightly around her, a shield against the pain that threatened to consume everything within her. Her hood was drawn low, but it could not contain the single crystalline tear that welled from beneath and fell. A drop of pure sorrow against the dark fabric. Her voice was a strained whisper, thick with the effort of containing the ocean of dark emotion that was within. Maybe, if my energy hadn't been so depleted from the dead zone, my telekinesis could have intervened. She clenched her fist, the air around her chilling slightly. I was needed elsewhere to bring our ace back, and in doing so, I failed to be there to protect you. Please forgive me. Superman approached, his usual aura of invincibility replaced by a somber humility. He looked down at the young hero, his expression one of deep, respectful regret. I never told you this, Robin, he began, his voice quiet and earnest. But when Goku first joined the Titans, I was never worried. Even though, yes, his power is immense and his nature is unpredictable. He sighed, but put on a weak smile. The reason I was ultimately comfortable with it The reason I could sleep at night was because I knew you were there. I knew you were watching his back. Yes, but more importantly, I knew you were the steady hand on the tiller. You were the strategist and the moral compass that kept everything running smoothly. I trusted you to lead with him. I placed that burden on your shoulders. And for that, I'm thankful that you were capable. Aquaman approached with a solemn, regal grace. His remaining hand, calloused and strong, came to rest firmly over the boy's heart in a gesture of deep respect from one warrior to another. The empty space where his other arm had been was a silent testament to the ferocity of the battle they had survived. You did not die a cowardly death, he intoned, his voice echoing with the gravity of the deep. You died a warrior's death, a king's death. You stood your ground against a tidal wave of destruction and did not yield. You remained true to your oath, to your friends, and to yourself until your very last breath. We would all be so lucky to meet our end with such courage and such honor. The seas will sing of your valor, Richard Grayson. As the service ended, the weight of it all finally broke the dam within Goku. He turned, his body shaking with silent sobs, and buried his face in the strong, comforting shoulder of Wonder Woman. Without a word, she enveloped him, her arm a solid, reassuring weight across his broad back, holding the pieces of him together. Shh, she whispered, her own voice thick with shared grief. We grieve together, my friend. The pain, it is a testament of how much he meant to us. It feels like it will shatter us now, but it will not. We will carry him with us. We will heal, not by forgetting, but by remembering. And in time, the wound will become a scar, and the scar a memory of a hero we were privileged to fight alongside. As Goku made to leave, a hand in a black gauntlet settled on his shoulder, stopping him. Goku flinched, his body tensing for a familiar lecture or some type of demand for account of his actions or something. He turned to face Batman, expecting the usual sternness. Instead, he found only raw, unvarnished grief. Wait, Batman said, his voice softer than Goku had ever heard it. He hesitated, the words clearly foreign and difficult. The reports, the ones Dick sent me about the Titans. He always spoke highly of you. He wrote about your loyalty, your heart, and your capacity to inspire others. He defended you constantly, Bruce Jaw tightened. I was wrong to distrust you. I let my nature cloud my judgment. For that, I'm sorry, Goku. Goku, stunned, simply nodded. It's okay, he said quietly. We all mess up. And with that, he walked away, leaving the Batman alone to self-reflect. In a secluded corner of the hall, Barry Allen sat hunched on a wooden bench, still in his flash suit. He wasn't vibrating, wasn't moving at super speed. He was utterly still, staring at his trembling hands as if they belonged to a stranger. I wasn't fast enough, he muttered to himself, over and over, a mantra of failure. I should have been there. For Nappa's fist, I saw Cyborg's systems failing, so I stayed in the lab, just in case the doctors needed me to run and grab something, but I should have come back, just in case Nappa was still around. And damn it, he was. I'm the Flash. My only job is to be faster than the disaster. But I failed. I should have been faster. I should have saved him. I should have been there. He curled his fingers into fists, the fabric of his glove straining, a speedster trapped in the agonizing slow moment of his perceived failure. Later, Goku, Raven, and Starfire found themselves in the sterile, quiet hallway outside the medical bay at Star Labs. The hope of seeing Victor had been quickly dashed by a somber doctor. I'm sorry, the doctor had said. His condition is far too unstable. He's been transferred to a specialized, undisclosed facility for a procedure that we cannot perform here. It's his best chance. The news settled over the trio like a lead blanket. They sat in a row of uncomfortable chairs, the silence between them heavy with worry for one fan and grief for another. It was Goku who finally broke the quiet. Has anyone heard from Beast Boy? Raven and Starfire exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads in unison. No, Starfire said softly. He has not reached out. He remains lost to us since the day he left. The circle of their friendship felt smaller and way more fractured than ever. A month and a half had passed since the funeral, and for Diana of Themyscira, the nights were the hardest. Oftentimes, alone, she would stare at the star-strewn sky, her thoughts perpetually circling one person, Goku. She found herself replaying their moments together, his unwavering presence at her side in battle, his infectious laughter that could cut through the rawest tension, and the profound, simple innocence he carried himself with. In a world of men so often clouded by greed, deceit, and complexity, Goku was a beacon of pure, unadulterated spirit. He fought for the joy of testing his limits and to protect others, with no hidden agenda or thirst for dominating power. She admired that quite fiercely, even when his obliviousness to social cues and deeper emotions left her both amused and faintly frustrated at times. He was a paradox, one of the most powerful men she had ever known, yet in many ways the most guileless and pure. That unique combination had quietly and irrevocably carved a place for itself within her heart. Diana was lost in her stargazing, leaning against a wall on a metropolis building, when a familiar voice cut through her reverie. Well, well, long time no see, princess. What brings you all the way to Metropolis? Lois Lane approached, a knowing glint in her eye. Diana offered a small, polite smile. No reason in particular. Miss Lane, I am merely sightseeing. Clearing my head. There is much to think about these days. Lois's grin widened into a full reporter smirk. She followed Diana's gaze, which had unconsciously drifted back toward the general direction of a poster of a certain Saiyan next to Superman, saving the Daily Planet from being destroyed. Uh-huh. Sure. Sightseeing. Let me take a wild guess. Lois teased, her voice dropping to a playful whisper. Those thoughts wouldn't happen to be about a certain super strong, spiky-haired hero who eats enough for a small army, would they? A telltale heat rushed to Diana's cheeks, a deep blush that she couldn't hope to hide. She quickly averted her gaze, studying the city lights below with sudden intense interest. Her silence and reaction were a more confirming answer than any words could have been. Lois's expression softened from teasing to genuine warmth. Look, Diana, she began, her tone turning sincere. Goku is a lot of wonderful things. He's strong, he's unbelievably fun to be around, and he's probably the most dependable ally you could ever ask for. But let's be real. He wouldn't recognize a woman's romantic feelings for him if they were written in bold letters on her shirt and accompanied by a detailed diagram. She placed a reassuring hand on Diana's arm. So if you want my advice, if you want this thing to go beyond just being battle buddies, you're going to have to be as direct and brave as you are in a fight. You have to make the first move. With a final encouraging smirk, Lois turned and stepped into a waiting cab, leaving a flustered and deeply thoughtful Wonder Woman alone with her racing heart. Back at the League of Assassins stronghold, Goku stood shirtless in a courtyard with his body glistening with sweat after an intense solo training session. The air around him still hummed with residual energy. He was approached by Talia al Ghul, who moved with a lethal grace that contrasted his raw power. She observed him with a mix of fondness and exasperation. Little brother, she began, using the term that had defined their unique bond. You push yourself to the brink every day. You have honed your skills here to a fine edge, but you do not belong in the shadows. You should stop playing in our world and start to lead the assassins for our next age. Your destiny lies in the sun. Goku wiped his brow with his arm, offering her a grateful but firm smile. Thanks, Talia. I appreciate everything you and Nissa have let me do here. But that's not my style. And besides, I've got to get stronger. He politely declined her offer once again, his mind clearly set on his personal path. As he turned to leave, his usual easygoing demeanor shifted. His face grew serious. Looking back at her, and he paused, looking back at her with an uncharacteristic gravity. Talia, he said, his voice low. There's something else. When are you going to tell Bruce about his son? The question hung in the air, stark and direct. Talia's own expression iced over, her protective wall slamming down. That, little brother, she replied, her voice cool and final, is a family affair that is far beyond your concern. Without another word, she melted back into the deepening shadows of their ancient temple, leaving Goku alone with the unsettling knowledge that he was powerless to fix a different kind of situation. Goku walked the quiet stone halls to his sparse private quarters, pulling his orange gi top back over his head. He was still damp with sweat, his muscles aching pleasantly from his exertions. And he pushed the door open and stopped dead in his tracks. Sitting primly on the edge of his simple bed, her hands folded in her lap, and her head slightly bowed, was Wonder Woman. A faint red tinge colored her cheeks, and she was nervously fiddling with her fingers. Diana, he asked, his voice laced with genuine surprise. What are you doing here? Of course, she knew where he lived. They had trained together here for a year, but her presence in his private room, unannounced, was entirely unexpected. She looked up, meeting his gaze for a fleeting second, before looking away again. I need to speak to you. With you, she said, her voice softer than usual. Privately. Intrigued and slightly concerned, Goku stepped fully inside and shut the heavy door behind him. Diana took a deep, steadying breath and rose to her feet, forcing herself to look directly into his curious, dark eyes. She could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, a rhythm more frantic than any battle drum. Summoning every ounce of her Amazonian courage, she began. Goku, we have fought countless battles together, side by side. I am so glad you came to my island when we were children. If I am being completely honest with myself, I couldn't wait to see you again when you left to go back to man's world. Her words came out in a rush now, her gaze dropping slightly to avoid the intensity of his. What I'm trying to say is, I was wondering if you would like for us to become more than just friends. She finished sheepishly, the confession leaving her feeling incredibly vulnerable. Goku blinked, his head tilting in the familiar, enduring way as he processed her words. The concept was foreign, but the emotion behind it was not. A warm, genuine smile spread across his face. Diana, you're my best friend. I trust you more than anyone. I can't think of anyone else I'd want to become more than friends with. Those clumsy Goku words were all the confirmation Diana needed. A wave of relief and exhilaration washed over her. Instead of explaining further, she decided action would be a far better translator. She closed the small distance between them, her hands coming up to cradle his face, and pulled him into a deep, passionate kiss. Goku stiffened for a fraction of a second in complete surprise, his eyes wide open. But the sensation was not unpleasant. Far from it. It was warm, soft, and sent a strange, thrilling jolt through his entire body. He didn't pull away. His hands came up tentatively to rest on her hips as he relaxed into the kiss. His eyes slowly closing as they mutually explored this new, breathtaking form of connection for the very first time. When they finally parted, Diana's face was radiant with pure, unadulterated happiness. Goku, meanwhile, looked pleasantly dazed, with a faint blush on his own cheeks. Whoa, he breathed out, a goofy grin forming. That was almost better than food. Diana laughed, a joyful musical sound. She took his hand. And now, she said, her voice full of promise, we can sleep together in the same bed. Most nights, if not every night. Goku arched an eyebrow, his head tilting again in confusion. Didn't we already do that when we were kids? Back on Themyscira? So what's the big deal with sleeping in the same bed now? Diana's face flushed an even deeper crimson. She leaned in close, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, yes, but there are things we couldn't do in bed as children. Before his bewildered mind could formulate another question, she gently blew out the single candle illuminating the room, plunging them into an intimate darkness filled with new possibilities. Much later that night, Goku found himself awake. Diana was nestled against him, deep in a peaceful sleep. Her features softened and illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. Even with her eyes closed, she seemed to be the most content and happiest he had ever seen her. A profound sense of peace settled over him. He gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her face, his touch feather-light. He wasn't entirely sure he understood the complexities of what this new relationship meant, but he understood one thing with absolute clarity. He was the cause of the serene joy on her face, and that made him happier than any victory in battle ever could. She was a warrior, a princess, a hero who could carry the weight of the world. So she deserved that happiness, this peace. And he was glad down to his very soul that he could be the one to give it to her. Goku's serene expression hardened into a grim determination. The warmth of the bed, the peace on Diana's face, it was all precious reminder of what he had to lose, and what he had already lost. Terra's sacrifice, Robin's untimely death, the near destruction of his friends, and Vegeta's possible return played like a relentless loop in his mind. He could not afford to be content. While the world slept, the threat from the stars only grew closer. With the utmost care, he extricated himself from the bed, ensuring not a single movement disturbed Diana's well-earned rest. He dressed silently in moonlight, his movements efficient and purposeful. One last lingering look at the sleeping Amazon fortified his resolve. He was not just fighting for the planet anymore, or for self-improvement. He was now fighting for a future with her. He slipped out into the cool night air, his destination clear within his mind. The one man who had resources and genius to help him push his limits beyond anything imaginable on Earth that he knew. Goku touched down silently in a deserted metropolis alley, making his way to a sleek, towering skyscraper emblazoned with a stylized L. He was ushered into the penthouse office where Lex Luthor sat behind a mammoth desk, a glass of amber liquid in hand. Lex's smile was a masterpiece of calculated warmth. Goku, this is an unexpected pleasure. To what do I owe the visit of my favorite metahuman? He asked, his voice smooth as silk. Goku, never one for preamble, got straight to the point. I need your help, Lex. I need better training equipment, stronger than anything on the Earth. What could come next, I have to be ready to protect. Lex's eyes gleamed with hidden triumph. But of course, what are friends for? Consider it done. And I'm sure one day you'll return the favor for this generosity. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Now, specifics. What did you have in mind? Goku thought for a moment. I need to get stronger, faster. Is there a way you can make a room heavier? Like where gravity is stronger. Lex's smile widened into something truly predatory. He spread his hands. My friend, I can make anything. And then Goku looked at him and said, "Can you make your hair grow?" And Lex Luthor frowned at that statement. Elsewhere, deep within a sterile hidden laboratory that bore the ominous logo of two red R's, the comatose form of Victor Stone lay suspended in a nutrient-rich tank. Wires and tubes snaked from his cybernetic parts into the complex machinery surrounding him. The room hummed with the sinister energy. An older man with a sharp, calculating gaze and one cybernetic eye of his own leaned close to the glass, a cold intellectual curiosity burning in his expression. This was not a Star Labs facility. This was the workshop of Dr. Giro. He watched the steady, artificial rhythm of Cyborg's life signs, his mind already racing with designs, improvements, and modifications far beyond anything Silas Stone could have conceived. A thin, ruthless smile stretched across his lips. "Such magnificent technology," he whispered, his voice a dry rasp, "wasted by sentimentals. But do not worry, Victor. They have failed you. I will not. You will be stripped of your weaknesses, your fleeing humanity. You will be perfected. You will become my greatest project yet." So yeah, man, that's the end of this season, man. Hopefully you guys liked it. You know, I had put on a cliffhanger. Cyborg gonna turn into, he's gonna be one of the androids. And they finally got together. Y'all been talking to me about this for so long. I know y'all happy in the comments. And I got some plans for, I don't want to spoil it. Whenever I get to 1,100 subscribers, I'm going to tell you guys some other plans I have for this story in the future and things like that. And, be sure you like it, subscribe, all that, share it, all that stuff, man, till we go up, man. I'm trying to get to 100,000. You know what I'm saying? So, till the next one, I'll see y'all later. Peace.